Are you guys gonna do an intro before we actually go live?
Kind of. A little bit.
Yeah, we are right now.
Cool.
Wow. It's your boy PSA Sitch here with another Tuesday stream with everyone's favorite vote shamer, center right winger, Adam Friendage.
Look, you totally dissed me there. That's not true. we primed Sitch to say something caustic like that before the show because we were both talking, Zach and I, about how we don't vote shame people. And if you want to vote for anyone you want to vote for, go ahead. Like, it's your prerogative. You want to vote for Kanye West post insanity? You go ahead and vote for
him. That's a little too much. We were having too much of a love fest before the stream started, so I felt like I had to throw a little bomb at you, Adam.
That's okay. That's fine. So we're here with your channel is the Vanguard. I've heard people call you the Vanguard boys. Though. What is your, you guys? I'll let you guys introduce yourself. What's your channel all about?
Yeah, so I'll let Gavin, fill in the holes here. But yeah, the origin of the Vanguard boys is the fact that, Gavin and I were like 21 when we started the Vanguard. So I think everybody, and also that was, when our, had the most attention. So I think everybody just kind of looks at us and thinks like, oh, these are the 21, 22-year-old bros that are on, YouTube. Now we're both 25. So it's like, okay, I get it. I think it's more of just like a little bit of a stay in your lane little, a little bit. And that's fine. I've always compared our show to like if all of left YouTube was a parade, Gavin and I would be the dudes in overalls at the end, like shoveling the shit up from all the circus animals and horses and whatnot. We're not afraid to get down into the sewage. And, honestly, what the model of our show was in the beginning was just, Gavin was like, hey, man, we have a blog, but nobody reads it. Like, let's try and see if we can do some interviews and put it on YouTube and get it off the ground that way. We did that for maybe 6 months, and then we reacted to the People's Party, and when Jimmy Dore and all those guys were getting that off the ground, and we realized, oh shit, people actually just want to listen to you talk about politics. Nobody gives a shit about your blog. So we stopped doing the blog and we just started doing the Vanguard as it is. What's up, Adam?
Oh, I had to catch my sunglasses. The painting behind me always steals them. So.
Oh, I thought you were raising your hand like to get in. I was like, oh, bro, this is your show. Just fucking interrupt me.
No. Go. Continue. Sorry to distract you.
Oh no, you're totally fine. So yeah, we started doing that, and our show grew, and basically what the other day we were talking about it. We try and just do the same model that somebody like Kyle Klinsky or Breaking Points applies to mainstream media, to our own left media space, we broadly refer to as BreadTube, right? So, people who exist in the, post Bernie Sanders online left news, kind of sphere. We kind of do like a compilation. I heard somebody the other day refer to it as like video meta studies, which I think makes it sound way too fancy. We just like to tell jokes about politics, and we were already talking a lot about BreadTube, and it made sense. But yeah.
Gavin, you want to add anything?
Oh yeah, what's up, everyone? Thanks so much for having us on, Adam and Sitch. Really appreciate the invite. I think Zach did a pretty good job introducing the podcast. We are the Jay and not so silent Bob of progressive independent online media. And yeah, we have a good time. We consider ourselves progressive populists. I think that's kind of the label that we settled on. Although we're really just lefties, I think sometimes labels get a little bit overrated and overused. But yeah, we're super excited to be here. We're both big fans of your podcast, seeing a lot of good conversations, debates, and generally just good civil discourse on your guys' platform. So definitely a fan of that, and definitely glad to be here and participate in a little bit of a discussion today.
Yeah, I want to say I think out of all the people on the left that looked at our conversation with Anna, you were the only people I heard that gave us any level of charity or goodwill. Like everyone else was just so angry at us. And I'm like, what did we do? We didn't do anything wrong. We were just having a conversation. We were very nice. We were very polite. I don't understand what the problem is.
So the way that I always explain that about the left, right, and the YouTube, model period, at least the way that I've always looked at it is, you guys ever see the Rocky 3 movie?
Yes.
So there's this.
Which one is Rocky 3?
It's the one with Hulk Hogan in it, right? And he's like facing off against Mr. T in the big battle at the end.
Okay,
in his
Mr.
strap back.
T. I like
But
it.
there's a tremendous scene in that movie. There's a fucking tremendous scene in that movie where Hulk Hogan makes an appearance. And this is back in the 80s when Hulk Hogan was like God in professional wrestling, like the biggest guy on earth, right? And they're staging in the movie an exhibition match between Rocky Balboa and Hulk Hogan, who plays this character, Thunderlips. And the whole time they're in the ring, he's just going absolutely crazy on him, like fucking berserk, trying to kill him, like doing the entire, professional wrestling performance. Like, this man's never getting out of here alive. I'm going to break every last bone in his body, right? Then after the show, he's like, hey, man, let's get a Polaroid and do something if you want to bring your kids out, And he's like, what the fuck is the matter with you? You were just trying to kill me in there. And he's like, brother, that's the name of the game. And I just think that being on YouTube, it's like, yeah, your instinct for almost everybody has to be uncharitable, because it's like sex in advertising. It's like, it's what sells,
Right. I think you're right. There's a lot of kayfabe going on. I think the only problem is that the people that are doing it don't seem to realize they're doing kayfabe. I think they honestly believe it. Because then if you try to have a conversation with them afterwards, there's no Polaroid. They don't like you. They're very angry at you, which is unfortunate. But I don't know where you want to start with the conversation. Do you want to jump into the Anna stuff right away, or was there something else you want to start with?
I mean, we can start with Anna. I mean, that's obviously topical at the time.
Right.
You guys covered the Anna thing. I watched some of that. I didn't watch it all. So
I watched it all. It was actually funny.
Oh, okay.
I don't think almost every person on the left that was commenting and criticizing Anna, I don't think they actually watched our stream. I think they watched your stream, or they watched clips of your stream that were on Twitter, which is kind of hilarious.
You guys' stream did pretty well. I thought it did. Oh
yeah, no, I mean it did. Yeah, we got a lot of views from our audience, right? From our side of the aisle.
Yeah, right.
But I thought you guys were a little too hard on Anna, and I'm curious as to where that energy is coming from. This angry energy at Anna.
Well, can I start off? If that's
Sure.
cool. Yeah, Zach and I have been covering TYT for a long time on our channel. Our beef with the Young Turks pre-exists the most recent controversy with Anna Kasparian and her beef with the trans activist community. It far pre-exists all of that. We've been covering TYT on the Vanguard basically going back to the very beginning. And we've covered a myriad of issues with the Young Turks, issues that we've been calling out as kind of red flags for progressives like ourselves, who at one point were actually big fans of TYT. I certainly was, but then certain things started happening, and I personally started to get kind of suspicious, get fishy vibes from both Cenk and Anna, specifically about how some of their talking points weren't really matching up with their values. A big one that we talk about a lot is when they accepted a huge corporate cash investment, something like $20 million. And that's while constantly railing against the existence of corporate cash in politics, making the case over and over again. One that I agree with, by the way, that corporate cash is a corrupting influence to politicians, and that if you start getting paid by certain special interests, you're going to start just kind of reflexively catering to said interests, aka corruption, right? But apparently that didn't seem to apply to the Young Turks themselves, and they were more than happy to cuddle up to big money from not only the Democratic Party donors, but also the Republican Party donors. In my opinion, the network went pretty steeply downhill following that investment. We've talked a lot about how the network changed. It got a lot more bland. It felt a lot more corporate, a little bit gentrified, for lack of a better word. They stopped cursing on air, stuff like that kind of annoyed me. But then there was the union busting episode when Cenk Uygur was running for Congress, a congressional run that ended in a humiliating fashion with him getting like 5% of the vote. Who really cares about that? It's just kind of funny. But the point of the matter is that during that congressional run, TYT employees tried to unionize. And despite being a unapologetically pro-labor channel, Cenk immediately tried to prevent that unionization from occurring. I guess he got some sort of paranoid delusion that it was an attempt to sabotage his congressional campaign. Anyway, there was a big kerfuffle. Luckily, the union succeeded in spite of Cenk Uygur, but he certainly tried everything in his power to stop that unionization from occurring. These are just a couple of the examples of where their values haven't really matched up with what they talk about on the show, with their progressive rhetoric on the show. There's a lot of other examples. I think they went way, way too hard on a lot of the Russiagate stuff. They were basically literally MSNBC lite during the Trump years. Every single night, it was just like, watching a male version of Rachel Maddow, essentially promising his audience over and over again that it was only a matter of time before Trump was hauled out of the Oval Office in handcuffs and all of this crap that obviously ended up not being true. So, we've had an issue with TYT for a while. We give them credit where it's due. I don't consider myself a hater. Like I said, I used to be a fan. I think that Cenk's a talented broadcaster. I think that Anna's a talented broadcaster. And in the heyday of their career, like I said, was a huge, huge fan, especially in that Bernie Sanders era before the investment happened. But if you want some context for what might have come off like anger towards Anna Kasparian and TYT in general, I think it's important to understand that context and understand the myriad of reasons that we've personally been criticizing. The ones we just talked about are only scratching the surface of some of the issues we've had with their commentary, with their coverage, et cetera, et cetera. So I think that's probably why we came off kind of angry. For lack of a better word, the Young Turks is kind of one of the heels of the Vanguard, right? They're just kind of like one of the bad guys. They're one of the channels that we like to dunk on a lot. And I guess that can manifest in that sort of attitude.
Right. Well, it's interesting because most of the people that are criticizing them right now on the left are kind of accusing them of this right-wing grift or grifting to the right for money or something. And if you're talking about like them going hard during Russiagate and stuff, which they're proved to be there, at least according to the Mueller report. I mean, that doesn't seem like that'd be setting them up for a right-wing grift. That'd be setting them up for kind of being more like left-wing establishment, right?
Oh, can I jump in on that one?
Sure.
Because I think that's totally a fair point to make, Sitch. And to just add a little bit more context, I don't think that when we say right-wing, so their whole label is that they're the House of Progressives, right? And I think that that's a big part of the irk for me and Gavin is that they are a
They take your label.
Yeah, right. But it's more of the fact that I feel like because they are of such a mammoth size, 5.5 million subscribers, they are the largest legacy progressive media outlet. Honestly, one of the only progressive media outlets by name on YouTube that does the kind of content that they've done. And so in a way, they kind of set the standard for a lot of the talking points, right? And so in Gavin and I specifically, and we kind of call out that shift. And frankly, the thing about Anna that makes me like a little bit like frustrated is the fact that she's kind of pearl clutching about all of this and how she's been treated. But if you just do a quick Google search like Anna Kasparian dunks on or Anna Kasparian destroys, like she has some clips out there of her just going wild on people and tearing them from limb to limb, including a clip that if people want to look it up, it's from 11 months ago. It's called Professor Kiera Bridges Shuts Down Josh Hawley's Transphobic Questions During Congressional Hearing. And in that clip, she goes on to make the case for context. In that hearing, Josh Hawley tries to correct Professor Kiera Bridges over her use of the term birthing person. Josh Hawley then says, "You mean women?" They have a little spat. Anna Kasparian, this is 11 months ago, guys. This is 11 months ago. Main channel TYT. She is dunking all over Josh Hawley for being unwilling to use inclusive language. She says, "Why would anybody have a problem with this?" And she kind of fillets him for it in this 11-minute and 13-second long clip. And it's her and John Idarola, and she has 100% the opposite take that she has right now, which is that she refuses to be called a birthing person. She does not want to see it on any medical forms. And I think that that's an instance of a clear pivot, right? If you go back to early TYT and their analysis on things like crime or homelessness, there is a stark pivot now. And if you want my armchair analysis, I could give you speculation as to why they're shifting. Perhaps you could, I would accept pushback that we've been a little heavy-handed with the term grift, but in my analysis, I look at the $24 million that they got from Katzenberg, in big money to try and make a push to TV. That was what they really wanted to do. They invested a bunch of money in YouTube TV, and obviously that was a disaster, and they lost a fortune. And now they're trying desperately to figure out what their lane is. So while it looks like they're going in a bunch of different directions, what I see is they tried to be MSNBC Lite. They tried to do the Donald Trump hysteria. They tried to do the Russiagating, and it worked for a while. It paid their bills for a while. They were able to get 500,000 view clips out there. It was always their most watched stuff, the Stormy Daniels, the yada, yada, yada. All of that became their bread and butter. But as we've seen in mainstream media, if you look at MSNBC and you look at CNN, that was no longer paying the bills, right? So now they have to pivot and they have to try and figure out what's going to be the new lane that's going to generate high levels of traction for them. And I think that what they have decided to do is lean more into, what I would describe as like a liberalism than a progressivism, which is, the crux of our.
So you're talking about like Katzenberg gave money in 2017, right?
Yeah.
Or is
I
there
think
like
that's
a recent?
correct.
Yeah. Because I don't know, to me, what it looks like, and from what I gathered from our conversation with Anna, was just that, well, first of all, as you were talking about, like there's always going to be a very big emotional difference between people who are your quote ideological enemies attacking you versus people that are supposed to be on your side, right? Like you can have someone that you're insulting who's on the right if you're on the left, or vice versa. You insult them, you expect to get insulted back, and it's kind of just like, it can just run right off your back. But then it's like when your team is attacking you, suddenly you're like, oh my God, I've been stabbed in the back.
Right.
What's happening? And I think it has a very different emotional impact. And I think what happened with Anna from our conversation is that she was just having some differences of opinion, which I think started as relatively minor differences of opinion about certain policies, seemed like starting with crime and then, the transport stuff. And it was just, she wasn't really expecting to get this like very strong backlash from her own team, where she felt like this, I'm just guessing here, but I'm guessing she felt like, listen, I've been on the left for like my whole life. I've been a, quote, progressive and on a progressive news station for so many years. And just seeing this complete lack of charity and seeing this kind of like visceral kind of like, you're a transphobe if you don't buy everything, if you don't buy the line 100%, I think that put her in a really kind of negative frame of mind, which then kind of pushes her outside of the matrix, pushes her outside of tribalism, and kind of she's like looking around now and seeing things as a little bit differently, and maybe even saying, listen, I've made positions in the past that I've changed my mind on.
Well, let me add something too. I just think, like you're saying, the Russiagate stuff they were promoting, and that turned out to be, there was no there. I do think there is that sort of plays into this idea that Anna had this kind of realization that they were spreading news that wasn't true, that was basically gassing up their audience on things that were false. The Rittenhouse we talked about on the stream was one of those situations. She also brought up the Central Park Karen. She brought up the reporting on puberty blockers. So she's bringing up all of these things that turned out to be untrue. And you're saying you got upset with them about the Russiagate stuff. So, but if you're getting upset with them for promoting things that aren't necessarily true to their audience, I think you should be happy that she's making this turn, if she's making this turn sincerely and she just wants to make sure that she's getting the facts straight. I'll let you guys respond.
Well, I think there's a lot there to respond to. And just to be clear, my problem with Anna Kasparian is not that she had an unpopular opinion or one that I disagree with necessarily, or even that she changed her mind on a subject matter, had a bit of an ideological evolution. It happens to all of us. It certainly happens to all progressive commentators. You're dishonest if you say that you've never changed your mind or had a political evolution. So that's cool. And I don't want to come off like we're trying to chastise someone for disagreement or for sharing a hot take, right? Zach and I have hot takes all the goddamn time, and we've received no end of backlash from various sections of the online left at various points in our short 3-year career doing like what we do.
Give us a juicy example.
Well, for a longest time, Zach and I were kind of associated with the, I guess you would say, quote unquote, Jimmy Dore gray zone left. Primarily, this occurred because we were all in on the hashtag force the vote movement. That occurred basically right around the time. And by the way, I'm not trying to hash out that disagreement for a 1,000,000th time on this podcast. Maybe we can do that at a later time.
I will add, this is an instance of Anna critiquing the left before the, trans disagreement.
Yes.
Right. But because of the fact that we were very pro force the vote, we kind of got pigeonholed into just being like a pro Jimmy Dore adjacent channel, right? And for a while, we did agree with a lot of what Jimmy Dore was saying. We agreed with force the vote. We agreed with a lot of his criticisms of TYT. And when there was a lot of drama between Jimmy and TYT, we were mostly on his side. However, then
now look at Jimmy.
Right. Then the anti-vax stuff started, and he basically turned his entire channel into like Alex Jones light, going super anti-vax in every video. I'm not a big fan of his analysis of the Russian-Ukraine conflict. I think he kind of
You guys
does
got
a
his
lot
ass on that, by the
Did,
way.
Yeah,
did,
you guys
did you
got
see
his
the clip
ass.
that was
Yes.
going
Oh,
viral
we
of us?
reacted to it.
Yes, we reacted to it. I think
Nice.
we've reacted to it many times on the
just
show.
just
to
for
prove
those of
what a
you who are
coward he
listening,
is.
Jimmy Dore actually came on the show, and Sitch decided he was going to challenge him on Ukraine, and Jimmy Dore was not really happy about that.
That was
He
the
ran
entire
like a
point of the
coward.
conversation. It wasn't like a setup or anything.
No, that was what was insane. It was like, why even come on a show to debate a position if when they start the debate, you immediately just say, "Oh, I'm not going to do that." It's like, what
Right.
was your intention? But either way, the point is just that Zach and I, the first time we really dealt with huge internet backlash was around the time that we kind of, I guess you could say, broke off from the Jimmy Dore life, and that was right around the time that they went full anti-vax. And full pro-Putin, essentially. I mean, I know that's like painting with a very broad brush.
We
And I know
literally interviewed Ryan Grimm about the infrastructure bill, and his audience freaked out. We didn't have an esoteric debate about like Syria and Assad. I was like, bro, I follow domestic politics. My fucking foreign policy is so shady. I'm not debating the, what is this? He's the editor in chief, right? Or the Intercept, the DC bureau chief, or whatever his
DC
title
bureau
is.
chief. Yeah, exactly. But the point is that we received an immense amount of backlash. We lost thousands of subscribers overnight. We lost
really?
thousands
Wow.
of dollars.
Yeah, we lost half
overnight.
our income over that battle.
Basically half
Damn.
our income, half of our size. We were growing a lot. We stopped growing. And for literally over a week or so, I basically just had to delete Twitter off my app, stop looking at social media, because we were getting so much hatred for something that I thought was relatively innocuous. It's not like we came out here and did anything truly insane. We basically just disagreed with someone who our audience really liked. So I say this to, just make the point that, and that's just one example, by the way.
You've
I could
been
list
there,
a couple
is what you're
more.
saying.
Yeah, I've been there, as has every honest leftist commentator. Because if you actually are saying what you believe, and if you're actually being honest about your positions, of course, there are going to be times where you disagree with the audience that you've cultivated, right? There's going to be times where you come down on something a little bit different than your audience, and you know that, and you're going to get backlash from your audience when you say it. You're probably going to lose some subscribers when you say it, or get some hate on Twitter when you say it, but you say it anyway because you're an honest person and you care more about being real with people than you do about a few extra 100 subs or Patreon dollars or whatever. So I don't actually have a problem with Anna being honest about her opinion, her hot take. Now, admittedly, I think it's fair to say that she knew exactly what kind of audience that they had cultivated over at TYT, a very progressive, a very quote unquote woke audience, for lack of a better word. So I don't think it's fair to say that Anna should have, maybe she was, but I don't think she should have been surprised by the level of backlash she received from a very progressive audience, one that was intentionally cultivated to be very progressive, specifically as it relates to the trans issue. They've been doing pro-trans coverage. They've been cultivating a pro-trans audience for literally like the last 5 or so years, if not more. I don't really think it's all that shocking for Anna to say something like that, and then to get a little bit of backlash, like we all do. Another example that comes to mind that I wanted to talk about that was from very recent history, because I just want to compare again the way that Anna responded to backlash to the way that, say, this commentator responded to backlash. And I'll give 2 examples. First off, Vosh. Vosh, I know that you're not huge fans of Vosh. We've had lots of criticisms and even a debate. Yeah, we've even had a debate with Vosh ourselves. But the fact of the matter is that Vosh has been, people have tried to cancel him multiple times from the left and the right. I'm sure you guys remember a couple of years ago when he made a point about how there should not be kink at Pride and how Pride events should be family friendly. He got so much backlash for that. It would have looked like, he was being canceled, right? But again, I'm not a huge Vosh simp. I'm not trying to like fucking defend Vosh and everything he stands for and says. Not even close. But I will say the fact of the matter is that he didn't say, I'm politically homeless now. I'm the only, the left me. I can't believe everyone else is so insane and I'm the only rational one for believing this. No, he defended his position. He didn't back down. He didn't cower to the mob. But he did have on a lot of different voices that were pushing back on him and criticizing him. And I watched some of those debates. They were really reasonable. They were exactly like, what you guys always talk about on this show, which is, talking to your critics, talking to people who disagree with you and having a reasonable exchange of ideas. And I thought Vosh actually did that pretty maturely. Like I said, I watched a lot of those arguments and conversations he had with some of the critics of his take, and they were pretty good arguments. He let the critics say their piece. He responded maturely. Another example is Kyle Kulinski very recently, and I know Kyle was also on your guys' show at one point. Thought that was a wonderful discussion. But recently he had a really hot take on Crystal Kyle and Friends, his podcast with Crystal Ball, where he basically said that it's pathetic for grown adult males to cry more than a few times a month. They were responding to a statistic that said like a shocking percentage of grown men cry 3 or 4 times a month. And Crystal was saying like, well, maybe they're crying because they saw a movie that really touched them, or maybe they're fondly remembering a nostalgic memory or something like that, and that's what made them tear up. And Kyle was like, even if it's that, I still think it's kind of pathetic if you're a grown-ass man and you're crying 4 times a month. Well, the fact of the matter is that
yeah, I was gonna say not rare Kyle W, but Kyle W for sure.
Yeah, totally.
I happen to slightly disagree, but the point is, it was an unpopular take among Kyle's audience. If you looked at the comments in that video, people were going over the top, criticizing him, saying that was super toxic, it was unfair, it was unhealthy. I looked on Reddit. I saw like a subreddit post saying that it was a violently bad take from Kyle. Like a lot of really unhinged people that were just straight up disagreeing with this guy for saying what was an unpopular opinion, admittedly, but nothing like insane, right? And what did Kyle do? Did he fucking talk about how he was the only rational one left and how he couldn't believe that people would criticize him harshly? No, he just fucking moved on with his life because he's a mature adult human being who understands that we're all going to have disagreements at some point. And sometimes when you say something controversial, you're going to get a little backlash from people that otherwise agree with you on most of your ideological movement or project. And I think that if Anna had just done the mature thing, been an adult and said, okay, well, I have critics, people don't agree with me, that's fine, let's move on. If she had just done that, I don't even think we'd be having this conversation. I don't even think that it would be a conversation. I don't even think that many people would care. I think people like to tune into TYT and hear hot takes sometimes, but to act like they're incapable of taking the backlash and taking the heat. Well, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the fucking kitchen. And you guys dole out the heat all the time over at TYT. Like Zach said, how many videos exist of Anna, going after people, scolding people, calling them out for various reasons, woke scolding them for a lack of a better term. And now she all of a sudden crumples under the slightest raising of the temperature. I find it pathetic.
Well, I think the difference is, or at least what I would classify the difference. Well, there's 2 things. It's kind of interesting. The first is that, from mine and Adam's perspective, since we're enlightened centrists, we actually, it's funny because we have the exact opposite view. We view Anna basically questioning a lot of her foundational beliefs as stronger, not weaker. So that's the first thing. But the second thing is kind of interesting, and I guess why I disagree is that, when I'm listening to a lot of the people that are pushing back on Anna, like, yeah, a lot of them are saying, kind of what you're saying about how, people were mean, the meme is people were mean to me, so I changed my political opinions, right? But when I listen to like Benni and all these other people that are like quit TYT and all this other stuff, like they're not quitting because of that. At least that's not what they're saying they're quitting over. They're saying they're quitting over the specific takes. And it seems like a lot of people are specifically honing in on the specific things that Anna is saying as the big problem with TYT, not necessarily the idea that, she's kind of moving outside of whatever tribe or bubble that she was currently in.
Yeah, I just want to say real quick, like it feels like also a lot of the other people are casting her as leaving the left, which I didn't take that from the conversation. She said, at this point, I don't know what labels apply to me, which is something completely different than saying, I'm done, I'm not a progressive anymore, I'm leaving the left, which you commonly see people do on YouTube. So, I just like, if she questions her labels, because a lot of people that identify as progressive are being categorically mean to her, and she feels like, I don't want to take a label that I feel is going to, people are going to perceive me as being one of these meanies. That's a completely different thing than saying, I'm leaving the left. Other people are kind of categorizing her as that. So I'll let you respond, Zach.
Oh, yeah. If I could just pull up maybe an example that some people are referencing that existed outside of your guys' conversation with Anna, when we talk about how she says she's leaving the left. There was a very viral clip of Anna going around a while ago. Let me see how long ago. It was 3 months ago.
So this is outside of our conversation. So you have some other source. Okay.
Yeah, so there was I want to be clear. This is 3 months ago. It's a clip from Twitter that I'm looking at from, I can't share screen, but it's Nina Cat, and it says Anna Kasparian in the clip says she doesn't want to work with other leftists anymore. And then she uses the example of saying that they just want to use TYT by getting on TYT.
Yeah,
and
we
then turning
covered
around.
that. That was
Yeah.
that was Lance of the Serfs.
All right, and that was an example of what I was talking about when they got a little bit of backlash. A couple of their friends of the network, like Lance from the Serfs, made videos kind of mildly pushing back on their rhetoric around terms like birthing person and other inclusive language. And because of the fact that a few of their network friends, guys like Lance, made those videos, Anna Kasparian and Jank lashed out in an incredibly vicious and petty way, which led to that outburst that Zach just referenced, where she says, we're done working with people on the left. They just come on our network and then turn against us, and all this very flamboyant, dramatic stuff. And that's another part of the trend that we're referencing when we say this kind of larger pivot that seems to be taking place. I mean, if she doesn't end up going through with it and just keeps being a progressive, obviously we're not going to characterize her as a right winger going forward, but it just seems like she's kind of laying some of the groundwork for something like that to potentially take place. And it seems like it's more a reactionary position, to me at least, based on the fact that she can handle having her fifis hurt by people being mean to her online, rather than just accepting the fact that, oh yeah, of course, everyone in the progressive movement, everyone on the left is going to have some disagreements. Like I just referenced, I just listed off a couple that we had with the left. I listed off one that Vosh had, one that Kyle Kalinske had. And I think that it's more about the way she responded to the backlash than the first comments themselves. Like Zach said, that we're not going to work with other leftists again. Recently, she also said, I forget what else she said. There was something else.
That, going on the Daily Wire and like fawning over a guy like Ben Shapiro for how willing he is to have like civil discourse because you now share his opinion on things. He's not willing to have civil discourse about ideas that he thinks are like, try and have like, civil discourse between Kyle Kalinske and Ben Shapiro. I'm sure Kyle would talk to Ben Shapiro, but he's not interested in having Kyle on to talk about like, hey, this country's falling apart at the seams and we need socialism. Right. But what he was really interested was having Anna Kasparian sit there for an hour and a half and talk about how the left is so crazy that even this lifelong leftist agrees with conservatives now on these key points. Right. And, that at that particular time, they were primarily talking about the, homelessness issue, the affordability crisis in LA and then the crime problem.
Well, going back to the we're not going to work with leftists thing anymore. I think I think there's a couple issues that they had. This would be my guess, because we didn't ask her about this, was that a lot of the people on the left that were criticizing, or like basically everyone on the left that was criticizing them, even people that were working with them to some capacity, it really felt to me like a lot of it is content creators have to. Everyone's so afraid of their audience that they have to like come out and say, "Oh no, don't be mad at me. I have the right opinion." Because that's what happens. It's like, oh, Anna or Chank says something that a lot of people on the left disagree with, and then every leftist content creator has to come out, especially ones that are associated with them. They have to come out and make some kind of public statement about whether they agree or disagree with the Young Turks. And to me, it's really like they're just kind of terrified of their audience. This is how I interpret it. They're more terrified of their audience rather than the issue, because it wasn't like I didn't see any of the people say, "Listen, I disagree with Anna and Chank on this issue, but disagreement's fine." There's this attitude of like, I disagree with them and they're wrong. Now they can apologize and admit they're wrong. And if they do, we'll forgive them. But if they don't, that's like a forever mark against them.
I think that it's definitely true that manifests itself on the left. I mean, and Gavin and I always try and remind our audience that like, look, this is content creation. At the end of the day, and
Right.
The fireworks show. I think it's kind of what we alluded to at the beginning. The disagreements are what always get the most eyeballs. So I think that people are always looking for opportunities for that. But I don't think it's unique to left spaces. And I think that a good analogy would be to see how over time in right-wing commentary spaces, everybody slowly started to get behind Donald Trump. When they realized that was where the audience was, where they realized that was where the bread and butter was, and that the people wanted Donald Trump. And you can look at all of the famous right-wing media hosts, some of them, very early on the Trump train, others far more, skeptical. But you could see that, from Tim Pool to Tucker Carlson to Sean Hannity, right? I would describe as like an ideological spectrum, from like center right to, whatever Sean Hannity's politics are, and
Yeah, no, I agree. I'm not trying to say this is just the left. I think this is the policy of just politics in general. You have to, fall in line essentially.
You guys have
Yeah,
already like claimed you've had one incident where you bucked that trend, which we give you mad respect for, obviously,
Right.
because that's a tough thing
Right.
to do.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I think you just have to fuck it up.
Yeah, and
Right.
I would also say that Zach and I are definitely big fans of the model of political content creation that Zach just alluded to, which is you seize on the moments where there is the most drama, when the most sensational kind of back and forth between people is going on. And I think you guys to some degree do that as well. You seize on those
We
moments
try.
as a way to foster a
No,
larger
never.
and yeah, I
Where
mean,
is
we have a somewhat similar formula in that way, because it's hard to get two people to just tune in and watch a dry conversation about
look,
police abolition.
Here's the
it's a lot
difference, though,
sexier.
Gavin. I hate to interrupt you, but here's the difference. We do it, and we do try to seize on the drama and stuff, but we go out of our way not to straw man people's position, not to
Or at least
mischaracterize
attempt
people's
to.
Well,
not to
let me tell you one more
mischaracterize
time.
people's position, because like one of the toughest things about being on the internet is that people mischaracterize your position. I'm sure you guys have had this before. You
Yep.
hear some Yahoo making a YouTube video about you, and you're like, that's not even my position, dude. You're like
Right.
completely
no.
mischaracterizing what I believe.
For sure. And if there are to the extent that there are channels that are doing that, then I am more than happy to agree with you. If you want to give me an example of one that you think specifically to that, I can maybe agree with that on a case by case basis for sure. And I think that absolutely is something that happens. I also think that audience capture, as either yourself or Sitch alluded to, is 100% something that happens. People are terrified of their audience. And one thing that Zach and I are always
True.
incredibly proud to say is that we're not. We don't give a fuck what they think. We don't give a shit if we lose 1,000 subscribers overnight. We're going to say what we think. Consequences be damned. And we've proven that a couple of times now. But I do have to disagree with this depiction or representation of the left-wing response to what Anna Kasparian said, because I actually saw a lot of the opposite going on. You're describing this picture of a lot of dogpiling and a lot of people straw manning her. And sure, were there some channels doing that? I'm sure there were. I'm sure there were. Zach and I are critical of the left all the time. We're also critical of progressives, despite being progressives. And where that occurred, I don't sign off on it. I don't think that's what we did. That's not what we tried to do. But if anyone else just intentionally strawmanned her arguments and tried to approach it that way, then yeah, I don't approve of that method. But what I will say is that I did see a lot of the opposite. I saw a lot of people putting on the kids' gloves actually within the progressive community, because of the fact that Anna Kasparian has long been a fixture of the online left. A lot of people, especially at the beginning, people like David Dole, Sam Cedar, Lance from the Surfs, Emma Vigland, people like that, kind of people that have long shared this space with Anna Kasparian, they were actually very hesitant and reticent to like aggressively call her out. And they would say like, guys, Anna Kasparian is clearly an ally. This is someone who's been working in this space for a long time. We respect her. We're friends with her. Zach and I never said that because we never particularly respected Anna Kasparian in the first place, but a lot of these channels did, and they gave her the benefit of the doubt until the very goddamn end. So I saw a lot of that, and I saw also a lot of, hey, can we please civilly discuss this? Hey, please have me on TYT and we can hash this out in a civil way. Hey, please have on this person that can maybe push back on your perspective and more accurately represent the perspective of the trans community on this subject matter or that subject matter. I saw a lot of that. And then, even though it was for the most part pretty tepid and mild criticism, Anna still acted like she was the victim of some sort of woke mob, some witch hunt that was desperately trying to cancel her, which led her to make a number of ridiculous statements, including saying that she doesn't feel comfortable or want to talk to people outside of her own race on your guys' show. Comments that have just led to.
We gotta talk about that one.
We can go over that in a second, but let's not derail the whole
mischaracterized.
conversation.
But go ahead.
Okay,
go
well,
ahead.
we can get.
I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
We can move on to that in a second, and if you want to push back on that, that's fine. I don't want to derail the whole conversation with arguing about that one thing Anna said on your show. It was just an example about why some people are a little bit sus and looking at her a little bit weird right now. But yeah, what would you guys say to that? Do you disagree that there was a lot of good faith attempts by progressives and lefties to have a discussion, to have a debate about where they disagreed?
Well, I do, and I want to bring up a specific example, but I'll let Adam if he wants to talk about.
No, go ahead. I just I'm taking notes here. We'll talk about the black comment, obviously. I got some other notes, but go ahead.
Okay, I was curious because I don't remember. I was curious to see the timeline of when they specifically made the comment about they didn't want to work with people on the left. Was that after you know, the first leftist mafia stream, or after the
Yes, I
second
believe
one?
that
so.
was the timeline.
Yeah.
You said it was the second one or the first one?
I think it was the
The-
first one.
Yeah, it was right after the first one, and
Okay.
I think Lance had just put out a video critical of
Right.
some of their talking points about birthing people.
Lance's video specifically, but no. So, like, the thing is, and obviously, like, a lot of this stems from the leftist mafia stream, which is that it's true that, like, in the conversation, you know, David Dole and Mike Figueroa they were, you know, trying to be nice. They were using the kid gloves. They weren't, like, they weren't insulting Anna, to my recollection. Now, they were, however, none of them were even considering the argument that she was making. And I don't really remember any of them actually debating the point of the argument. They were just kind of assuming that she was wrong. So that was kind of the first thing. But I think the second thing, and the thing that I would imagine really rubbed Anna the wrong way, because the thing that rubbed us the wrong way, and I know this is going to be awkward because I know you're friends with OLAY, but OLAY was, like, pretty racist against Anna in that stream, and none of them called it out or even noticed it or mentioned it. And that, I mean, that would rub me the wrong way if I was the person that they were talking about.
I mean, I don't know the specific instance that you're working on, and yeah, Ole is a friend of ours. I wouldn't. I mean, personally, what I would say about Anna, and to take the first part of your question, being like, you know, nobody debated the merits of the pushback that Anna Kasparian was offering, and I think that some of that boils down to the fact that nobody on that panel agreed with the points of pushback that Anna was talking about, and I don't even think Anna herself 11 months ago would have agreed with the points that, you know, Anna was making, right? Like, we brought up the clip earlier where she talked about how the birthing person controversy was very much just like, you know, to create right-wing fervor, how it was a distraction to keep people from looking at policies that would actually uplift the working class, that this was culture war nonsense. I mean, these were all Anna's words. So I think that, you know, to see somebody pivot like that in less than a year,
her position,
you
though,
know,
her position, though, hasn't really changed. She's making a distinction between her personal position. Like, her personal position is, yes, we should look for inclusive language, but this inclusive language has a political cost to it that she thinks is not worth paying.
But that's not the position that she had before. The position that she had before was that Josh Hawley was a right-wing buffoon for
but things have changed. Like, she's seen the cost of that kind of position over time.
The left's position, like, it's still my position that it's just a bullshit talking point.
Right, but
you know,
if you
look at the,
if you see, like, if the facts on the ground change, if you see, okay, I have this policy position where we're going to use inclusive language, and then you start seeing that using that inclusive language is making you lose political fights, you kind of do this. You kind of do this cost benefit analysis. Well, regardless of whether or not, let's set the truth. Let's set. Look, we can argue the truth value of it. The truth value is immaterial to if it's something that Anna believes. If somebody believes that this is more costly than the benefit that we get from it, they're going to propose the same strategy that Anna is proposing.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of people did understand that she was being sincere and that is genuinely what she thinks, and then they just disagreed with her. It's that simple. They just had a
sure, but
opinion.
they are. Sitch's point is they aren't arguing the substance of that.
I think a lot of people were, because I saw a lot of videos from a lot of progressive channels that were breaking down why, in fact, her claim was untrue, pulling out polls saying that in the midterm election, only 5% of voters were motivated to vote based on trans issues. So, I mean, I just think that what I saw was, yes, a lot of, you know, intense emotions and, you know, flamboyant YouTube debate bro kind of stuff. Obviously, that's the space we're in. But what I also saw was a lot of substantive pushback and disagreement saying, like, hey, I see where you're coming from. But it's actually not like they're putting the word birthing person. They're not replacing the women's bathroom with the birthing person's bathroom. This isn't something that's actually affecting most people's daily life in a serious way. And it's reflected in the polling because most people aren't voting based on these incredibly niche, terminally online kind of issues. So for Anna to have that hot take and opinion and say, hey, don't call me a birthing person, or I think this is a dumb term, that's cool. She can have that opinion. That's totally fine. I don't have any problem with her having that opinion. If I ever meet Anna Kasparian, I'll definitely go out of my way to make sure I don't call her a birthing person.
Look, you're doing the same thing, because the mischaracterization of the argument, and Brianna Joy Gray made the same mischaracterization. She said, look, if you don't want someone to call you this particular thing, that's fine. But
She said not to on Twitter. She said,
right,
"Do not
right. But
call me a birthing person."
that's not the argument that Anna Kasparian is making. Anna Kasparian is making the argument that just using this term is degrading an immutable category that she is a part of. And that,
well,
like,
we responded to that too, and a lot of other people did as well.
But looking for the person that did shows that you're not really responding to it, because even if you found that person, it doesn't change the fact that you're degrading the category. Yeah. Look, a lot of black people think that the N-word degrades the category that they are a part of. They would prefer if people did not use the N-word, okay? Even if nobody calls them the N-word specifically. So there's an argument to be made that she's against that.
No,
that's the substance. That's the substance of the argument. And as soon as you start going to the, we never found the person that did this, you're like completely sidestepping the argument that they're making.
Fair enough. And again, I'm sure that happened. I also saw a lot of people directly and substantively responding to the point that you just made and that she was also making, which is that it's a degrading term. And again, I saw a lot of really thoughtful, really nuanced, good faith pushback to that as well. Pushback that I'm more than happy to repeat if you want to get into it.
Sure. If you could come up with a term that was not offensive to women and was inclusive for trans people, I don't know what that term is. I think Anna Kasparian would be more than happy to sign off on that term.
Let me interject for a second here.
Yeah, go ahead, Sitch.
Well, because I think there's two things. First, it's important to talk about how this kind of came up with MLK too. Often people have a philosophical reason and a pragmatic reason for why they're pushing for a position. Now, theoretically, or not theoretically, I think generally people start from the philosophical position and then they give people the pragmatic position to try to convince them. And I do think that Anna's philosophical position was that she felt that it was offensive to her or degrading to her to kind of refer to women by their ability to produce children. She said she felt this was very anti-feminist. And then that kind of leads into this pragmatic position that she's going to try to convince people of, which is that, this is going to lose us elections, whether or not that is true. But that's the first thing. But the second thing is I don't know if any of us here are really super interested in like debating that specific point. To me, it's just more interesting is like going back to what I brought up on the leftist mafia. I'm sure people were having the conversation about the philosophical point. On the leftist mafia, I don't recall them ever actually addressing the philosophical point. It was just the assumption that she was wrong.
Well, I did see them address the philosophical point. And it's funny that you say that people were misrepresenting her argument about the birthing people language, because in my opinion, she was actually representing the opinion and the stance of people that are in favor of using inclusive language like the term birthing person. And the misrepresentation occurs when people like Anna try to convince us that these terms like birthing person, or another one which she brought up on your show, bonus hole, were invented and are actively there are movements that are actively trying to replace the term woman with birthing person and replace the term vagina with bonus hole, which again is not true. It's a mischaracterization of these terms. These terms exist because of the fact that if you believe in the existence of trans people, then it is the fact of the matter that some people that have the ability to give birth are not women. Some of them are trans men, some of them are non-binary. So if you acknowledge the existence of trans men and non-binary individuals, then it actually makes sense as just an inclusive term to refer to human beings that have the biological capacity to give birth. Like I said, there's no restaurants in this country that are replacing the men's or the women's restroom sign with a birthing people's restroom sign. You're not seeing the word woman actually replaced in any meaningful way with birthing person, other than maybe in the most clinical situations, or if someone's talking about legislation that affects reproductive rights or something like that. But obviously I'd agree that it would be degrading to go up to a woman on the street and refer to her as a birthing person, or to reduce her identity or personhood down to her ability to make babies. Obviously no one is making that argument, and that's why I think it's very dishonest of people like Anna Kasparian to basically posit that as if it's what's happening. It's fear mongering.
Well, I don't, because it's kind of like the way that you were describing it, because you're saying like no one is advocating for this, to replace the term woman universally with birthing person. But then, you say how like, well, it is a more inclusive term to include, trans men that still have uteruses, I guess, essentially. And to me, it doesn't seem that much of a stretch, because we've all seen this before, to kind of see the road that these terms, go down. Like it's kind of the same thing with like Latinx and some of these other things, where these terms start off as kind of like fringe terms, and then very slowly, they get pushed more and more.
Yeah,
And so I don't see it as like so outside of the possibility that if the birthing person term took off, it could get pressed.
I totally disagree with that. An
Mhm.
example I brought up recently on the show is if you go back to like the 90s, there was a feminist movement that actually caught on some level of traction, but never very much, to change the spelling of the word woman to replace the A with a Y. So it would be like
Right. The
women, like, so
Wyman.
it's not
Yeah.
attached to the word man. They don't want to be
Right.
associated with men. They don't want to be think of as just like another kind of man. They're their own sex or whatever. And you could pull that up and say, wow, look at these feminists. They're trying to change the way we, think about gender. They're trying to change the language of our society. You could make a big deal and huff and puff about that. But as someone who is a feminist and actually believes in the goals of the feminist movement, obviously I'm not going to do that, because that's a very fringe subsect of feminists that are admittedly kind of cringy. Most people aren't going to change their vocabulary to incorporate the word women with a Y. So to blow that up and to use an example of why feminism as an entire movement is ridiculous and unpopular, I think is a straw man in and of itself, and in and of itself is a dishonest and misrepresentation of the actual point that people are making. So yeah, I disagree that fringe terminology is going to catch on. And even to the extent that you said Latinx, most progressive people push back on that term, and including, people within that community, the Latino and Latina community. Most people don't want that to, they don't want to be called.
I mean, I've seen like mainstream newspaper articles say Latinx, so I understand people pushing back, but I'm just saying it is being promoted. And it's kind of like with the birthing person thing. I mean, I think that started because it was in an executive order. So this is language that's, being used. And, if the issue was like, if the situation was that, Anna brings up this birthing person thing and people go, okay, we think this is a fringe issue, right? And then it was like, oh, every episode she keeps bringing up these like kind of like fringe left-wing issues to kind of highlight. Because I understand the criticism, which is that on both the left and the right, there's a tactic where you will kind of hyper fixate on the most fringe of the left or of the right, and you try to say like this is the whole movement, and you try to paint the entire movement with that brush. And that's like one of the most common tactics people use to kind of dishonestly attack the left and right. So I understand people being sensitive and critical of that possibility. But like with Anna in the birthing person thing, it's like she said like this one thing, and people just seem to like overreact and assume like if she had done like 10 of those things in a row or 5 of those things in a row, like I would more understand the complaints against her as opposed to this one thing.
This could maybe segue into another, point of potential disagreement that we have. But I think that, people would argue, and I totally agree that this happens on both the left and the right. Like that's one of the reasons why Gavin and I don't vote shame. I think one of the biggest lessons that anybody who identifies as even remotely left, even though I wouldn't characterize Hillary Clinton that way, you have to learn about like, the basket of deplorables, like taking 2 or 3, deranged Trump supporters and using it to, paint every like, working person and of the Bible Belt that decided to pull the lever for red because that's all they'd ever done in their entire life, So I definitely agree with that. It's Gavin and I even try and do a good job of roasting the people that we think do go too far with that kind of language. Like we love to play the clip from the infamous DSA town hall where everybody's like saying point of personal privilege.
We covered that.
Yeah,
that was amazing.
So great,
yeah, like Gavin and I are like Battle of Blair Mountain lefties. We're not like fucking New York City lefties. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I totally get that, it's important not to fall into those, caricatures. But if you're wondering why people are being so short with Anna, I know Gavin kind of touched on this in the beginning, but she's not, her and, Cenk, they've really, stirred the pot when Cenk came out and endorsed Rick Caruso instead of Karen Bass, who was not perfect, but in my view, far more progressive than Rick Caruso. And, Cenk coming out and saying a lot of the reasons that he supported Rick Caruso was for his less than progressive, track record, and thinking that he was the guy to get the job done. And this is a network that had spent years talking about the corrupting influence of money in politics, as we mentioned. This was a billionaire. How many times has TYT made a huge stink about not trusting billionaires, not using billionaire funded media, like not having our elected officials be run by the billionaires. I mean, that was their entire message for like 5 years during the entire Bernie era, both 2016 and 2020. So that was a big, mark in the, the skepticism of the Young Turks network. They had a big, argument, a niche argument for sure, but it was an argument between Hassan Piker, who's obviously the like fucking ginormous Twitch streamer, but he's also Cenk Uyghur's nephew. They had a debate over Thanksgiving where a lot of, Cenk's less than progressive positions, kind of surfaced. Anna went on to agree with a lot of those when it came to things like crime statistics. And we can argue the statistics or the specifics of that if you guys agree with her.
Well, we don't really need to. I mean, we don't need to
on that would be
but,
perfectly fine. Sure. Yeah. No, I just wanted to, like, I'm not trying to like steamroll over any points that I made. I want to give you guys the opportunity.
Yeah, no, it's just, well, it seems to me like what happens is, and unfortunately, I think this is kind of, human nature. At least I feel this a lot too. You can go on Twitter or on YouTube and you could tweet something or put a YouTube video and you get like, 100 positive comments and you kind of like, your brain just kind of like ignores them and you get like the one negative comment. You're like, oh my God, like that's what you hyperfixate on. Now, I think this is partially because we kind of evolved to assess and prioritize what we consider threats. And I think that's why we kind of do tend to hyperfixate on negative interactions. I think that's kind of the same thing that's happening here, because it's like, from my perception, it's like, Cenk and Anna will, they'll have one take, or they'll support Rick Caruso in, in October, November of 2022, and then they'll have like 10, progressive takes. And then they'll have like, oh, the birthing person take. And then they'll have like 10 more progressive takes. And then they'll have like one more, kind of not progressive take. And I feel like people just psychologically, like the not progressive takes kind of surface and become fixated on, and they ignore all the takes that they agree with.
Oh, that's 100% true. That is 100% true. Like, I mean, I think that's exactly what happens. And I think that the problem or the reason that happens is because on the left, we are so accustomed to, and I would actually be really curious about what your guys' position is on this, because I know you guys don't like self-identify as like left or right wing, but if you look at what a lot of lefties are afraid of, right, and why they're so fucking, caustic and like so devoted and they hold the line so hard when it comes to media, is because they feel like they've been betrayed by every single institution or whatever that they feel like they could trust by going in feels like a more corporate or a more right-wing direction. So they're very trigger sensitive on that. And I'll, from all the way back to like a guy like Obama, right? I mean, he clearly ran on an anti-war message. He clearly ran on giving the people hope. He clearly ran on uplifting the working class. And then he let, fucking hundreds of thousands of people lose their homes. He added a bunch of wars in, Africa and, expanded our footprint in the Middle East, became massively corporatized. All those pictures that came out when he left office after Trump got inaugurated of him just on some fucking island with Richard Branson, not even trying to hide the fact that he'd been completely bought off by the establishment. And, hindsight's 2020, but a lot of people had a lot of faith in Barack Obama. Then you have Bernie Sanders, who a lot of people feel like abandoned the movement, and you also have AOC, who's now more interested in going to places like the Met Gala, more interested in,
So
going
true.
on Pod Save America to talk about how fucking, good of a job Joe Biden's done. And we call it the Obamification of AOC. And then honestly, it feels like at times almost the Obamification of Bernie Sanders, like the defanging of any kind of, meaningful resistance, right? And so when you have on your shoulders that we are the landmark progressive network, I mean, they married their entire network to the Bernie Sanders movement, and then you start coming out with, let's say every other month, to be generous to them, a take that is just flying in the absolute, opposite direction. A lot of people fear, like you guys mentioned, made a joke at the beginning of the stream about, or maybe this was off air, I don't know, I don't want to fucking out anybody, but like, we
That's
talk
okay.
about how Jimmy Dore doesn't necessarily have the progressive following that he used to put it mildly, you know what I mean? And I think a lot of people who were big Jimmy Dore people, they're now worried that, not in the same fashion, but that a similar kind of fallout, a similar run in a direction that is not core to the values that made people originally attracted to the network, being what they're trying to prioritize at that point. But what do you?
We would probably agree with you on the economic issues being kind of put on the back burner, but that's kind of the critique that we're making, and I feel like Anna is making as well. She's basically saying that these cultural issues, the trans issues, the race issues, they're important issues and they do affect people's lives, but they are kind of supplanting the economic issues in a way that she doesn't find uncomfortable. And it sounds like you don't find comfortable as well.
Mm-hmm.
I would
Well,
say. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Well, let me just add to that is, are you guys familiar with Mark Blythe, the economist?
His name is familiar. Do you know
I'm
that?
not.
Yeah, okay, he's really great. You should probably check him out. He has like a really good talk about how he says he kind of goes through like how the economic systems of America, starting from the 1900s, really went from like the gold standard to kind of like the Keynesian to kind of the neoliberal model. And he kind of talks about how each time there's a big shift in the economic model of the country, it's because there's some kind of crisis that occurs, and then the model changes to address the crisis, whether it makes it better or worse. And he has a really good point about how, once after the inflation crisis, with what's his name, right before Reagan, and Reagan came to office.
Carter.
Yeah, with Carter, thank you. With Carter, and then Reagan comes in with the kind of like this neoliberal economic order to quote fix the inflation issues, and labor obviously gets the short end of the stick, and everything becomes exported and outsourced. How when the housing crash occurred, it was basically the flaw of the neoliberal economic system, which if you're on the right you won't believe that, but if you're on the left you obviously would, that created that economic problem in the first place. And how the problem and the reason he thinks that kind of you had this populist energy cropping up on both the left and the right is because once that happened, there was no fix. The system didn't change. Obama ran on, as you were saying, Obama ran on hope and change. And then when he got into office, it didn't materialize, or it didn't materialize in the way that, people wanted to materialize. Now, I have a very cynical view. I think if Obama had simply, or if the Justice Department had simply done, put a lot of Wall Street people in jail, I think that would have been enough to basically quell a lot of people's concerns. But so no, I do agree, and I understand that that's where like a lot of people on the left are coming from. I think a lot of people on the right are coming from. They have the exact same feeling. They both feel like, oh, they're being betrayed by these institutions that are kind of governing our country. But I think the issue is that when you have things like AOC and Obama and Bernie Sanders, I think the problem is when you get into these positions of power, you kind of see like how the sausage is made, and it's kind of a tempering effect, and it kind of everyone has to play ball to some extent, and I think that's kind of also then leads to this like not trusting of anyone mentality.
Yeah, oh, go ahead, Adam.
No, we can go back. I mean, if you want to address the economic things, or we can go back to the black comments and the.
Yeah, for sure. We can talk about that. Look, I mean, personally, my take on that, and I know that we'll probably have some like disagreements here, but honestly, to me, like that is like textbook Karen energy. Like, I think that, like, I mean.
What is Karen energy? The economics or the black comments? I don't know.
Complaining about OLAY a little bit. I have a feeling we're gonna have a pretty
okay.
Take
So
on
we've
that one.
moved. So we've moved on to the black.
Oh yeah, we can move on. Sorry,
okay.
I wasn't trying to get us stuck in the weeds on the
No. So let's lay out what happened, because a lot of people seized on this too. It's funny. Sitch and I talked on the Sunday show. Like, bonus hole was something that was brought up on the show all of 5 seconds, and then we moved on. But somehow everybody seized on this bonus hole comment as if Anna made a 25-minute speech about how bonus hole was going to be the downfall of Western civilization. None of that happened. Like, she only brought it up as an example. The black comment, I also feel, was the same kind of thing. She was saying, listen, we're getting in a situation here where like microaggressions are going crazy. Like, every time I talk to somebody, I'm scared I'm going to commit a microaggression on them. And so she made this comment that a lot of people are spinning into Anna is afraid of black people, which I don't know how you guys feel. I don't know that I've heard you mention this on your show, but there is this idea that you can really, ruin someone's week if you ask them where they're from, or, you say the kind of wrong thing to them, which I do think people are aware of. and are kind of afraid of interacting with people that might be easily offendable.
I think that just from my own personal experience, obviously I don't live in California, right? So I guess, you know, I know there, I visited, it didn't seem like the fucking, like, you know, crime-free Gotham City that maybe I'd heard about, but, you know, I don't live there every day, so I'll take everything that I say about that. But I can talk about my experience in Kansas City, right? And I am a bartender, so I see different people that come into my bar every single day, of every like shape, size, you know, background, whatever. And to the extent that I've ever, you know, stepped on anybody's toes or said something that like I fucked up, like I accidentally did, I used the wrong pronoun when I was talking to somebody that was like getting a cocktail from me, and their friend just said, "Oh, they use these pronouns instead. They use they them pronouns." And I was like, "Oh fuck, sorry pal." Like, you know, just like like moved on. It wasn't like a huge deal. Like nobody tried to find my boss, you know. And admittedly, that's like my interaction. That's, I would say, the one time in like the last like month that I can recall where something like that happened to me. But I don't really, I mean, you know, and I don't really see a lot of that happening to other people that I work with who are far less conscious about that kind of thing than me. I mean, I have a lot of people that I work with that I really like, that are people that I see every day that just like that, it doesn't even cross their mind ever, like, to, you know, to think. And I've still never had anybody, you know, come in and, you know, voice a problem about that sort of thing. I've never had anybody have like a microaggression because they like made a cocktail for like a person of color that came to the bar. And when you're dealing with the number of people that, you know, come into like a high traffic job like that, you know, you're meeting a lot of people, you're talking for, you know, maybe 90 seconds to 3 minutes, given it, you know, and I don't experience that in my day-to-day life. So for me, as somebody that's, you know, reacting to Anna say that, I think that maybe that some introspection, as opposed to like the rest of the world is like, you know, coming at me too much for, you know, asserting, you know, that they want a certain level of treatment.
I'm sure you've seen these comments on Twitter and whatnot where people talk about, oh, you know, I'm really sick of being around white people. You know, the white people need to, you know, stop being as annoying as they're being. Just these constant comments that are just like.
We can be kind of annoying. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Well, but you've seen this kind of thing in videos and stuff like that. I'm certain of it. So I mean,
I would say,
is it wrong to want to like step back? Like if people are telling you your presence as a white person is being annoying, how, and then casting this, you know, apprehension because you might, you know, annoy somebody as, oh, you're terrified of somebody and you're actually racist for not wanting to annoy them. Do you see how that's kind of a double bind for people?
I can see that I can see how you can come to that conclusion if you're terminally online and if you think that Twitter is
well,
real life.
Anna works online. I mean, she is basically, it's her job.
Well, fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough. She is literally terminally online, as am I. But I don't think that most people that are just out there interacting with normal folks of any different, you know, skin color are experiencing that, quite frankly. Maybe in specific edge cases, but then you can talk about how
even in the situation that we're talking about, the very specific situation that we're talking about, on the Leftist Mafia show.
Well, wait. Before we jump to Leftist Mafia, because she has an example of this. She talked about it on her show. It just wasn't about race, so I think people missed it. Because I think you're right that like probably the general person out in the real world, this might not be an issue. It's an issue for the people that are terminally online. And the problem isn't just that Anna works online. The problem is that people that work for TYT are terminally online.
Oh yes, that's a
because
good point.
when she put out her birthing person tweet, she got 2 HR complaints about that, which is preposterous.
Yeah. Sorry, Gavin, did you have something you wanted to jump in with? Okay. So, no. Yeah. I mean, look, when it comes to the HR critiques at TYT, like, I mean, yeah, I think that what it really comes down to is it's a sensitive identity issue, right? Like when it comes, I mean, there are a lot of things that you like just can't do at work, or it will become like an HR issue. I'm not an expert in that. I think it's everybody's right to be like, hey, I'm angry at, something political that my boss said. But
don't make an HR complaint about it. You just disagree.
Yeah.
I wouldn't have necessarily made an HR request. I'm not a member of the trans community or the LGBT community or anything like that. So I mean, it's easy for me to say that. I don't really know specifically why those people did make those HR requests. If it was just based on a tweet from their boss, I agree. That's maybe potentially unnecessary. But I mean, I think this applies to a lot of different communities, regardless of if it's in regards to sexuality or gender identity or anything. I mean, if you're talking to a bunch of like hardcore Christians or something and you say the wrong thing, or a bunch of hardcore like Muslims or something and you say the wrong thing, then you might be like, hey, that's disrespectful. I really believe in this. This is an important part of my family tradition. Please don't disrespect my faith, or please use this terminology when you're talking about this practice I have. Like, this is pretty common in every other part of our society. There are certain aspects of life that are sensitive to people. Obviously, politics and religion are two of the big ones. And I just thought that in this space, it was kind of agreed that we put that aside, that we were allowed to have intense discussions about things, that we were allowed to get a little bit aggressive and go full debate bro every once in a while, even over sometimes minor disagreements. I mean, we see that all the time online. And if Anna hadn't directly participated in it herself, if she had just been like this special little snowflake for her whole career that only ever wanted to have nice conversations and only ever wanted to characterize her opponent's positions in the most charitable way possible, then maybe I would say, all right, well then we're going to, return the same treatment. We're going to put on the kid gloves and say, oh, here's why we disagree. This is what's wrong with that. And here's what's wrong with that. And here's why I've come to a different conclusion than you. But I think the reality is that a lot of BreadTube, a lot of political YouTubing is entertainment, and it is fun to watch those fireworks and to contrast aggressively your perspective with someone else who feels differently. In Zach and I's experience, it's even more interesting when we're talking about someone who we agree with on a lot of issues. So as you said, yeah, TYT will say one thing that we hardcore disagree with, and then a lot of times they will turn around and say a couple things after that we do agree with. That makes the points of disagreement all the much more interesting to someone like me, versus if I'm just responding to like Alex Jones or Candace Owens. Like, I don't find that to be very intellectually interesting personally, just because I'm like, I don't really think this is a good faith actor in the first place. I don't really agree with them on much anyway. So what's even the point of sitting here and responding to every dumb thing they say, versus someone like Anna Kasparian or Vosh or Kyle Kolinsky, people who I do have a significant amount of agreement with on certain areas. But, here's an issue where we can really hone in and contrast our perspectives. I think that makes for good debate content, good content in general. And it's just a little bit more interesting to watch. That's what I would say. I kind of lost I don't even know what we're talking about anymore.
Well, I'll just say, in reaction to that, is that we didn't ask Anna this question. I didn't even think to ask this question. This would be a very interesting question for whoever she talks to next, or for her to bring up. Is that it? Because we're talking about like the HR complaints. My impression was from talking to her that there's like a lot more of this kind of stuff going on behind the scenes. Because I would agree with you that if it's just like, okay, she's going to put out a take that people are going to disagree with, obviously people are going to push back on it. And it's like, okay, you kind of expect that to some degree on the internet. And if you're going to put out a take like that, you're entering the Thunderdome, per se. But but if you're getting like people actually trying to get you in trouble at your job, people actually trying to attack your livelihood, people behind the scenes attacking you in this way, like that to me is a completely different animal. And I do feel like there was probably a lot of that going on behind the scenes at TYT that we're just not exactly privy to.
I mean, I can't really speak to that. These are private HR requests. I don't know the substance of them. I don't know specifically why they were made.
Of course, and I'm just taking her word for how she describes it.
And if she experienced that and feels like, the workplace that she was at is becoming increasingly hostile to her, then I can understand feeling frustrated. But also, I would reiterate that TYT has spent the last, myriad of years intentionally building a very progressive audience with a very, very progressive employee base. Like all the people that work there are progressives. They're hired because they want to work at a progressive job. This isn't exactly analogous to say what happened with Netflix in the wake of their release of that controversial Dave Chappelle special, when you guys might remember a bunch of employees tried to like boycott Netflix. And despite the fact that I can sympathize with those employees, my position was always like, come on guys, like this is Netflix. It's a giant multinational corporation. Clearly they're gonna program whatever they want in order to turn a profit. They're not an ideological company. They're not presenting themselves as a leftist company or a pro-trans company necessarily. Of course, they're not going to turn down fucking Dave Chappelle, one of the biggest, most famous comedians' new special. Of course, they're going to air that, and you can be upset about it. You have every right to protest against it, but let's be honest, that it's kind of silly. This one I feel differently about because TYT is explicitly a progressive company. They are specifically a progressive network that claims to uphold these values. That's why Zach and I thought it was very scandalous when they, kind of betrayed their own values by trying to bust up that union. And here's another example where I wouldn't go so far as to say they've, done anything like seriously hateful or anything, but if they have kind of marketed their company as like a safe space for trans employees or non-binary employees or people that want to work for a company that has the same values as them, and then they kind of change their tune and switch it up, and some employees say, oh, okay, well, I no longer feel comfortable here, I'm going to go seek employment elsewhere. I think that's their right. I think that's totally within their right. If they feel like they want to work for somewhere that agrees with them more, then they can do that.
Do you think that it's like, just say hypothetically, assuming that what Anna's depiction is correct, do you think it's right or justified for the employee to do an HR complaint purely based off the birthing person tweet?
I would say probably not, to be honest. But like I said, I don't know if that's specifically why.
Well, I'm just saying,
HR...
hypothetically, we don't know the exact situation.
I don't think either of us would have.
Because I agree with you to some extent, in terms of like, or I agree with like what you were saying previously about how, okay, if people want to work at TYT, I mean, it's a news, punditry, commentary, job. People should be allowed to have different political takes. And people should be allowed, in my opinion, if they're a host or whatever, to have these conversations and have these, kind of conflicts on the air. That would be very interesting. But I think that's just a whole different animal than like, oh, behind the scenes, we're going to fight and we're going to try to, hurt your job in some way. And to me, that should really be the red line. And I don't feel like that is the red line or that's appreciated.
Yeah, I can only add, I agree with Gavin that neither of us, if we were in that situation, would have filed an HR complaint. I've never filed an HR complaint in my entire life, and I've worked with some like fucking shitty people, right? It's not something that's really in my nature to do. But just to, again, draw
not just that it's not in your nature, but it's wrong. I mean, would you say it's wrong for the person to have done that?
If we're assuming that there's no like, anything exterior
based
going
just on the tweet, there's no other.
I wouldn't agree with that decision. Would probably be how I would characterize it. I wouldn't go probably so far to say that I view it as like, probably like as morally reprehensible maybe as you do.
You have to condemn them, Zach. You have to say that it's morally reprehensible what they did.
Right, and that's the thing. It's like, okay. That's why I wanted to kind of step back a little bit and talk about how I feel like on the internet it gets so real, so like, and by real I just mean like insanely like high intensity.
Yeah,
so
totally,
fast.
Totally.
Because a similar issue to what happened. So like, I mentioned I work at a bar, and part of my job is like bar management, right? Like dealing with staff and shit, right? And we had my GM and I had a really long conversation because one of our employees wanted to put like a bunch of pride stuff on the bar windows. For the month of June, and like really lean into all of the like pride stuff. And the GM was like, no, like that's gimmicky. Like anybody can come into our bar. Like, we're not going to let anybody discriminate against you here. But, we're also not making like political commentary, with the bar and how, we present to publicly facing to the world. Right. And then, we had a long conversation because that employee wasn't like super happy with that response. And we had a long conversation with the rest of the staff, and we, kind of met in the middle. And now we do a rotating beer tab that, donates to like one cause every month. So I just feel like in the real world, that's like a random story, right? But I just want to use it as in the real world, like these things aren't like so like dire. It's like nobody was going to get fired. It was just like, people had a disagreement about this. One of our employees felt very passionately one way. We heard him out. We said, hey man, like, if you ever open up your own bar, we're going to come there, and like, you're allowed to do whatever and promote whatever and run your business however you want to. This, the GM
don't you
like,
think, Zach, don't you think the intention though was to get her fired? I mean, Benni set it up so it was basically hold on. I think Benni set it up in a Anna or me type situation. Either Anna has to change her position, recant what she had said, or leave the company, or Benni is going to leave, and Benni ultimately ended up leaving.
Right. I mean, I think Benni decided that, yeah, it didn't feel like an environment that she wanted to work at anymore. I don't necessarily think there was an ultimatum like, you either change your opinions or I'm out of here. I just think it was like she realized that the opinions were changing. She realized it wasn't necessarily the environment that she wanted to work in anymore. So she ultimately decided to leave. But based on our conversation with Benni, I actually would have to entirely push back on you saying that she just people fired or that anyone that went to HR. I'm not sure if Benni was one of the people that went to HR, but if she was one of the people that went to HR, I honestly do not think her intention or goal was to get Anna Kasparian fired. First of all, if you're a random employee at TYT and you're powerful enough to get the fucking co-host and
you've cut out for a second there, Gavin.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I can hear you now.
Okay, sorry guys. Seemingly having some internet issues.
It's okay. Happens.
now.
1 second.
you can hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Well, I don't look. Benni made a response video. I'm not sure Benni said that they were the person that went to HR. I don't know the situation.
Right.
So
that was what I was.
I don't want to. I don't want to imply Benni. I don't want to throw Benni under the bus if that's not the case.
I thought
so.
Anna said, but I
No.
don't remember exactly in our
Here's-
conversation. But
Here's what Benni
They said
said
two
that,
people had gone to HR, but I had no idea about Benni before we had the conversation with Anna.
oh,
so,
you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
It's unclear if Benni was one of the people that went to HR, so I don't want to imply or suggest that she
Yeah.
was. I truly have no idea. Clearly, there was a lot of employees at TYT that behind the scenes had some level of frustration with the commentary and rhetoric from Jake and Anna. But the point is that usually when you go to the HR, if you're a small employee at a company like TYT, you don't have any. You're not deluded enough to think that you can get Anna Kasparian fired. She's
But
the.
Do
She's
you
one
think
of
you
the
can get her
two-
in trouble though?
They
Like, that's
wanted
why
to
you
get her
do it.
reprimanded, though.
Right.
I don't even think
They
in
wanted
trouble is.
they wanted her to recant her position. They
I
said that
think-
in the response video.
Well, perhaps, and I think what's probably more fair towards the employees at TYT is they wanted some sort of a sit down with Jake and Anna where they could express their perspective on this issue and maybe explain why, from their perspective, Jake and Anna's rhetoric were harmful. Usually, some sort of a mediation kind of situation comes from an HR request. From what I know, it's not like you make an HR request and then they're like, "All right, well, that person you just complained about is now fired." Like, I don't think anyone thinks that's going to
Yeah,
happen.
but
I think
like,
they
but
were
wait a
looking
minute,
for-
like,
Let's
like,
first let's make it clear. I don't want this
wait.
to be mischaracterized again. Like Anna didn't out anybody on our interview.
right,
I don't
yeah,
want
you're
that
right.
to be mischaracterized. But
Completely,
go-
yeah, okay.
go
Completely
ahead,
wrong. I
Sitch.
was completely wrong about that, but okay. So, if they first of all, for this kind of like mediation thing, like I think if one of them said if they specifically attacked an individual publicly or privately, I'd say okay, I understand mediation. Or if they said something that's like, I don't know, I don't think people should be able to transition, or I think trans is just made up or something. Like if they said something that was like really like attacking, this person's identity, right? Like if I was working at a job and someone said like, I don't think white people should be allowed to work here, right? I'd be like, whoa, what the fuck? Like I'm gonna make an HR complaint, right? But just the birthing tweet, okay, to me, that is so like, first of all, it's like weird because on one hand, it's supposed to be like this is a minor issue that no one cares about. But then at the other hand, it's so important that it's going to get an HR complaint that deserves mediation. Like, it feels like, I don't know. I just feel like there's like this kind of like shifting fog of like what exactly is the
like
problem.
I said,
here.
I'm not even saying that I would have. I am saying I definitely would not have made an HR request myself if I was in that situation.
Why no, you wouldn't?
All
right?
I'm saying is that I don't necessarily think they were trying to get her fired. I don't think they thought that was ever a possibility, given the fact that she's one of the two faces of TYT, given the fact that she has way, way, way more power than they do. I mean, Jank's not going to fucking fire Anna because a few mods quit and one of their small hosts decided to leave. Like that's
right.
just
Yeah,
not
I don't
something
know
that's-
if they
Then you'd
were
have
trying to get her
change the name
fired,
of
but
the show.
right. I don't think they're. Look, I don't know if they're trying to get her fired, but they were definitely. I think by doing an HR thing, I think you definitely are trying to get people in trouble. And I think I didn't listen to your guys' conversation with Benni, so I don't know what was said in it. But I did watch Benni's video in entirety about when she was why she quit, and in it, I feel like it kind of proves my point because her reason stated for why she left was, when Anna or Cenk comes out with their position about, I think it was about the birthing person and it was about the trans athletes, Benny's like, oh, I'm getting all these comments like directed at me like, oh, what's going on with the Young Turks? How can you still work there? And it's like, wait a minute. like you're working at like a station whose job it is to have these kind of conversations about news. Like the fact that someone who works at the station has a different opinion, to me, if you're going to quit over that, unless it's some like hyper egregious position, by the way, okay, for like these kind of like mild disagreements that are supposedly mild, so mild that they're fringe, like why would you quit after that? Shouldn't you stay on and like be on the air and have a conversation with them or disagreement on them, or
Well,
whenever you're on the air you have the disagreement? Like why do
Benny
you leave?
Benny actually did try to do that. She reached out to Jank, asked to have a conversation on air about their disagreement regarding the specifics of the birthing person language and whatever else the controversy was. Jank didn't want to do that. He didn't want to have Benny live on air, and he never had any of the critics that
He had a private conversation with her, yeah.
Right. He had a private conversation on the phone with Benny, which she characterized as being pretty frustrating from her perspective. Jank insisted that she was just in a bubble, even though she was referencing many people from her community that she knows that feel differently than her and that have different opinions. Either way, the point is that multiple people, including Benny, did try to do exactly that. Like I said, when Anna and Jank first, espoused these hot takes, they were met with almost nothing but people begging them to simply have a debate, simply have a polite discussion, simply engage with the other perspective in a fair and honest way, rather than just kind of straw manning it over and over again. And also, it's not just a matter of one person at the network has a different opinion than me. Jank and Anna both are espousing this rhetoric about not just the trans stuff, but also crime stuff, which clearly ourselves and Benny disagree with. So it's not just one person saying one thing that one other person disagrees with. It's an entire attitude. And I think that was most, I think that mask kind of fell off most when Jank recently characterized all trans activists as idiots and blamed the failures of various Democratic politicians on their community, saying that, oh, well, these Democrats barely they just barely lost. Their failure is thanks to the efforts of the trans activist movement, which I think is completely dishonest. And then again, to characterize an entire activist movement as idiots, I think.
Did he say all? I thought he was just saying the trans activists doing this thing. I don't remember him saying all trans activists.
Well, he was referring to all of the trans activists that were pushing for something that he disagreed with. So maybe not literally the entire totality.
You're right.
Right.
He's not saying all trans activists. He's saying trans activists that are pushing this issue.
But it wasn't like he was calling one specific commentator an idiot. No, he was like broadly generalizing. And his attitude, right? And that's the problem. He's broadly generalizing all of those people as idiots and blaming the failures of the Democratic Party on their activist struggle. Which, again, whether or not you agree with their activist struggle, that's a separate question, and you're allowed to disagree with it. But I think it goes too far to characterize them all as idiots and not just people that are fighting for the right to participate in society, and then to even go a step further and blame the failure of shitty, milquetoast Democratic corporate politicians on them, even though they're completely marginalized and powerless to begin with. That's what left a bad taste in my mouth, and I think that's what left a bad taste in a lot of the trans community's mouth, and people like Benny, who weren't just upset by one single divergence of opinion, but just a general attitude that's kind of solidified from Jank and Anna towards their community. As far as people reaching out to Benny and complaining about TYT, I think it's more than fair to say that if I have a private life and all of a sudden I'm associated with a company that for whatever reason people in my community, people in my family, my friends, all of a sudden start kind of looking at me sideways or asking me to answer for something that other people that I am associated with have said, then at some point you just don't feel comfortable doing that anymore. Like if I worked for a company that started taking positions that I disagreed with, and people that I know started reaching out to me constantly and saying, hey, why are you working for the people that said this, or why are you working for people that said that? At some point, I might say, hey, I don't really want to have to keep answering for other people's statements or other people's perspectives. I'm going to go work somewhere else, somewhere that I feel more comfortable. I don't really think that's that big of a deal.
Well, so I mean, I think it's fair to say that, Anna and Cenk, they're not just two people, right? They're the face of the Young Turks. And I think that's definitely a fair point. And that there are multiple areas of disagreement. But I do think that the attitude is that attitude that I see, I mean, it's not just from TYT, we see this from, everywhere, where it's like if you work for a news station or some kind of political station and there's some disagreement, there is this push that like, I have to quit. To me, that just fosters this kind of echo chamber environment that, if there's any, slight deviation from the ideology, we have to quit. Because part of the problem I have is that you know, with the birth, like, I feel like the critique is trying to have its cake and eat it too, because a lot of the critique is, why is Anna talking about bonus hole? Why is she talking about birthing person? Why are they talking about trans sports? These are like niche fringe issues that aren't important. And it's like, well, if it's not important, why are people quitting over them, right?
Well,
It's not like they're not saying, and I could be wrong, but I don't, you know, Benny's not saying, oh, I'm quitting TYT because all they do is hyperfixate on small issues. Like, no, it's like Benny thinks they're transphobes because they have a difference of opinion on these specific issues, and that's why I'm quitting.
I think that it's a little bit different than that. I think that what it boils down to, and this is a critique that Anna Kasparian made herself in the past, you know, before she kind of had, you know, her reawakening on the matter, I guess, or a pivot, or, you know, whatever charitably we want to call it, when she changed her mind. You know, and she would talk about how it's not the specific issues of like the nicheness of the, like, oh, is this really about like a trans athlete playing field hockey? Is this really about, you know, this specific niche issue about, you know, saying bonus hole, you know, when it was just like a weird UK subgroup that never gained any traction, right? It's not about that. You're totally right. That would be innocuous. But one of the points that Anna herself made was that it creates an open lane. It creates validation for the people who are actually trying to do insane shit, like the Attorney General of my home state of Missouri, right? Where they just had an executive order, or the Attorney General's equivalent of an executive order. I don't have the fucking legislation pulled up in front of me, but essentially what they did was they banned any access to hormone therapy for grown adults in the state of Missouri. You know, and that's real legislation.
Yeah, it was. I actually just looked it up today. It was, if it's for, I believe it's, you have to have 18 months of psychotherapy before you have access to any transitional hormones or surgery, even if you're an adult, right?
Yeah, and you can debate the merits of that separately, but a lot of people were already on,
Right.
you know, hormone replacement therapy, and it does create a risk,
Yes, yeah,
you know, to
yeah.
limit
No,
your
I agree.
access to that if you've already been on there. So anyway, long story short, you have the laws that are being passed in places like Arkansas and Florida that do discriminate against LGBTQ people. You know, so I think that what it is it's that people seeing those comments, the more innocuous comments, as validation for right wingers to, you know, bring on somebody and say, okay, so even a leftist is willing to concede this much. You know, here's how much we're asking for. If that makes sense. You know,
Yeah, no, I understand.
my one thing I wanted to actually ask the both of you guys, just because I'm curious about it, because I think we have like a decent chunk of agreement about what we're talking about. If you step back and you said that clearly these social issues are being utilized, particularly by mainstream media, as a way of ginning up disagreement between groups of working class people, and you know, keeping the you know, the subject off of the things that they're not doing to alleviate, you know, suffering, or just make your lives better, even if you're not suffering, right? Like making the roads you drive on not full of potholes, and like, you know, actually, you know, investing in things like science and this and research. You know, I know you sound like an idiot when you say invest in science, but we used to invent more shit in this country. You know what
some of them are, but some of them are being characterized that way when they are more serious. Specifically, the trans issue. I think a lot of people.
You think that's one of the most serious?
Well, I think a lot of people on the left are
in
saying.
America.
A lot of people on the left are categorizing the right's interest in the trans issue as just, you know, a moral panic that's been ginned up by the right. That's just really a superfluous issue that doesn't really matter. But I do think people are genuinely worried that their kids are going to be caught up in a social contagion, and that the medical
they thought the
community,
same thing about being gay in the 70s, bro.
well, they were right in the 70s, but now that, I mean, they were wrong in the 70s, but that doesn't mean they're not wrong now. I mean, it's a completely different situation. So,
well, and I'll go to that, but let me address the first thing that you were saying, which is that I agree completely, and you know, we talked about this earlier, that hyper fixating on fringe issues definitely can breed the opening, I guess we should say, for whatever other political side to come in and say, you know, see, you know, these people are all crazy. But by the same token, not just hyper fixating, but ignoring those issues, I think has the exact same effect, because you can have a situation where there is some like weird fringe shit that's going on somewhere on the left. And if no one on the left is talking about it or they're ignoring it, and the only people that are talking about it are on the right, like there's so many people I've heard from, they say, I only hear people on the right talking about like X issue. And like that's kind of like what leads them down that pathway to being on the right. Or in the inverse on the left. So I think it's like it's this balance. And I think too often people only hyperfixate on the hyperfixation issue and they kind of ignore the ignoring issue. So that's number one. But number two, I agree with you that the media is really pushing a lot of cultural woke issues. I don't think they're doing it because of like they're trying to prevent people from talking about economic issues for some kind of nefarious reason. I think it's more just we
Money.
know and the media knows that the way to sell stories is to get people angry, and the cultural issues really tap into people's emotions and really seem to get people riled up.
I totally agree. I also would be interested in your guys' perspective on something that we've been saying on the show that I firmly believe, but would certainly be interested in any pushback or, if you guys feel differently. I really do feel like a switch took place, whereas maybe about 7 years ago, it seemed, at least appeared, that it was like the progressive left that was more obsessed with culture war issues. Of course, there was the whole like anti-SJW boom on YouTube that took place at that time, where people were just like mocking these kind of like authoritarian lefties for just having an issue with everything, right? They were pissed off about every movie because it didn't portray, it didn't reflect enough diversity, or, they were mad about the fact that a white lady, Scarlett Johansson, was cast in the Ghost in the Shell movie. But now I honestly feel like it's the other way around. Now I see most of the culture war outrage, including the trans issue, coming from the right. Now they're the ones that are upset that a black person is playing the Little Mermaid. And now they're the ones that are constantly fixating on every aspect of culture and entertainment and trying to find a reason to be upset about it, to try to find a reason why this movie or that movie or this television show or this thing is pushing wokeness. They'll look for it even if it's not there. They will invent it even if it doesn't exist. And a lot of the rhetoric from the progressive side, in my opinion, at least recently, as it relates to the culture war, but specifically the trans community, is kind of defensive and posturing. It's like, I thought these issues were settled. I thought we all agreed that, personal freedom is what's best, that gay people and trans people and LGBT people in general should be able to live their lives and make their own private medical decisions. I thought that was all kind of settled. And it's not something that Zach and I necessarily feel compelled or interested in talking about every single day ad nauseum when we wake up in the morning. But because of the fact that these talking points and this attack on these communities has become so mainstreamed by the right, from my perspective, it forces us to have to respond. Like, no one wants to come out here and say, oh, black people and white people are actually equal and segregation is bad. But if mainstream people, prominent people with prominent platforms started to come out here and say, actually, the races aren't equal and we should go back to segregation, then you'd probably feel compelled to come out there and make that argument, even though it does seem incredibly obvious and even though it does seem like a virtue signal to even say it in the first place.
Yeah, no, it's very interesting, because you talk about the shift that seemed to occur, 2014, somewhere around that time period. I ask people this question because, like, to me, what basically happened, even though I think at least it took me some years to realize the reason, is that in 2014, around that time period, there was this shift occurring in like the internet left space, and it's kind of like broadened out since then, where there was a shift away from the dominant left-wing ideology being pushed was rooted in liberalism to the dominant cultural ideology being rooted in leftism or some kind of socialism or something. And I think that's why you saw the shift away from free speech and individualism in 2014 to sort of like this moral policing, cancel culture, everything must be, equitable kind of mentality. And people didn't really realize the philosophy, the ideological shift that occurred at that time. They just saw the behavior was changing. People didn't really understand why. And that's kind of what led to, the whole anti-SJW movement and everything that's kind of spawned after that. And it's kind of interesting because you're saying like, well, now it seems like it's the right that's on the attack and the left that's on the defense. And I guess I could see, like, I can understand how you see it that way. But my response would be, the reason that that's happening is because, we had like from 2014 to, I don't know, maybe 2017, 2018, I felt like the left was just kind of like sweeping up the culture. They're just kind of sweeping up the culture war basically without really any pushback. And then they kind of like grabbed a bunch of property, grabbed a bunch of land, like if we're playing Risk, the left came in and they just like took over everything. And then now the right's like, now the pushback, now the pendulum effect has like occurred. Now the right's pushing back and they're going to try to like take back everything. So it's like, yeah, the left is on the defense now, but that's because they kind of like, they grabbed a bunch of ground.
I mean, I think that's one way to look at it. I think another way to look at it would be that progress is happening, and that's uncomfortable to some people. The fact that the way society understands gender and gender expression is undeniably changing, much like society always does. There's no, you can't just stop progress altogether. And of course, the progress is going to make some people uncomfortable, specifically people that grew up in a time where things were different and the cultural understanding of these subjects was wildly different than what we're coming to understand now. And I think
let me just impart here for a second. Yeah, you can call it progress, but like you're just describing what I described. You're just saying it's positive, right?
Yes,
it's the same. It's the same process.
Agreed. I said that's one way to put it.
Right.
Here's another way to put it from my perspective as a progressive that does believe in a lot of these societal evolutions. I'll say.
I don't think you can call it progress though until both parties agree and it becomes a non-issue. Like obviously prohibition.
That's what we're in the middle of. That's what we're in the middle of.
Right, yeah.
Listen,
Currently,
prohibition when they made alcohol illegal, that was a progressive movement. It ended up causing more harm than help, and it was overturned. And now we all
wait, you think prohibition was a progressive movement?
Yeah, that was a religious conservative movement.
No, that was one of the.
It was a religious,
the
socialist,
party,
progressive movement.
The party named the Progressive Party. One of their tenets was a prohibition because it was argued under the idea that this would prevent husbands from beating their wives. That was like one of the biggest reasons for why people were pushing for it.
The conservatives were the big business brewers who wanted to actually make alcohol
but I don't think that's
legal.
That's kind of like me being like, oh. Well, hey man, don't show that the Republicans are the ones that freed the slaves.
Let's
right?
not.
Like,
Wait.
Let's not get sidetracked.
The reason that, well, first of all, it's interesting. If you look back at the progressive platform back then, you'll see a lot of the still things that you would agree with. A lot of workers' rights, a lot of increased access. It's not like the party switch thing.
Feminist socialists were in charge of the progressive movement.
Well, right, but there was the prohibition, there was eugenics, there was some very sus things, and I think Adam's point is just that like. The way that we look at it is that the left is kind of cultural offense and the right is cultural defense. And, people are going to push for change. And it's kind of hard to see like, well, what's the good change until like once the culture war is fought, once the battle's over and the dust settles, it's kind of hard to see, what's the right thing to do until that occurs.
Right.
Well, I'm just saying you can't really call it progress until after the dust settles. Like what we're talking about now is you're characterizing it as progress, but we could go in your direction. We could find out that we have a bunch of false positives, a bunch of people who regret transitioning, and there could be thousands of detransitioners that just are completely hate their lives. And then all of a sudden it's a completely different scenario.
I mean, trans people have existed for a long, long time. And when I say progress is happening, I'm not saying that progress has happened. I said it is in the process of happening. Undeniably, the world today, at least in America, is more hospitable and understanding towards the LGBT community in general than it was 5, 10, or 20 years ago.
The thing that is new is the treatment. So I completely agree with you. We always have had trans people.
The treatments of what?
The idea that we're going to let children consent to puberty blockers and transition before they've even become mature. That's a new thing. That's a brand new thing.
That's a specific debate which is occurring under the umbrella, and you can have a disagreement on whether or not that should be a part of the progress.
Sure,
that's what society is.
Look,
let me just finish my point, which is that this is what society is currently hashing out. That's why we're seeing so much intense debate about it right now, because that is a part of the cycle of progress happening. Society is confronted with the progress, and then they hash it out amongst themselves. The people say, all right, what is going too far? Where should we draw the line? And then people disagree about where the line should be drawn and what is going too far and what's not going far enough. And that's what we're seeing right now. That's why we're in the middle of this debate, because right now it is true that progress is in the middle of occurring, that trans people are becoming normalized to society, and then the debate's occurring about whether or not that's a good thing.
Look,
so I think that's
normalizing trans people, I think is progress, obviously. The treatments, I think, are what is in flux, and I don't necessarily
proven to be controversial.
In the same way that I do think the progressive movement with prohibition. I do think people not beating their wives is progress. I just the way that they wanted to solve that didn't end up working. So,
Well, I
Right,
think
well,
part of the issue is like, for example, like if we had a conversation with a lot of trans activists, probably even Benny yourself, and we're like, listen, we're in favor of people being able to transition. We just have doubts about a lot of this. We can go over all the evidence and numbers and shit. We have some doubts about children being given affirmative care model and given puberty blockers and all these things before they transition, because we think that's going to create a bunch of false positives. I mean, that essentially gets us labeled as transphobes. And
Right,
that's
and-
where it feels like you have this kind of like all or nothing mentality.
And I've always said on the Vanguard that I push back against that. I've always said, even when people like send in a super chat, for example, and they're pushing back on something that Zach and I said about our positions on these issues, and people sometimes super chat saying like, hey, I don't want to come off like a bigot here, but I disagree, and here's why. I always say, hey, please don't apologize for giving your opinion. You don't have to say, I promise I'm not a bigot, this is what I believe. You're allowed to present your argument, and we're allowed to have a mature conversation about it. That is what progress entails. We have to be able to foster the ability to have a mature conversation, as, by the way, many of the trans activists who were criticizing Anna Kasparian were trying to do. They were trying to have a discussion. They were trying to foster a healthy and productive debate. She chose to melt down and act like the victim instead of engaging in that debate. But where that exists, I absolutely call it out. I think that I think it's ridiculous to call you transphobe if you have a few questions about this. I think it's ridiculous to call people transphobes if they have a few questions about the athletic question. I mean, I always say that I understand why people have questions about this stuff. If you're polite and respectful, then you can have as many questions and as much skepticism as you want. Just please don't demonize a marginalized community in the process of trying to become more educated or aware as to their struggle. But yeah, I totally agree. Wherever that exists, I think it deserves to be called out entirely, and I don't think that we should be afraid of having these conversations. Ultimately, I am a big personal freedom guy. I feel that way about the prohibition question. If that was technically something spearheaded by a so-called progressive movement at the time, then that's no progressive movement that I can relate to. I am 100% pro personal freedom. I'm actually very libertarian when it comes to
Say you're a
social
libertarian.
issues.
Oh my god.
When it comes to social issues, absolutely, and that comes to drugs and alcohol. I don't think it's progressive at all to ban people from drinking alcohol or from consuming
or
whatever
doing
drugs
ecstasy.
they want to put in their bodies. In the same way, I tend to also embrace personal freedom when it comes to medical decisions, and that includes when it's between a doctor and a family. Now, I understand that it's complex and it makes people uncomfortable, but ultimately, I don't think it's my place to weigh in on that, and I don't think it's the government's place to weigh in on a personal, medical situation developing between a doctor and a family who most families are looking out for the best interests of their children. No one is like, hell-bent on transing their kid. I think that could be said of most doctors as well. If a family and a doctor agrees that due to incredibly severe gender dysphoria, that these following medical solutions are in fact the solution to what is a medical problem, that being gender dysphoria, if they decide privately that that's the correct route for their child, then again, it's not my place to tell them differently, and it's certainly not the government's place to tell them differently. That's my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, even if we disagree on the specifics, I mean, if everyone had your same attitude about, you're allowed to question things without being demonized, I mean, I don't think we'd be in the situation we're in right now.
Yeah, look, I think that there does need to be more conversation. I think that what happens is that when you have people's identity wrapped up in this, sometimes it's difficult for people to be clinical. And I think a lot of people view it as like, hey, and I one of the things I really like about you guys, and I think I said it in the stream I meant to, was that obviously you guys seem like you're genuine people, like you're not out here to just like fuck off and collect clicks and like say whatever you think is going to be the biggest, most incendiary thing. And I think that that's the perfect place to come on and have this conversation with somebody who doesn't have the political position that I have, right? Like if I went on Steven Crowder or something like that, or like whatever the smaller version of that would be, like for something that's more in our world, but like what I mean. That would be somebody that I would not be convinced is going to have this in good faith, and hopefully you guys think that we're having this conversation.
Oh, totally. Yeah, no, we're fans.
Am I just to back up Gavin? Like, look, I from my perspective, when I look at this, I think that I am not a fucking doctor, and it goes back to like everybody really wanted us to have a huge take on the vaccines. Like I took both, of vaccines, but Gavin and I were we were like, look, I don't think that the government should show up to your door and like mandate that you fucking, get this, stuff. But I'm not a fucking doctor. Like, I don't fucking care. Like, I'm going to take this shit and whatever. Right. It's like, I understand that people get very concerned in a way that I do not when it comes to like medicine and like things that are going into your, I failed one class in high school and it was honors chemistry. I'm just not the guy to be asking about this. And so my position has always been, I want to default to, Gavin's freedom line. Yeah, it's funny you guys laughed at that. Gavin and I always describe ourselves as like socialist libertarians. Like we want everybody to have healthcare, but like, we're also like going to err on the side of freedom on most other issues, like in more, voluntary society. But anyway, I think that if you let doctors and families decide, on this, amongst each other, and I would even be willing to concede that there should be regulatory oversight for anything that it has to do with like child health care, right? You don't want some nefarious doctor ever taking advantage of a vulnerable child, right? In any situation, regardless of whether that's gender
medicine. Yeah,
right, exactly. And that's exactly what I was going to get to. You literally took the words out of my mouth, Sitch, and that's what I was about to say. Is that Gavin and I are big skeptics of for-profit medicine of any type, taking away any like motivation to, like you said, like, for quote unquote trans as many kids as possible. Right? Not that you said that, but like, what I'm talking about, people are worried about, their children, RFK, a Democrat, coming out and saying that, they're putting their stuff in the water that makes you trans, right? So that was crazy. People are really concerned about this. And so I get that. And that's, obviously the profit motive makes people skeptical. The big corporate pharmaceutical industry makes people skeptical. I think all that's really fair skepticism. I just think at the end of the day, really, among all the issues that are facing our country, be that climate change, be that our crumbling infrastructure, be that, the fact that we're about to have Donald Trump v. Joe Biden too, the rematch nobody asked for and nobody wanted in the first place. You know what I mean? So we have a bunch of housing prices soaring. You live in LA and you live in Florida. I don't have to tell you guys that rent is getting more and more expensive. I live in Kansas City and I hate that. So it's just like to compare to in the grand scheme of things, right? Like, to hone in on, whether or not I think that a private decision between a family and their doctor that involves pediatric care is something that I can, raise issue with in comparison to all of those things that I know for a fact, like the fact that everybody's entitled to health care, like the fact that I believe that nobody should be homeless in the richest country in the world, the fact that I know that if we cut the military budget and reinvest it domestically, that we could actually have a thriving middle-class economy, and we could have many of the satisfactions of life that people saw in the 50s without all the fucking racism and misogyny. You know what I mean? And I feel like most people are on that same page. And then we have we're 2 hours deep with the guys like you guys, and we agree on probably like at least 80% of shit, maybe 70, but it all comes back to this very narrow conversation about, 1% of the population.
It's the trans thing is tough because you got to understand where the parents are coming from. I don't know if you guys saw this clip that's going viral of a guy that took his kids. He's got 2 boys and he took them to the doctor, and the doctor asked the kids if they were gender fluid, non-binary, or this list of things, which most parents really don't want their kids being introduced to that kind of stuff. So if you're a parent and you don't want your kid introduced to this stuff, like, you're being forced to fight because this stuff is being forced into your home. So for them, you can't say that it's just a fringe issue, even though trans people are only a small, tiny % of the population.
This video going around that you're referencing, they're going to a hospital or a doctor's office and a list asks the child whether or not they're non-binary.
No. The actual doctor did. The general practitioner asked in front of the mother and the 2 kids whether the kids were gender fluid or non-binary, or identified as boys or girls.
And how old was the kid?
I don't remember. I think it was like 13 and 7. But
I mean, again, like, I wouldn't necessarily make that something that I advocate for happening more. Like,
well, no,
it's not.
Hold on. We're kind of getting off in the weeds here. Your personal opinion. I'm just saying, like, if you're a parent and you're worried about a social contagion, and if you've done any of the research on social contagion and understand
I know the theory,
how they
yeah.
will work, anyone standing in a lab coat that's going to, propose this question to you is likely to could catch you up in a social contagion. You're going to be very upset that this has happened. So you're going to basically call your representative immediately and say, what the hell is going on? How is this a thing? When did this become the reality that we're living under? So I hear a lot of people saying trans people are only a small percentage of the population. Therefore, it's a fringe issue that none of us have to deal with. That's not true. That's completely not true.
First of all, if I was a 7 or 13-year-old at the doctor's office and the doctor had asked my mom that question, I wouldn't even have known what those words meant, let alone.
Yeah, but you're going to go home and you're going to ask your parents, and your parents are going to have to describe this situation to you. And then all of a sudden they're going to be asking their friends, hey, do you know about this thing? And the next thing you know, they're caught up in a social contagion.
Well, I mean, at
that's
some
how
point,
it works.
at some point, every human being has to become aware of aspects of the world that maybe their parents don't want to introduce them to at a certain point. Like at one point when my sister came home from class and I was in 5th grade, she was like, one of my friends said the F word. And
Gavin, if you went to the doctor and the doctor said, have you been saved? Have you accepted Jesus as your own personal savior? I'm asking you, how would you feel about that? Would you say, they have to have heard of Christianity before, and there's Christmas, and
the reason why I disagree with that is because there is no proof, in my opinion, or evidence of a Christian God. There is
no proof that you are born in the wrong body either. That is the whole contention here.
Adam, there is a scientifically accepted understanding of transgenderism as a real phenomenon, a scientific and medical condition that exists and has existed for fucking all of human history. This is not the same thing as some religious dogma.
Gavin, let me separate it for you, okay? Because I do agree with you. Transgenderism has been around forever, okay? There are transgender people that will go on to be, there are transgender kids that will go on to be transgender adults. There is also a contingent of people who are caught up in a social contagion who would not, under normal circumstances, go on to be transgender adults. They would go on to be gay men or women, or they would go on to be just normal adults. And if those people are being sent down the path to transitioning, there's a chance that they will be unhappy and would rather just go without the transitioning. Those are the two cohorts.
Yeah, and I understand that, right? Like I agree. I see that you don't have a problem with the trans community.
Not at all. Look, Brianna Wu has been on the show a number of times. We have had trans people on the
for sure. I'm not suggesting any of that. But what I do wonder about is that I know you have a genuine amount of concern for kids that might accidentally make a decision out of influence from somebody, in a position of power, or to participate in a trend that would become irreversible, right?
Yes,
but
totally.
There is also a fuckload of trans kids that kill themselves all the time. The statistics are just mind-numbing. If you look at the number of trans people who die before the age of 28, it's extremely alarming, right? And I think in today's culture, until you're about, 30, you're considered like a youth tragedy death, right? And if you look at those numbers, they're absolutely staggering. What I find a little bit making me skeptical is that I hear so much about what's happening to the kids that decide to transition, the minutia of the kids that decide to transition and then detransition, not nearly as much about the trans kids that never see their 18th birthday because they've killed themselves because of untreated gender dysphoria.
Right. Well, I think the problem is that it's a classic trolley problem, okay? Because on one hand, you have, there's the one track is the, kids that will kill themselves because there's a very high rate of suicide for people with gender dysphoria. And then the other track is, what is the potential future if there's going to be a high rate of trans regret in the future, which we don't necessarily know because, a lot of the studies on desistance rates were pre-affirmative care model, where the desistance rates were very high. That is the rate of children who, once they started to go through puberty, would desist and not have gender dysphoria. They were very high. And then once the affirmative care model kind of got put in place, they became very low. And so it kind of begs, at least in my mind, the question of, what has caused that massive change in desistance rates? And unfortunately, to my knowledge, there's never been like a real study where they said like, okay, let's take two groups of kids who both have been diagnosed with gender dysphoria, kind of like you would with a vaccine. And you say, we're going to have a control group, an experimental group, and we're going to put them on, different regimens and see how much, does the social transitioning, does puberty blockers, does cross-sex hormones, do these things affect assistance rates in some significant way? And until that's done, I feel like it's that we're kind of operating here in the dark, and we're kind of not doing anything safe. But I do understand your point. And Brianna Wu brought this up, when we were talking to her about this, is that, she knows people that have had children who definitely, seem to have gender dysphoria. And if they don't get the treatment, they have a very high likelihood of suicide. But that's the problem. And I just feel like, and I agree that one extent, I feel like no one really addresses that this is the trolley problem. It's like people they plant their foot on one side or the other, and they act like the other side doesn't exist, essentially.
There you go.
Right. And I guess the way I come at this from is like, one, I'm not a doctor, like Zach said. Two, I'm not a trans person, so I personally haven't dealt with gender dysphoria. I don't really truly understand it the way someone who suffers from that condition would. And again, therefore, I don't really feel comfortable telling people what is the correct medical approach to what is a scientifically and medically observed medical condition, gender dysphoria. Unlike the Christian God or the Bible, this is actually something that is scientifically and medically accepted as being a thing. And on the other side of that coin, I don't think that the government or that the medical establishment should force parents to put their kids through a transition process. If their kid is saying they're trans and their parents are like, well, you need to wait till you're older to make that decision, I don't think it's the government's place to step in and force them to put their kids through that. But I also just don't think it's anyone's role to tell them not to, if that's has been decided upon as the best path forward medically for this issue that the child is dealing with. But that being said, I still think there's a lot of steps that you go through if you are one of the very few underage patients that's receiving this sort of gender affirming care. I think that it's not like you just walk in there and you say, hey, I decided last week that I'm a boy now, so please perform this surgery on me or give me these hormones. Like, I think there is, and if in some cases there's not, there should be like an extensive process where you actually have to sit down with a therapist, be diagnosed with gender dysphoria. Like, you can't just go to the doctor and say, hey, give me some Adderall. You have to be diagnosed with like ADHD first or something. In the same way, you can't just go to the doctor and say, hey, give me these hormones. Like, I think you have to be diagnosed with gender dysphoria. They have to decide that that's the best path for you, and then you'll receive your treatment as a result of said diagnoses. That's how most medical interactions work. I feel like this one is looked at differently because it's new and because it defies some people's understanding of gender ideology, and that can be uncomfortable to people. And I'm obviously not a parent, so I can't speak to that experience of what it would like to be to have a kid that might be experiencing these societal changes as well. But ultimately, like I said, I don't think it's happening on a wide enough scale for it to be fear-mongered about. And I think on the scale that it is happening, those decisions should be left up to a doctor and the family, in the same way that we would leave the decisions to prescribe Adderall to a kid or Ritalin to a kid or any of the other numerous drugs that are given to children all the time for various medical conditions, which we all accept and understand.
Yeah, and just
well, we're going on 2 hours, and we never talked about how long you guys were going to stay. We have plenty of time. Obviously, we're going to stream forever.
I didn't want to be like I definitely don't have to dip right now, but I do normally pick up my girlfriend from work right around like 5:30.
Okay.
But I don't know how much time Gavin has also, and I don't want to interrupt in the middle of like
Well, we probably have some super chats that are like asking you guys direct questions. So I don't know if we should move on or not.
Well, okay. I mean, I was going to bring up the whole Kenneth Zucker thing, but I don't want to get bogged down in the trans conversation, because I feel like
I feel like there's a lot of agreement between us anyway. So
well, there is agreement, but there's also, I mean, we emphasize different things.
Well, we can always have another conversation about this in the future if you want.
Right.
Oh, yeah, we're definitely down for round two. We're definitely not having a bad time chatting with you guys.
Right. So, but let me bring up something more contentious then. Okay. And listen, I know OLAY is your friend, so I don't want you to be in this awkward situation. I'm not going to try to force you to throw under the bus or anything. But we wanted to have a conversation with either Mike or David. But I don't think from the Leftist Mafia. But I don't think either of them will talk to us.
What about OLAY? Have you considered reaching out to her?
She blocked me on Twitter, so I really don't think she's gonna talk.
She blocked.
Gotcha.
I actually reached out.
I don't want to be in a position where I'm like speaking for Olay or like.
I know. No, I don't
Okay.
want you to. I don't want you to speak for her. Right. What I was going to ask is, and this is kind of what bothered me about not specifically your coverage, but other people's coverage of the situation, and the leftist mafia's coverage of the situation, was that they keep saying that they were like so nice to Anna in the first stream, and while it's true-ish that David and Mike, and some of the other people were being nice, none of them addressed that Olay was being racist against Anna. And I'm curious as to how you feel about that.
Okay, so first of all, Olay herself agrees with your analysis of the leftist mafia video. She says, and we talked to her about it, she says, I was sitting here, we're talking about the Anna Kasparian thing. Everyone on the panel but me has an association or some sort of friendship or relationship with TYT. So they're all sitting here and they all kind of have the kid gloves on. They're all being very polite. In her opinion, they were kind of like,
Bottle the white lady hour.
Yeah, they were kind of like coddling her. That's what she said, right?
Right.
She's sitting here as someone who doesn't, really have much respect for Anna Kasparian. Her experience with Anna Kasparian has mostly been contentious. She actually did go on TYT to calmly and very politely debate the abolition issue. I don't know if you guys watched that.
I did see
debate.
that, yes.
Yeah, Olay and Anna actually had a very respectful rapport. It was Cenk the one that was, for the most part, being really rude, being over the top and aggressive, abrasive, cutting off Olay, kind of like straw manning her position.
I didn't think Cenk was that, like, honestly, I didn't think Cenk was that rude in that conversation.
Okay,
I mean,
we
we don't
can-
want to have a big debate about it.
Yeah,
but
we can disagree about that. I would
Right.
say that Olay was probably the most calm and polite out of the three of them, and Cenk was the least calm and polite out of the three of them. I'll put it that way. I'm not saying he was like incorrigible. I'm not saying it was like offensive or
I
unacceptable.
mean, he was being Cenk, it's kind of
Right.
those,
Fair
that's
enough.
how he
Fair
always
enough.
is.
Right. The point is that clearly Olayemi Olorin demonstrated in that conversation that she is more than capable of having a respectful rapport or a disagreement or debate with people who she otherwise disagrees with. I think the fact that she hosts a podcast, The Leftist Mafia, which she's the only black person on that podcast. Everyone else, I think, is white. I'm pretty sure. I don't want to misspeak on that, but I'm pretty sure everyone else is.
Bender's
Bunch of
hosting
crackers.
yours.
Oh yeah, I think Matt Bender might not. I think he might not be.
He's white passing.
white.
Who cares?
Sure. Either way, the point is, I think that's also proof that Olayemi is not a racist person. I don't think she'd be, doing this podcast with a majority white.
She has white friends.
What? What if I said I had black friends? The first thing people would say to me?
Well, I think there's a little bit of a
They would
difference
say,
between
you can
anti-black
say you
racism.
have black friends and
I would say
still
that
be
there's
a
a little bit-
racist.
I would say there's a little bit of a, and I see your point, but I would say there's a little bit of a difference between anti-white racism and anti-black racism. My point is just to say that that's a clear,
There is a
demonstration of the
difference.
fact.
What's the
wait,
difference?
wait,
Okay, well, let me finish because
Yeah,
I'm about
okay.
to.
Yeah,
I'm
you
about
Go
to
ahead,
get into
Gavin.
it all. I'm just saying that the fact that she hosts that podcast means that she's more than capable of carrying on a respectful and pleasant conversation with white hosts. She's been on
Sure.
our show, more than capable of it. As far as what you said specifically, the thing you thought was racist was when she said it was like coddling the white lady hour.
Well, she said three things. I mean, I can read them off to you if you want. But
Okay, well, if you're mostly referring to her referencing Anna as a white person, if you want to know my honest opinion about that, and it's colored by experiences
your
I've had
language.
with
Yeah,
plenty
don't
of,
say that.
what was that?
I said careful when you use the word colored in this context.
Oh my gosh, you know what I mean.
I'm just teasing.
I think you know what I mean.
We don't want you to
Um,
get in trouble. Like people might.
in my experience hanging out with black people, they've experienced a life that is very different than white people. One where oftentimes they are in the minority, and white people, to some extent or another, do represent misunderstanding or occasionally even annoying aspect of society that doesn't quite understand their struggle. It doesn't quite understand the economic and social disparities that black people experience in relationship to them. This is where like privilege and all that comes in. So I do think it's a little bit different for a black person to kind of like jokingly or even in a sort of mean way say like, oh, this white person, versus a white person saying that about a black person, just given the historical differences of oppression between white people and black people. And that's, just my experience, again, hanging out with black folks. I've noticed that happens sometimes. It's usually not in like a racist or hurtful way. It's just like, white people, when you're talking about white people and you're a black person, sometimes it just kind of comes out that way, if that makes sense. I'm not doing it.
Slips out.
I don't think it's racism though. I think it's like a response to being the clear minority, and to being oppressed by a white supremacist society for your entire life. And if that manifests occasionally in a kind of rude way, well, I think Olay would admit that she was being a little bit rude. I think that she was very passionate and kind of trying to, insult Anna. So I don't think she would deny that. I just wouldn't necessarily agree with you that anti-white racism is the same thing as anti-black racism. I think it's totally different, in the same way that like people that are like, I want to, go back to Africa and black people should go back to Africa and live away from white people. That's not as bad as white people saying like we should only live in a society with white people. It's more from a defensive posture versus an offensive posture, if that makes sense. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah. So let me just be clear. So for this conversation, I'm not going to postulate that racism against white people and racism against black people are the same. Obviously, there is difference there. So I'm not going to say that they're the same thing. And I'm not even going to say that Olay is racist. I don't have privy to her mind or her heart of hearts, right? I don't know what's going on. But what I will say is that, she said in that conversation, she said three things. She said, in regards to Anna, she said, this is some righteous white lady shit. She said, this is coddle the white lady hour. And again said, this is some white woman shit, all in regards to what Anna was saying. And in the way that she's using race is that she's essentially saying Anna's position is rooted in her skin color, which is, that's like textbook, prejudice, textbook bigotry, textbook racism.
I would push back on that and say that what she's referring to is a documented societal phenomenon where, like, you guys, have, I mean, we could talk about like the other example, right? It's like how, there's always the memes on the internet about like a white guy kills his entire family and he is like, depicted on a jet ski with his family at like a cabin 3 summers before, and then like a black guy gets killed by the cops after, shoplifting cigarettes, and it's like him in a fucking mugshot from 6 years ago, and how there's a societal phenomenon in how we interact with, view, and understand people of different identities, right?
I'm not sure I'm following.
Okay, so there's so how people call white ladies Karens, because there's a very like actual phenomenon of like entitlement, that's rooted in a position in society that is based off of patriarchy. But I mean, it's like, look, man, I can only defend Olay so much. Like,
no, I'm not. You don't have to defend Olay. I'm just like with what you're saying to me is the issue. Because it's
I think we just disagree on that then, dude. Because I think that if you look at all of society and you look at, the benefit, like, I mean, we can get into the like white privilege argument, although that's going to like spiral for a really long time.
Well, we don't have to get into the white privilege argument.
But
the question
I think that's where
is,
Gavin and I and Olay's argument are rooted in. It's an understanding that because of Anna's position as a white woman, people are less likely to be vocal and criticize her because they are going to see her more likely as a victim. And you can see how that's documented in sociology studies. And I think that's the phenomenon that, you could argue that Olay was being like crude about it, but it's an actual phenomenon. Whereas, it's a little bit different.
Well, so if Olay's only critique was that she thought people were coddling Anna because she was white, that wouldn't necessarily be racist against Anna. That would be what you're talking about. She's just saying, oh, I think society is essentially racist to some extent. And because Anna's white, they're going soft on her.
That is literally her position, I would imagine.
Yeah. Well,
also, I do think it was mostly...
wait, let me finish. But she also said more specifically regarding Anna's opinion that this is some white woman shit in terms of what Anna was saying. And so she was saying that, she's being white, she's being privileged. She is definitely saying that her thoughts, her opinions, her actions are somehow rooted to her skin color. And it kind of goes back to what you were saying. I think it's more rooted
to her experience in America as a woman with white skin than it is just the,
but that's
melanin content.
Racism.
Well,
that's not racism. That's just a genuine reflection of America. If you are raised with white privilege for your entire life, you are going to have a different amount.
Yeah, but you don't know. You can't judge an individual based on their skin color and say that they've had some similar experience, right?
Well, she's saying that about Anna because what Anna was doing was, in her opinion, a reflection of that privilege and the fact that she was cherry picking fringe issues that in no way actually oppressed her in order to hold up this. Oh, people are trying to call me birthing person.
Yeah, no, listen, I understand. I get it. But like, for example, if there was some black person that did something that people had a negative stereotype of a black person doing, and they said, oh, of course, like let's go, like, we'll go like the whole,
Okay,
you
yes,
know,
but that
the
usually
criminal
goes back
thing.
to like slavery, whereas like
Well,
the
no,
oppression of white
wait.
people
Let me
is
finish.
like, oh, we are
Let me
rich.
finish. So, like, if you know you were on if there was some podcast and there was a black person and they, I don't know, they committed a crime or something, and like, oh, this is like a black person thing to commit crime, right? I'd be like, whoa, that's super racist. And if they're like, well, Sitch, you know, there's a disproportionate number of black people that commit crime. I'm like, yeah, but you can't just automatically say that just because they're black, you know, means that they're a criminal, or just because someone's black, that means they're gonna have certain thoughts or opinions about something. And that's kind of what like you guys are doing when you're saying like, well, because Anna is white, it's okay to like make assumptions about her opinions based on her skin color.
I was
Oh yeah, I mean, I was just gonna add that I personally don't bring people's skin color into my analysis. I'm also not in the fucking.
Based.
I mean, I'm not in the business of like, I don't know, correcting Olay. I'm not in the business of like, you know, saying that I really care that much about that when I do kind of just think it was a joke. She was obviously roasting Anna, and she was referencing the fact that, like I said, Anna's a very privileged person who's blowing up small fringe issues to act like she's more oppressed than she actually is. That's my read of the situation. And since Olay is also a woman, I think, you know, she has more right to kind of channel that Karen image, even though I personally don't have a problem calling people Karens. I do it all the time. In fact, I've said that being a Karen can transcend your race. I've met Karens of color before. I don't necessarily think it's only about white people. I think that's just about an attitude of entitlement in general. So again, would I have said that about Anna? Would I have, you know, gone off about how white she was or whatever? No, it's not my words. I'm not Olay, but I'm also not like horribly offended by what Olay said.
Yeah, and well, I'm glad that you wouldn't do it, but you can see that from Anna's perspective that she would definitely see it as like a racist attack against her person.
I mean, I think calling a joke where someone says this white lady is not a racist attack against your person. At most, it is a rude joke. And yeah, I can understand her being offended by it. I can understand her like getting a little bit upset by that. But at the end of the day, people say horrible things about everyone online, ourselves included. I mean, I get mean comments all the time. People say horrible things about me all the time, including in my own chat. Like, I just move on. I just don't really see this.
Yeah, no, that's listen.
I don't really get
fine.
the instinct to
Right.
act like I'm the victim. I need to come out here and talk about how horribly I've been treated and how mean everyone on the left is. And
Sure.
I'm the only sane
Sure.
one.
Do you
like,
clap back
I'm
at all
making-
though
wait.
on detractors, Gavin? Do you like? Do you ever? I mean, we do. I
actually,
feel like
to
if
be
someone
honest-
comes along and punches us in the face, I mean, we're gonna respond. Why wouldn't we?
Right. Well, responding is one thing. If Anna had put out a video saying, "Hey, this is my position. I'm not backing down from it. I'm not apologizing. This is what I think."
Well, Anna
that would
did
be one
respond.
thing.
She responded on Twitter. She did. She responded. She said, "You know, you cook. You say that it's not good to cook your friends, but here you are cooking me, and we were supposed to be friends." So she did respond.
No, I mean, if she had just responded to like the backlash itself, I'm not talking about that specific instance. I think that if Anna had just had her controversial opinion, her hot take, explained it and then moved on, I don't think it would be an issue. The problem is that she is finding random examples of people talking shit on her online and then posting it on Twitter to her millions of followers, acting like she's so aggrieved and victimized.
I want to be clear here. Like, if we walk away from this conversation, I don't want to mischaracterize your position, Gavin. Like, you seem to be saying that if somebody comes at you online, you just gotta let it go. And I don't subscribe to that position. If somebody comes at me online, I am free to let it go, or I am free to respond to them in any way I feel fit.
Right. I'm not saying Anna didn't have the right to respond. I'm saying the fact that she acted like she was such a victim was an unnecessary aspect
you're
of
saying
what
the
should have been a
You're saying the response was bad. You're saying she had the right to respond, but you are not personally, you don't think she responded appropriately. I got it.
Are you talking specifically about the interaction with OLAY
Yeah.
on Twitter?
Yes.
When she said like why are you saying don't cook your friends when here's an example of you cooking your friends?
Well, I mean, we're talking about two different things because like I'm talking about something different than what I'm talking about.
Well, no,
And
we
kind of
are
this,
we're
like,
talking
right
about the same thing.
Well, no,
Sitch.
because I'm not really talking about the right to response. Okay.
Okay.
Which you said like, yeah, you agree that she has the right to respond. You just don't like the way that she responded in terms of like the whole people are being too mean to me, you know, doubting everything. You know, I understand all that. I'm focusing on this claim,
The racism
the
thing.
the gaslighting specifically, because a lot of people were like honing in on this, because, you know, the gaslighting to me was real in terms of that, Olay, or I thought, and she goes by Olay or Olay, I'm not sure. but was that in that stream, if someone is, bigoted towards you on the base of your skin color, I think it's totally justifiable to be angry about it. And yet there was I saw zero acknowledgement about this from anyone that covered the topic. Maybe that's why Anna was mad about that conversation.
Sitch is very sensitive about racism.
Yeah,
I don't like the hypocrisy of the fact that racism against white people just seems to just go ignored constantly.
All right, I hear what you're saying, and I know that a lot of people feel that way. And I don't I want to make sure that I respond to this, but I don't know if you guys wanted us to react to some super chats as well before we leave, but
sure.
Look, Zach's got an out here, Sitch. So
yeah,
I'm not taking the out yet. I don't want to get in the way from that right now. Sorry, yeah. I want to give you guys the benefit of the doubt, and I want to discuss.
Well, I feel like Sitch. What more do you want?
Well, you can respond and then we move on. It's fine, but.
Okay, all I was going to say was that, look, from my perspective, I think that what OLAY was articulating was, the fact that because of the circumstances that lead to, Anna's sense of white privilege and also the way that society typically treats white women, that was what was, impacting the way the group's discussion was going. And if they were talking about, Jimmy Dore or Cenk Uygur or somebody else, there would not have been the onus to, be as gentle. And I think that she's talking about how that is rooted in the white woman's place in patriarchy in American history. We could go through a long conversation the next time we're going.
We should. About, we definitely.
Yeah, honestly, I'm so down to do that. I'm not trying to run from the next chat here. But I would just say I kind of want to reiterate also what Gavin said. It's not my job to try and chastise OLAY. She's a really good friend of ours. And so at the end of the day, it's would I have called Anna a white lady on that stream? No. But that's my interpretation of what OLAY was.
Right. It's just but so because again, if the only point was I think you guys are being soft on her because of she's white, that would be OLAY actually calling the panel racist. It wasn't her being racist against
It was
Anna.
both of those things.
Which actually, you could actually make the argument that then OLAY is being racist against her fellow panel mates to some extent.
I think that people are really quick to be what's labeled as it is a byproduct of a system that is deeply entrenched in all kinds of races. So I think that if we're gonna bring the tweezers into the conversation and talk about who she was talking to, I think that broadly she was referring to every single person on that panel to impact by the white patriarchy society and how that was going to impact the way that the discussion went. It was not exclusive to Anna. It even included, I imagine, Matt Bender, who as you mentioned before, is not a white dude, but
why I said he's white passing. I don't know
impacted by the societal structures that would teach you not to be white so hard with a genteel white lady, right? Is what I think that what it basically boils down.
So I don't know. Maybe we just have a fundamental difference on how we define racism. Because to me, racism is very clearly if someone is prejudging you or judging some aspect of your opinion, and they're using your skin color as the root or basis of that judgment. To me, that's just racism. It doesn't really matter who the oppressed, who the majority group is.
I would say it is. I mean, I think that it very clearly is, for the same reason that very few white people are going to get very truly offended at getting called a cracker versus none of us would ever in a million years think to use the N-word in reference to a black person. I don't consider it nearly as offensive when I hear the term cracker used.
Well, I'm not saying it's the same. I'm just saying it's still a racism.
Right. I'm not saying
it's not the same
and I'm just saying one's significantly less offensive and less problematic in my opinion. And also, it's just not what the substance of the conversation was. When we were reacting to the Leftist Mafia stream, we were talking about the trans stuff, the birthing person stuff. We weren't going to derail the entire conversation to go on a lecture about anti-white racism and how horrible it is for a black person to.
Well, you should.
That would have made some great content. What do you think OLAY would have done if you would have said that?
But
hey, OLAY, I think you're being a bit racist here. What would happen?
Sure, that would have gone well. But the fact of the matter is that I don't agree with every single thing that OLAY Lauren says. I I certainly don't. I've heard her say things in the past that I disagree with. We're not here to say that we're going to defend every sentence she's ever uttered or every joke she's ever made. The fact of the matter is that when it comes to the substance of this particular disagreement, I do side with her. I think she's 100% on point when she talks about trans issues, and that's why we, you know, ultimately sided with her over Anna, who I do disagree with, and that, you know, is the case whether or not OLAY was a little bit rude in the leftist mafia discussion.
Do you think black people can be racist? Because some people on the left don't believe that's...
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
No, I do. And I think that one thing that's not discussed enough is like racism that exists from people of any skin color towards people that aren't necessarily white, but that are of other races too. Like one of my favorite movies of all time is Spike Lee's Do the Right Thing. And one thing that movie really beautifully illustrates is not only the racial tensions between the black and white community in Brooklyn, but also the tensions between the black community and the Asian immigrants that had recently, you know, moved into their neighborhood and started opening up a lot of convenience stores. And there was a lot of racial tension and hatred between black people and Asian people. So obviously racism is something that exists regardless of what skin color you are. Everyone has the potential to be racist towards other races or bigoted in general. I think that's very fair to acknowledge. I just think that it's also fair to acknowledge that, you know, black on white racism is far less offensive than white on black racism. And, you know, that's illustrated by the example I just said. No one would flinch at the word cracker, but no one in a million years is going to go out there and call a black person the N-word unless you literally are just a fucking racist.
Now we're going to have to do another stream on Spike Lee. Yeah, so but let's move on to Super Chats.
Okay. Well, I you know, it's a short funny story. I saw Do the Right Thing for the first time my freshman year at college, and my introductory film class. It's one of those like giant classes with like 100 people in it. Nice. I never seen it before. And I remember after I watched it, you know, we're talking about the next day in class, and all the kids are raising their hands about how much they love this movie, right? And then there's Sitch, the problem person. And I raised my hand. I'm like, you know, I kind of had a big problem with this movie because, like, at first I watched it and I liked 80% of the movie. I'm like, oh, I'm really on board with this. I really like sympathize with these characters. I like it a lot. But then at the end, Spike Lee's character, you know, as soon as he throws the trash can through the window and he causes basically that guy's shop to get burned down, this guy who was like basically like nothing but nice to Spike Lee's character, who kept giving him chances, even though Spike Lee's character was basically like, you know, taking advantage of him and everything. Even after the guy's shop gets burned down, he has the gall to go back to the guy and like demand his, you know, paycheck for the day or the week. And I'm just like, to me, like Spike Lee's character is just so fucking like immoral and such an asshole. And I'm like, what am I supposed to take away from this movie? And as soon as I said that, like everyone erupted, like everyone, like suddenly like disagreement and chaos swept through the class. I mean, there's all these people that were silent that felt exactly the way that I did, and no one else said anything.
I always say that I think movies are more interesting when the main characters are like flawed people that aren't just 100% likable. So I think that's an element of the movie that makes it more interesting, and that it refuses to just present like a clear cut, like this is a good guy and these are the bad guys. I think that's what makes the film so interesting. Although I can understand where you're coming from, being like, why would I even root for someone who I don't find to be likable?
Well, it felt like such a, like, I was like, oh, like I liked the movie, and then it just hit me too hard emotionally. I was like, oh, jeez. But anyway,
come on. There's probably a lot of super chats here that are gonna race.
Okay.
Race and chaos, just like Sitch in his opening film class.
What's your first thoughts for 20 Canadians? Says, question for Gavin and Zach: what has more control in your thinking, the writer or the elephant?
Well, now you have to. Well, do you guys know what the writer elephant metaphor is?
Aesop's fable? No.
Well, we use this metaphor on the channel a lot. There's people that believe the mind is divided like a
Jonathan Haidt.
Yeah. Some people say, we came up with this actually.
No.
They conceptualize the mind as divided like a rider on an elephant, and the elephant is unconscious emotional reasoning, and the rider is conscious
logic,
reasoning. So, but most people are driven by intuitive emotion over their logical parts. The correct answer, which everyone always says, which is actually
let me explain.
the incorrect
answer. Awfully. I don't know why you explain this so awfully. Okay, this guy named Jonathan Haidt, big brain genius. We're big fans of him. He wrote a great book you should read called The Righteous Mind. He gives this example about how the emotional, intuitive brain basically, like the logical, fact-based brain, evolved to serve the emotional, intuitive brain. And the problem is that you know, it's like trying to drive an elephant. You know, you, the rider, think,
You're
oh, I
just-
can drive this elephant whatever way I want. But you know, how much control do you really have? It's an elephant, right? The elephant's going to go where the elephant goes. And he's kind of talking about how very often the way that people think is that their emotions and their intuitions control them. And then the rider, the facts and logic, just kind of comes up with justifications for your initial emotions and your initial intuitions.
See, I was trying to avoid giving the answer away because everyone always says the writer because obviously they want to
I'm
think.
smarter than I am if you ask me a question like that, because I'm going to be like, hey man, I don't fucking know. Maybe I'm both. Like I have no, I mean, I'm not a super philosophical guy. You know, I'm from flyover country over here. I drink.
There you go.
It's kind of
too much beer to ask those.
It's kind of a complicated thing to just ask somebody on the fly.
No, I know it was sort of
the correct answer. Look, the correct answer is obviously I use my logic. I don't reason from emotion. I don't make emotional arguments.
Okay.
You know that.
Right. That's the answer that we all give when we're lying to ourselves. Yeah.
Right. That's kind of what I was about to say. It's like we'd all think that, but then it's like, you know, how much can you really know? It's kind of like how David Foster
True.
Wallace wrote about how like there's like this, you know, and David Foster Wallace, I mean, you know, he liked to wank himself, but you know, he would always talk about how like, you know, how do we really know if we actually are trying to be good people, or if we just understand that society will reject us if we do not participate in a way that we calculate is both beneficial to us and
What is the answer to that, Zach?
What is the answer to that? He says, you know, you don't fucking know, right? We are like,
no,
you know,
we know. Come on, Zach. What's the answer to that?
Well, I mean, I feel like the cynical answer is that obviously we're all just answering to our own emotion.
Well, no, I feel like we're conforming to what people expect of us.
I mean, yeah, definitely like societal norms and social norm structures are important. Do you guys have like a super hard super chat that I can leave out on so I don't feel like I'm like skirting anything that you guys like desperately want?
You're not skirting. Are you going to stick around, Gavin, or are you taking off too?
I've probably got like, 15, 20 minutes left in me. I'm getting a little bit hungry, but I'm not trying to like flee either. So if there's anything anyone has a question for me, I'm more than happy to answer it.
Yeah, that's why I kept messing up, Sitch, because that one I knew was going to take way longer than it should.
Yeah, I'll have to think about that one and get back to you guys. I'm going to be like thinking about that while I'm trying to go to bed tonight.
Yeah,
like, am I the elephant or the fucking writer? Like, what is all of this?
Okay, here we go.
Ask an easy one. Yeah.
Mark Twain's Revenge, our surrogate uncle for $100.
Look at that.
Ooh,
Nice.
thank you so much. We had to ask this. It says socialist question for these guys. I guess assuming, I don't know if you guys are socialists or not. I mean, you're called the Vanguard, so maybe safe to assume.
Fun fact, I named that after D'Angelo in the Vanguard's album, The Black Messiah. I didn't really.
So look, it has nothing to do with socialism.
Right. So they said, number one, what industries would you nationalize? Number two, how would you nationalize them, through compensation or through force? Three, what would you do if people who own the industries refuse to relinquish their property or businesses?
Okay, so I'll take this guy before I leave, because I know Gavin will also probably have a lot to say about this. Look, I think that, the industries that I would start with nationalizing are going to be the ones that are essential for people to live, right? So I would nationalize the healthcare industry in this country. I would nationalize the pharmaceutical industry in this country. And I would do so by not necessarily creating a task force that goes and, puts all of the, guys that are, Purdue Pharma executives and like out in like the, whatever those stocks are out in the fucking, day, and just let people throw tomatoes at them, though that's probably what they deserve. I think the far more rational, far more welcome solution would be if you say, I'm running for president, and we're going to, remove these, ancient, heavily fucked with, patent laws that allow you to keep profiting off of this medication far longer, and we're going to retain the right to produce any medication that was developed using funding from taxpayers already. And then you just undercut the market. You start making basically free at the point of service alternatives to these companies. You don't have to fire all of these executives. You don't have to say, hey, don't go to this hospital, when you can go and get world-class care. And the example I always give is that it's not a perfect example, right? I think that we should be doing far more for our veterans, right? But like I look at somebody like my old man, right? My dad, he's like a working class dude, blue collar dude through and through. He was in the military. And one of the only reasons that this dude's able to get fucking healthcare treatment in this country is because of the VA. And I know the VA is not perfect, but if you go to some of those new ones that they're developing, they're really nice. They look no different than like an urgent care. It's free at the point of service, if not very low cost. You're able to get prescription drugs far cheaper. And again, I'm not saying it's perfect, but it's leaps and bounds better than the system that we have for American people now. And I say you just leave it up to them. You say, you know what, guys, we're not forcing anybody to do anything. This is a free country, and you have the right to pursue private medicine if you so choose to. But we're making this available to everybody. So
you go more like a public option route, it sounds like.
I wouldn't call it a public option. I would call it free.
Because he asked, like, how would you skirt you're actually seizing someone's property. Like there are corporations that are healthcare corporations that, people own stock in and whatnot. Like, how do you resolve that issue?
That's why I said we wouldn't take, I'm not going to put them out of business in any other way than, manipulating the free market against them.
Okay.
The only reason
that's a public option.
But it's not really I mean, technically it is a public option, but it's not the public option that they're proposing to the American people, right? The public option that they're proposing to an American people is one that would be fundamentally worse than the private option. I think that the idea needs to be that you have to deliver a better option, right? Because
of course,
what I fear with the public option is that it shuffled the poor people down to the Obamacare line, and then everybody else who's, making, 100K plus a year goes to the rich people doctor, and that's where all the talent goes, because then, people, yada, yada, yada. So you have to do that balancing act. I'm not, a politician. I just believe that we need to, as quickly and as painlessly, and as you mentioned, without creating too much strife domestically, get everybody, free at the point of service healthcare. But yeah, really appreciate the two of you dudes having me on.
Before you go, J-Mac chimes in for $100 and says the VA sucks. So
fair enough.
J-Mac is also a veteran, I believe. So
for sure. What I will say is, how many veterans would give up their access to the VA?
Sounds like J-Mac would, but I think J-Mac.
I mean, hey man,
J-Mac is super chatting for $100
if you can afford to do that. But anyway, that's a super generous super chat from whoever gave that.
Take care, Zach.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. It was a great conversation.
We'll do it again. We'll definitely talk again.
Yeah. And by the way, I basically sign off on everything that Zach said in his response to that question. I largely agree. I might go a little bit further and actually say that the private health insurance companies actually should be abolished. So I might go a little bit further and say that there literally should be universal health care, and that the private health care companies should be abolished. Now, how would you go about doing that? Well, you could give them a transition period and let them know that in the state, this is no longer going to be a viable, way to structure your business. You're going to have to figure out a way to adapt to the changing economy and the changing rules and regulations, just like the government does with everything else. I mean, they were just talking about unilaterally shutting down TikTok, which probably hundreds of thousands of Americans make money doing. That's their job, to be a TikToker. I mean, they didn't get any say in the government's decision about whether or not they were just going to straight up delete the app and those people's ability to make money as a content creator on that app. These decisions are made all the time by governments, including our own, about what is permissible in an economy, what is allowed, what is, regulated versus not regulated. So I don't really see why these rich fat cats that are profiting off of people's pain and suffering should get some special treatment. Oh, you're making so much money and now you're not going to be. So here's, this and that. Like, ultimately, they're going to have to adapt just like every other company, corporation, or market force does when they have to. But that would be my response to that. Largely, I agree with everything Zach said about.
I think he's pretty much spot on.
Nice. Templar05 for Driller says, I was mean in the chat, but these guys are nice. Kudos. Well, there you go.
Look really appreciate.
Someone once called us online. I think they said we're the meanest nice guys on the internet, or something like that. Which I take a lot of pride in, because I think that Zach and I really do embody a Midwestern sensibility. We love talking to people. We're always going to default to being nice to people. But things also do get pretty intense on our show sometimes, and the gloves do come off. So while we are very nice people, things can get aggressive on the show, but we still try our best to be, friendly, reasonable, open to conversation and discussion. I think, this has been a great platform for that to take place.
J-Mac, our surrogate father, earlier for another $100. Thank you, J Mac.
Wow, we got to get this
See?
guy in our chat.
This is why you get simp to the capitalists, okay? J Mac says Ben Shapiro is 100% willing to have civil discourse with positions he disagrees with. If you watched his conversation with Anna, you would see they disagreed a ton. Don't throw my boy Ben under the bus just because you feel emboldened to speak from a place of ignorance. Wow, Jay did not
Ooh.
like your Ben Shapiro take.
Look, talking about punching back there. One of the things about Ben Shapiro that I do think the left has this caricature of Ben Shapiro that I think is wholly inaccurate. Like, I think if you went to just random people on the left and asked, did Ben Shapiro support the election denial? I think people would say, of course he did. He was 100% behind Trump. He believes all of that, when he is not behind Trump on that and didn't support any of it. So there's a lot of positions that I think Ben Shapiro has that many people on the left really don't know about.
I don't have a lot of nice things to say about Ben Shapiro. What an example that does stick out in my memory, however, is recently when Kanye West just went on his arc of insane anti-Semitism. Ben Shapiro was one of the first people to call him out. Now maybe that's just because Ben is Jewish and he feels like he has to call him out over that, but people like Candace Owens were not so quick to the punch, and it took them a lot longer to come around to the obvious reality. So I will agree that, like I said, pretty much nothing nice to say about him. But if you compare him to some of his colleagues, I can agree that he's slightly more reasonable.
Candace Owens had a Olay situation going on with Kanye, though, because they were like good friends. So they couldn't really, like, Candace Owens couldn't really call him out.
Yeah, well,
That was
I mean, clearly they did. They were at like the fucking Fashion Week wearing White Lives Matter shirts together or something. Remember that
Yes,
was like a week
Yes.
totally.
Yeah.
all this stuff came out about Kanye, and he started talking about how Hitler was right, or so. Yeah, anyway.
I know it got totally crazy. I'm sure you saw him on Alex Jones, right? I mean, that was probably, I don't know.
Kanye?
Yeah.
Yes, I did. Where he was wearing the mask and all
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
Beyonce mask.
hilarious.
That was amazing.
unhinged.
Oh my God. That was one of the best things we ever watched, Adam.
I know.
Absolutely.
When Alex Jones is actually the sane person in the room, like the
There's
internet
a problem. Yeah.
Yeah.
Something's happening here. Let's see. A lot of comments. It's not a lot of questions, but a lot of
Oh,
comments.
okay.
So to be clear, so the name people were asking in the chat, the name Vanguard, is that, are you referencing, because you're saying it was like a band thing or something? You're not advocating for Marxist Leninism?
Yeah, so funny story. If you Zach and I didn't even realize the Marxist Leninist connotations of the word Vanguard. I know, we're fucking idiots. I
Oh,
promise you, we're fucking
no!
idiots. Right. The term, the context in which we have always heard it is like, oh, this person is on the vanguard of this issue. Like, we
Right.
are on the vanguard of social and economic issues or something
Right.
like that. And
Yeah,
that
the
can be applied,
forefront of some issue,
yeah,
right?
yeah, like that can be applied regardless of your ideology.
Yes,
Then
yes.
later, after our podcast like achieved some level of audience and success, we actually were educated as to the roots of the term in vanguardism, which is a Leninist theory.
Right.
So although Zach and I don't actually identify as Marxist Leninism, I still do think it's kind of cool that like the phrase is rooted in like the theory of vanguardism, which, if anyone's not familiar, is a like fairly innocuous theory. I can read the definition. It relates to a strategy whereby the most class conscious and politically advanced sections of the proletariat or working class, described as the revolutionary vanguard, form organizations to advance the objectives of communism. They take actions to draw larger sections of the working class towards revolutionary politics and serve as manifestations of proletarian political power opposed
Wow.
to the bourgeoisie. So I actually do think that accurately describes what we do. I do think that we draw larger sections of the working class towards revolutionary politics and serve as manifestations of proletarian political power opposed to the bourgeoisie. So I do think that accurately describes the vanguard, but we're not tankies. We're not fucking Marxist Leninists Marxist Leninists. And we don't really associate necessarily with a lot of the people that do consider themselves MLs. I think a lot of them are just over the top, like, apologetic towards authoritarian governments, or like the,
Right.
Putin government of Russia or whatever. But I still think it's a kind of a cool pun.
Okay. I mean, I hate to put you on the spot again, but you did associate with one of them the other day.
Which one?
Benny.
Oh, is Benny tanky?
Yes.
Really? I had no idea.
I
never
didn't realize either.
talked
It's funny.
about-
Someone brought up in a super chat. And I looked it up. There's like a bunch of like weird tweets of Benny simping for Lenin and Mao, and I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah,
So-
I've never listened to any of Benny's actual content for TYT. I mean maybe a few times like
you
on
and
in the
everyone
background.
else.
But I don't necessarily know where Benny and I would agree on foreign
Right.
policy matters. I am not educated as to her stances on everything, that's for sure.
enough.
But that is funny if she's a Marxist-Leninist.
Yeah.
We are not.
Um,
Some people will give you a hard time for platforming different opinions. We are not those
Yeah, I don't
people,
care.
obviously. So,
Platform wherever
Right.
we
Oh
want.
yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
and neither are we, by the way. I think it's ridiculous when people make the argument that like, oh, like you shouldn't have had this person on for a
Yeah,
discussion or
totally.
debate because they're
Sure.
problematic in your platform, and that's ridiculous. We have
Yeah,
to be able
totally.
to talk to each other. We have to be able to foster, positive exchanges and discourse and all that stuff.
Right.
Honestly, the only time I refuse to talk to someone or to debate someone is if I just truly think that you're a grifter and that you're not acting in good faith whatsoever, because then I'm like, this isn't even like a serious real thing we're doing. It's literally
you
just
might-
a performance.
you might. I mean, if the super chats are good enough, I mean,
Fair enough.
Let's
I
be
just don't
re-
think
let's
it's,
be
it's just not what I'm
reasonable.
interested in. I get that. Like, I certainly understand the debate bro thing. It's just like I don't really find it entertaining to yell back and forth with someone who doesn't even believe what they're saying and do their performance art in front of me. Like
Yeah,
guys
I
like
agree.
Haas and Jackson Hinkle and people like that. Like it's just not worth my fucking time. I'm sorry, but
Mhm, sure.
people like you guys we're more than happy to discuss with, because it genuinely feels like an exchange of ideas. It genuinely
Sure.
feels like we're reaching a better understanding of each other's perspectives in a respectful way. And by the way, for the record, just after all the shit that's been talked today, if not that she ever would, but we'd be more than happy to say all of our criticisms directly to Anna's face. We're not afraid of that at all. If she wanted to stop by the Vanguard and hear us out and give her perspective and try to push back on the way we've characterized her opinions, we're not afraid of that happening at all. We'd love to discuss the criticisms we've had and get her response to those. So just so that's clear.
Sure, and I think that goes the same for Olay. If Olay wants to come on our channel and why are you laughing, Sitch?
I don't think she's going to, but
Sitch,
but yeah, I
Sitch
would
is
listen.
demoralized.
I would love to have a conversation.
Olay has
Okay.
blocked Sitch, so he feels
Right.
like
Right. Yeah. Well,
Well,
I mean,
listen,
I can put in a good
she's-
word for you guys. I can let her know that we had a
Oh, listen,
respectful
you don't want to.
conversation.
You don't want to bring that fire down on yourselves. Okay, I like you. I don't want you to get in trouble for our account.
we
Yeah,
I
the
mean,
fun-
we've
Yeah.
kind of talked a lot of shit. So, but
Oh, I
obviously.
understand, bro. And
Yeah.
that's your prerogative. We talk a lot of shit on our show. Like Zach was saying, at the end of the day, I like to put all that aside and just be chill with everyone, unless you really, crossed a line or said something horrible, in which case I, don't want to be your friend. But for the most part, I think that, yeah, this has been a great conversation that I would definitely recommend anyone, including Olay, go on and have a conversation with you guys, because I think you're good faith.
Yeah.
I don't think you're trying to straw man anyone's position or, just win the argument for the sake of
Right.
winning the argument.
No,
And I really
no,
respect
yeah.
that.
We're
You
looking
know,
for
it-
the truth. We're trying to find out what's real here.
Absolutely.
It's funny. Some people in chat are like in all caps are like, "Oh my God, don't bring Olay on. We don't want her." Man, you motherfuckers! If we talked to Olay,
Oh,
you'd be
you-
like throwing money at us like it'd be raining. So don't tell me you don't want her.
I
on,
know.
okay?
Yeah.
Whenever we bring on someone that the chat hates, they just really want to pay money. Okay. So,
Yeah, we
You
used
guys
to
have
get that a lot too. People,
yes.
seems-
Yeah, because everyone wants their opinion to be shown that they like don't like this person. This is why the media focuses on the disagreements and the culture.
Oh, yeah.
and stuff.
Well, next
No doubt
time,
about it.
next time we talk, we should work it out so you can be live streaming at the same time, so you can be, making some money on your
Oh yeah,
side
you
as
can
well.
re-upload this or clip it or whatever.
Oh yeah,
so,
I think
go
Zach
for it.
and I, if not later tonight, then definitely tomorrow, are probably just gonna do a full stream where we play this conversation and then give our little post game
Okay, okay.
conversation. We break
Sure.
it down and talk about how we think we did and all that kind of stuff.
Here's
so
where we
yeah,
pwn Sitch and Adam right here. Let's zoom in.
Zach and
here.
Gavin destroy Sitch and Adam on
Yes.
this. No, nothing like that. But I thought this was a great conversation. I'm really excited to see what our audience does think about it. I know that some of you Vanguardians are probably watching right now, but those of them that weren't able to tune into your guys' stream, I'm sure will get access to this conversation when we rebroadcast it. So definitely looking forward to the feedback. I'm sure that everyone in our audience will think it was a good discussion. At least I hope so. But yeah, thank you guys so much for the invite. It was a great exchange of ideas, and I'd love to come back on at
Yeah.
some point.
We'll work it out, maybe a few weeks from now. So, all right, take care, man.
Before you go, Templar for $2 says, ask them if the bonus hole is worth it.
What does that even mean?
Worth it in what way?
I don't know, you can interpret that however you want to interpret it.
Thanks for coming on, man.
But thanks for coming on.
Absolutely, absolutely. Appreciate you guys. Have a good one.
Take care,
You
Gavin.
too. Later. Okay. Let me read. I'll read the $20 up ones, and then we'll go back and we'll read them all, including the couple that we missed from Streamlabs yesterday or Sunday, I guess.
Did you see that I uploaded the show got cut off?
I did see that. Yes.
Pretty
Well, we didn't
hilarious.
go for 12 hours, so I don't know why it got cut off at the end.
It always cuts off somewhere in the last 10 minutes. It just,
Oh, okay.
it's like randomly.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay. Christian Bod for $20 says Gavin looks like Jay from Jay and Silent Bob. I guess that's where the
he does
from.
kind of, does it?
Yeah, he does a little bit. Sitch, why don't you do a video about the issues with puberty blockers? Adam, I think Sitch is due for a new background. It's been over a year. Anna, sit on my face. First of all, you have to be respectful to Anna on this stream.
What are you
okay?
doing? That's our new queen. How dare you? But
That's
I can
Adam's
give.
new queen. Yes.
I can get. It's your. What are you doing, Sitch?
I
It's
never
your
said
new
it.
queen. I never said it was my new queen.
Yeah, I did.
You guys, look. You need a new background for Sitch.
No, my back. It's funny. People really
got
like the
you.
background, so I don't know. Well, it doesn't matter. Listen, we'll keep the
I
background.
got
the
you
same.
covered right here. Here you go.
Oh no, What did
Baby
you do?
Sitch.
Oh god, terrible. No, we'll leave the background the same, so it'll pressure me to come on camera eventually.
Look, I got all kinds of Sitch backgrounds
know.
here.
Got the triggered, got baby Sitch.
Look, triggered.
Yeah.
This was actually a pretty good discussion. So
But yeah, no, it was. And I actually, you know what? That's a good point, Christian. I should do a video about desistance rates
yeah,
and the
just to lay out the argument, like your Boy
just to lay out
Scouts
the argument.
video. Yeah,
right, the desistance rates and the difference in young girls identifying as trans now, when it used to be 4-1 and now it's 1-1. So
yeah.
it's really funny, actually. And speaking of that, we'll go over some Twitter drama very quickly. Man, I've been on fire on Twitter recently.
I saw.
God,
I know.
I've been just like annihilating fools on Twitter, left and right. Oh my god. So I had a tweet. Let me see. Let me go bring it up.
Are you
for a
bringing
second.
up the disembodied voice on Sam Cedar? Is that who we're talking about?
Yes. Yes.
Sitch found the disembodied voice on Twitter.
Well, I should say they found me actually, which is kind of hilarious. Where the fuck is this tweet?
They had look. It has to be related to us calling the off-camera guy the dumbest guy on the internet like a million times.
He might have heard that.
Every time we cover Sam Cedar, we always talk about the dumbass standing off camera. Why are they letting the dumbass talk?
I don't know if there's like multiple disembodied voices on Sam Cedar, so I don't know who is who, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know which one is which, but he's one of the disembodied voices, I believe. I could just be making this up. I think he is. But so anyway, I had a tweet. Here's my banger tweet. I said, it's interesting to me how many people claim that every single institution in America is poisoned with racism, sexism, capitalism, liberalism, colonialism, etc. And yet, when it comes to any issue relating to the trans stuff, they proudly tell you to blindly trust the experts.
Yep.
Okay.
That's a banger tweet. I retweeted that 3 times.
Thank you. So, and it is funny because I was thinking about, like if you ask someone who's like a leftist specifically, not someone left, but someone who's a leftist, and you say like, oh, how do you feel about, for-profit medicine, right? They're going to
terrible.
Right. Yeah, they're going to give you the whole, like, the profit motive is, corrupting institutions. Same thing like if you bring up, like, profit prisons, profit prisons are driving the government to arrest more people, blah, 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 blah. It's so fascinating to me that when it comes to the trans conversation, it's like, oh, the one pathway for trans medicine, which is the most expensive pathway, is the one that is being pushed by the medical community. And there isn't any level of cynicism that there would normally be from the left on the profit motive in that situation.
We have to make sure insurance companies cover these procedures, this full
It's very
transition
expensive.
procedure. Yeah.
Right.
This
right,
lifelong medicalization. We have to make sure the insurance company comes in and covers it.
Right.
Oh,
So,
man.
anyway, so I had, now I understand this tweet is it's kind of tongue in cheek, It's very Twitter donkey-ish. No, so it's funny because Lance actually retweeted this or quote tweeted this.
Oh, I can't look at that. Lance blocked
and-
me.
He might actually block me because I think supposedly he blocked everyone who has a blue check mark. And now that I finally have a blue check mark, maybe he'll block me.
Oh, you got your blue check mark. Look at
Finally
that.
got my blue check mark. I bought that blue check mark just so I could tell OLAY that she was wrong.
Long,
So anyway.
long tweets are the bomb, though, man. It's
Yes.
when you're arguing with someone and they have to do like this long tweet thread, and you just like, bam, there's my
There you
response.
go. But I know, so Lance quote tweeted me. Now, to be fair to Lance, he wasn't insulting necessarily in his quote tweet, but it's funny because he kind of just proved my point, which that he quote tweeted me and he said something to the effect of like every single medical institution agrees on trans care in America, right? Which I'm like, okay, that doesn't address my point. You just kind of played into the point too. And it was funny because then he retweeted someone else who responded to me because I said, number one, that proves my point. Number two, how to explain desistance rates and the 5-to-4-1 ratio changing over the time. And someone responded to me saying, essentially proving my point, saying, well, that's because the medical community is very inculcated with like cis ideology and cis bias, and that's why the desistance rates are different. And I was like, oh, so you trust, so like when the medical institutes produce results you don't like, it's because they're biased. But when they produce the results you like, it's because they're not biased. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. But so anyway, so Lance quote tweeted me, and then for some reason the disembodied voice of Sam Cedar, or one of the disembodied voices of Sam Cedar, I think Matt Letch is their name. He was like super triggered at me. Oh my god, he was so angry. He just started quote tweeting me with like these like one sentence like insults, like, oh my god, you're so dumb. Oh my god, you're so stupid. And I was just like, and the thing that was really funny about it was he would say, you're so dumb, and then he would give his reason why I'm dumb. And if you read my tweet and you read his tweet, he wasn't actually addressing or talking about what I said in the tweet. He just like made up a position and then attacked it. He did the classic straw man. I'm like, okay, so we have the disembodied voice of Sam Cedar is quote tweeting me, not understanding the tweet and then calling me stupid.
I know.
But he doesn't even understand what I tweeted. It was like, I was like the perfect irony. And he was just so triggered. And I wonder if he was so triggered because he'd heard, us badmouth him in the past or what. I mean, maybe that would be the explanation.
Yeah, I mean, he might have been jealous that we talked to Anna Kasparian a lot. I think there's a lot of jealousy floating around about that. So
I don't know if it was jealousy. It was maybe he blames us because he actually had a tweet where he's like, I can't believe Anna platformed these
Oh yeah.
dilettantes, I think was the word he used.
Yeah, dilettantes.
I was like, wow, okay, dilettantes.
That's an old timey word, isn't it?
Jeez, how old are you? Like, these dilettantes, But so yeah, he was obviously very, very upset by that. But it was interesting because the audience that he brought with him by quote tweeting me was also probably some of the dumbest people that I've ever seen respond to my tweets. Like we've had a lot of people, respond to our tweets before who are on the left and the right that disagree with us. And in Matt's audience, very clearly the dumbest of them all.
Oh really?
So,
that makes sense.
at least in the responses I was seeing.
No
I
one
was
would
like,
answer
wow.
your question. You kept posing the question about desistance rates. I'm like,
I know.
Cycling through these trying to find, who answered this? Damn it, nobody answered.
Yeah, no one answered it to that one person about the whole their bias against trans people. That was the only answer I saw. No, there was one other answer claiming the desistance rates were not true. But that's the problem, is that no one actually, they just go, LOL, you're dumb. And I'm like, well, then answer the question. And they go, trust the experts.
Right, yeah.
I go, okay, so you're just proving my original tweet right. So anyway, so that was the funny Twitter drama.
Matt Lech. I mean, why doesn't he come on the show?
We invited him. It was funny because we invited him. I said, Matt, you can come on the show. I don't know why you're so angry at us. You can come on the show and talk. And then, some other people were like, oh, why are you guys such pussies? Why don't you have Matt on the show? And I like quote tweet the tweet that I
which is
said that he
great.
could come on the show, and he never responded to.
Which is
So
always great. Here, look, I'll DM him right now. His DMs are open. What should I
there
say?
you
Hey, pussy.
go. There you go. That's a good way to start it.
That's a bad opener, Sitch.
I think "Hey Pussy's" a great opener. I don't know what you're talking about.
No.
Silence You Idiot for $20 says, "Hey yo, happy Tuesday. Were you two criticizing Andrew Yang during the mayoral race when he spoke about being pro-Israel along with Denims? I think that's where I remember seeing you two. Also, $20, Sitch and Adam. I don't.
We both supported Andrew Yang in the primary, even though.
He's talking about the mayoral race.
Oh, I
I don't
wasn't.
even know what you're.
I didn't
talking
follow
about.
Andrew Yang in the
Yeah.
mayoral race. Lance accused us of another. Like, I don't. How did Andrew Yang, an Asian candidate who would literally be the first Asian president in America, get accused of being a white supremacist? I don't know who started this stupid rumor, but
Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Lance tried to accuse us of being white supremacists because we supported Andrew Yang.
Well, to be fair, he didn't directly accuse us. He sort of like
He was going to, and
there
I
was
had,
like a wink, wink, maybe nudge, nudge, and then you cut it off.
I cut it off,
Um,
and everyone gave
yeah.
me a hard time, like, but I
Right.
knew where it was going.
Yeah, well, there was like a I don't know if it was like Washington Post. There's some weird story that was like the alt-right. I think it said the alt-right's like Andrew Yang fans or something. Some like wacky, it's kind of like the white face of the black face of white supremacy, article.
Mm-hmm.
There was some Andrew Yang article like that.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah.
Now I'll be honest, I don't know if there's any validity to the alt-right liking Andrew Yang. I don't know. But there was some article about it. And so, yeah, when I don't know, Lance kind of said like, "Oh, I heard you guys are like Yang supporters or something." He said it kind of in a weird way. So.
Yeah.
But no, I don't know. But yeah, we didn't follow him when he was running for mayor in New York. I don't remember that.
I think I can get us
Um,
Andrew Yang. Actually, I got a contact.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
I don't really follow Denim's either. I don't know Denim's position on anything.
Denims has a cat named Wormy. I think I can get her too.
We covered some video that Denims did. I don't remember even what the video was. But anyway, no, so I don't even know what his position on Israel is. I totally forgot that there was some controversy over that. I mean, I support Israel existing, obviously. I think
Sitch is pro-Palestine.
I don't support.
He wants the one-state solution.
There you go. I don't support the settlers and all that stuff. And I also don't support in America, the states that want to make it illegal for people to boycott Israel. I think that's kind of wacky.
You
Very
did a video
anti-free
on that.
speech. I did do a video on that, yeah. That was a video I think that because I remember Jesse Single said he liked that video. So
Yeah, Jesse might come on again after he's getting dragged for the.
yeah, I want to talk to because it's like everyone's so unfair to Jesse because they're like, oh, Jesse, he defends someone who's in favor of conversion therapy, and he keeps being dishonest about puberty blockers. So I want to get his.
Well,
get him on the
first
record
of all,
for this
both
stuff.
those are untrue characterizations.
Oh, I agree,
Yeah.
obviously, right?
Okay.
But I want to give him a chance to just lay on the record his position to kind of shut all these idiotic attacks on him up.
Well, he has his own platform, which might be bigger than our platform. I'm not.
But
even
I'm sure
so.
no, it is bigger than our platform, right?
Okay.
Right.
So, I think. I mean, it would be too hot to handle if Young Turks had Jesse Single on, right?
That would be so. Okay, here's what
That
we
would
do.
be that would be based as fuck.
Here's what we do.
But I think that they come on.
Here's what we do, Adam. You're right. It would be too hot for Young Turks to have Jesse Single on, but we could have them both on at the same time.
Maybe that's a potential possibility.
There's your move.
Yeah.
There's the move. Okay.
Yes.
Think about
Let's
it.
do
Danimal
it.
the Bruce for $20. Thank you, Danimal. Says a huge propaganda message by the suffragettes that made prohibition a good thing in a lot of people's mind was it being necessary to protect women from drunkard husbands. True, I brought that up. Yeah, sounds like the tone of modern progressive messaging to me. And yeah, listen, I understand people's initial confusion about it because like when it was first brought up to me, I think you first brought it up to me, Adam. I was like, that can't be true because it doesn't seem like it makes sense under our current left-right model. And
Totally.
you go back and you're like, no, it's totally true.
I read a
So-
book on prohibition, and it is the big business brewers, the hard alcohol guys, and the beer brewers that are colluded, big business, against the
Right.
feminist socialist Christians.
Yes.
Yeah, who want to make sure that the wife beaters can't have alcohol any longer. Yeah.
Well, I understand where the confusion comes from, the fact that prohibition was seen largely as a Christian movement, and nowadays people think of like the people simping for Christians are the Republicans,
Right? Yeah.
and so they're like, how could the progressives in 1910 or 20 be simping for Christians? So
But they were really feminist socialists before they were Christians. I mean,
Well, no,
it's
wasn't it-
pretty obvious that they're feminists.
I thought they were feminist social justice Christians, or whatever that was called. There's like
no,
that
they're
wing of
socialists.
social
they're
justice.
they're literally socialists.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There you go. I didn't know that. Interesting.
Look, socialists, and a lot of people think Jesus is like a socialist, right?
Oh yeah, no, they're
Yeah.
yeah. Even though communism is explicitly anti-religion, there were I think, especially back in those days, a lot more socialists who viewed it through the lens of Christianity. I don't know how
Yes.
much of that's going on nowadays, but
It's
it
not
is
at
to
all.
some extent. But I think it's to lesser.
Yeah, they think Christianity or any religion is bad because it's anti-gay or anti-LGBT.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, so that's kind of the paradigm now. Before then, everyone was just anti-gay, so it was like a non-issue.
Well, everyone was just religious back then too.
Yep.
I mean, and that's kind of what, like, this came up in the, when people were talking about MLK and getting him wrong nowadays. It's because so many people on the left, forget how like religious everyone was back then. And MLK grounded all of his philosophy and his messaging in his Christian beliefs. And so that often gets left out of these conversations.
Yeah.
It's, it's funny. I didn't compose the tweet. I was going to get around to it eventually. So after I, put up my tweet where kind of calling out OLAY because she said Martin Luther King Jr. didn't really believe in nonviolence as a philosophy, only as a tactic. And I went and I got all the clips that we watched on Sunday of it very clearly MLK saying no, this is a principle, right?
Did you make that video that you uploaded?
Oh, you mean on Twitter?
No, on our YouTube channel.
No, CT made that video.
Okay. Cool.
But it's not monetized yet, so it's just sitting there.
Gotcha. But you got
but,
all the clips for the tweet. Yeah.
Right. But so after that tweet, and then OLAY blocked me, and then I had to go on my super secret Twitter account because you can't look at tweets anymore unless you're logged in.
You have
to look.
an alt account? Oh,
I have a
no,
super
Sitch.
secret alt account. Yes.
Oh no! You're supposed
That
to
I
keep those
don't-
a secret so that
I
you
don't.
can like
I
all
don't
your
post
tweets.
anything on it. I don't post anything on it. It's not
Come
a-
on, you like and retweet your stuff. Don't lie. we
No,
all know
no,
what
no.
you're doing.
No. But anyway, I was gonna make a joke. I shouldn't. I'm glad I
Yeah.
stopped myself from the joke I was about to make.
You don't pull a Jimmy Dore. You don't go under your own tweets and go, "This guy is really smart."
I forgot that he did that.
He did
Oh
that.
man,
How embarrassing.
how bad. But no. So anyway, so she, in response to that, was like, "Oh, I'm wrong, obviously." But then she recommended this book, this MLK book called, was it like Where Are We Now? Was the name of this book, or no, Where Do We Go From Here? And it was like one of the last books. I think it might have been the last book MLK wrote. And I'm like reading this book, and this is a book she cited. She said, "You have to read this book to understand what I'm saying." I'm reading this book. This book, 100%, no question, annihilates her entire position.
Did OLAY said to read this book?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I'm reading this book. First of all, this book is like ultra based because so much of the book is MLK talking about how the Black Power movement, the radical leftist Black Power movement, is gaining prominence in the Black community, and how he thinks that's bad, and how he thinks that the nonviolence, Christian approach needs to be the approach that everyone still pushes for.
Where Do We Go From Here is the book. Look, it's on Audible. Yes.
Yeah, no, it's a great book, and it like completely dispels, 1000% dispels this notion that MLK was like secretly in favor of violence mask off. Like the whole book is just him saying like, I know we have all these problems, I know all this stuff is going on, but we need to like ground and reaffirm, our values and nonviolence. And I even tweeted this out. It's funny because a lot of people got mad at this, including Joe Lewis of all people.
Oh, really?
And of course, Dialogue always, but he gets mad at everything.
I blocked
tweeted this out.
Dialogue always,
here's one-
finally.
Here's one of my banger tweets. Okay. I said, guess the liberal centrist fence-sitting civility politics racist victim blamer who said this. And this is the quote. It is indefensible. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It is understandable that the white community should fear the outbreak of riots. They are an indefensible as weapons of struggle, and black people, though he says Negroes, must sympathize with whites who feel menaced by them. Indeed, Negroes are themselves no less menaced, and those living in the ghettos always suffer most directly from the destructive turbulence of a riot.
Yeah.
So that MLK says that in the book that Olay recommended I read to prove her position right.
Riots
And I
hurt
just
the
thought it was
black
so funny because-
community.
What were you saying?
Riots hurt the black community.
Yeah, but to me, it's so funny because whenever there's like the conversation of riots, everyone throws up riots are the language of the unheard.
Yeah.
No one throws up this quote. And it's like, it gets this annoying conversation. And after I posted this, a lot of people kind of broke down this conversation too, where people say, oh, well, you're just cherry picking, you're taking MLK out of context, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, no. Listen. Yes, MLK obviously repeatedly said it's important for us as a society to understand why people riot and to try to ameliorate the conditions that cause people to riot. Okay, obviously,
Right.
that's MLK's position, and I'm not contesting that. I don't think most people are contesting that. But the problem is that, and we were seeing this, and this is what's annoying. Whenever there's a riot or violence that seems to break out to some extent, that's of like political violence that breaks out, there's so much like simping and water carrying from that side. The left will defend all the, the BLM riot stuff. A lot of people on the right will defend the January 6th riots and things of that nature. There's just this like simping defense of, violent protests, essentially, that spiral out of control, that everyone, oh, if it's my ideology, I have to defend it. And specifically with the riot stuff, I mean, we were seeing that a lot with the BLM stuff. And now, in response to the Anna's tweet, we talked about this on Sunday, a lot of people on the left seem to be basically saying that if black people or trans people want to violently protest, you have to let them, and you can't dictate the terms of that protest. And that's a very bad pathway to go down.
Yeah, we don't have a Martin Luther King now.
We don't.
In the
That's the problem.
yeah, exactly. In the race situation or in the trans situation, which really sucks.
Yep.
Can you
Lad
ima-
Gadfly for $20 says, I appreciate Gavin saying any respectful disagreement is acceptable, but I'm a little worried about what constitutes respect. It sometimes feels like any disagreement with progressive disrespects some marginalized group. Yeah, I mean, I don't think Gavin was saying this, but I do think that's kind of the issue, is that in these conversations, any sort of disagreement with leftists or left-wing heterodoxy is viewed as an attack on the person's identity and their humanity.
A trans genocide.
Yes, right. So every minor disagreement is like, in the minds of the person, is blown up to be this like massive thing.
Catastrophizing is what they call it.
Yes. So it's like, oh, if you don't want, trans women to be in sports, then, that's going to lead us down the road somehow. The slippery
To
slope
Hitler.
To Hitler, right? To rounding up the transes and,
Yeah.
taking them out. Oh, there's a clip we have to watch at some point. The Tommy Tuberville clip. Did you see that?
Yeah,
You did say this.
I wanted someone to. That's a Alabama senator, right? That was talking about.
We have to watch that.
We
after.
can, because I'm
Yeah.
like, just ask the guy. Sitch's law, right? Most
Yeah.
arguments over definitions. I keep thinking, I wonder if he's thinking white patriot. He's pulling the no bullshit defense. He's
Oh,
basically
you
saying,
did. Oh, yeah. I was gonna be like, who does this remind you?
yeah, totally. He is. Nobody asked him though. Nobody asked him if he means like a patriot that's
Right.
that has white skin.
Well, it's weird. Well, I know we'll talk about when we watched the clip. Like the reporter did a poor job too, because she became kind of like angry and emotional.
Oh, I
So,
know.
like trying to like hone in on what was actually being discussed.
She's like, "How dare you say that?"
But then he's like a total fucking idiot on top of it. So it's like it's just so weird. It's like a super weird conversation.
Well, it's obviously two people talking past one another. Like she doesn't even know that there
but
is
how
this
is he so
miscommunication.
Stupid.
Because
the thing with, like-
in his bubble,
It's like
it's a white
impossible.
patriot.
It's like literally impossible for him to think, because the reason she asked that was a follow up from a statement he got in the trouble over something very similar like months ago, and so nowhere in the internet.
Okay, well maybe he
like
does.
did he ever like fucking look up what the word white nationalist meant?
Well, he could very well not mean white patriot. He could mean.
I don't know
white-
what the fuck he meant, or is he just doubling down because he doesn't want to admit that he made a mistake? It was a very weird interaction.
But he says in the thing, "I'm not talking about the racist."
I know, that's why it doesn't make any sense.
I know, but that's what makes me think he's talking about the white patriot. He's talking about a patriot.
Yeah, but why marry yourself? I guess we should just bring it up now because we're talking about it so much.
Yeah,
why
bring it
marry
up.
yourself to the term?
I have a watch together up.
Did you,
Oh, you're
see if
in
it's
there.
on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know if there's a version of it on YouTube, but
I don't know that I can bring up tweets anymore.
why not?
Well, I can't. I guess I can do it. I just can't do it the way
Well,
I
let me
was
see if
doing
it's.
it.
Let me see. I'm sure it's on.
It's
YouTube
got to be on
somewhere.
YouTube. What are you talking
Right.
about?
I mean, everyone's gonna talk about it.
I saw it in a Rising clip. Robbie immediately brought up maybe he means like white patriot, and I was like, thank goodness somebody's
Well, he's saying
it.
he's like acting like that's what he means.
Yeah.
But he's not. He's so bad at communicating. That's not how it's coming across.
Right. Bad at communicating to the New York media elite, but very good at communicating to his constituents in Alabama.
In terms of how, okay.
Wink, wink.
No. We've talked about media training here, okay?
Uh-huh.
This is okay. Well, I'll play the clip and then I'll tell you how to correctly respond to this.
Hold on a
Okay,
second
without
here.
being like a fucking idiot. Right. Okay, let's
Let's
see. That's
see.
7.
Set this clip up. Oh, it's in the thing?
Yeah. Do you have the watch together up?
Yeah, do a little intro. CT can clip this out.
Okay, so Tommy Tuberville, senator for Alabama,
Mm-hmm.
Republican senator for Alabama, got into some trouble very recently over some very bizarre comments that he made in an interview that happened yesterday.
U.S. senator, right? It's the
U.S. senator of Alabama.
The big house.
Yeah, federal senator, not a state senator. Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Interesting. Alabama, huh? Poorest state in the nation.
Yep. So here we go.
Speaking of the military, I do want to give you a chance to clarify some comments you made recently on white nationalists serving in the military. For those who are watching, if they haven't heard your remarks, this is what you said.
Do you believe they should allow white nationalists in the military?
Well, they call them that. I call them Americans.
Adam. Come on. It's like the worst possible answer you could ever give.
Well, look, it is.
It's so bad.
It's terrible. It is terrible.
Oh my god. Now I will grant him. That this took place on May 8th, as you see on the screen. Okay. I can grant him that maybe on May 8th, he honestly didn't know what the term meant. He literally thought it meant white people who were nationalists for America, right?
Mm-hmm.
I would grant him the charity that in this original conversation, that's what he thought.
Right.
Right. But obviously, if you're not going to grant him this charity, this looks so bad.
It looks horrible. He could be completely ignorant of the term and think it's white patriot. He could know that it means racist, but
Someone who's in favor of a white ethno state.
right, but using the white patriot excuse as cover to kind of hide so his constituents can see it both ways.
Yeah,
that
that's
could
the
be
thing,
going
we don't know.
on. That could
Right.
definitely be going on.
Right.
So it's hard to say.
Well, that's the issue, is that we don't know what the intention is.
Well, this is why I wanted, follow-up questions.
Right. But here's part of the problem too. It's like, who would, so if we give him the charity and say that he thought it meant white people who were nationalists, right?
Right.
So white, nationalists.
Right.
Who's advocating that people that are patriots, that are pro-America and are white, who's saying that those people can't be in the military? I've never heard this position ever articulated in my life.
Right. Yeah. Well,
That
he's
doesn't
got
even
to
make sense.
look. If he honestly believes that, he's got to think, "What the fuck? Of course, patriots are allowed in the military. It's the
Yeah,
fucking military."
Yeah, like it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
But anyway.
Do you want to explain those comments, Senator?
Yeah, first of all, I'm totally against any type of racism, okay? I was a football coach for 40 years, and I dealt and had opportunity.
Not good when you bring up the football coach thing. I'm just not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. This is as bad as Gavin bringing up the black friends. Like you can't look. You're just not. You can't do that. Right?
Did you see her face as soon as he said that? There's like a little smile crept across.
Look,
her
I
lips.
I did not notice that. I was too.
Like, go back. Look at her lip. Look at her face. What he says.
Yeah, first of all, I'm totally against any type of racism, okay? I was a football coach for 40 years, and I dealt and had opportunity to.
No, maybe not. I just imagine.
Yeah, you oversold it. She's
I oversold
totally.
it.
She's very steely-eyed about
She's
this.
just very like I just. Oh man. Listen, I'm not racist. Okay, I interact with black people in sports.
I know.
Oh, come on, Tommy! What are you doing, Tommy?
Look, the only reason to bring up the football coach thing is because he's talking about race, right? Okay.
Yeah, I just oh god, you don't want to play in those stereotypes. But anyway.
Yeah, let's go.
To be around more minorities than anybody up here on this hill, but when our military has been attacked.
Okay, there's the face. There's the face she made.
Yes. Yes.
And I dealt and had opportunity to be around more minorities than anybody up here on this hill. But when our military has been attacked, was being attacked after 9/11, after January the 6th, and that was my first day on the Senate floor, I thought it was outrageous of what senators from the Democratic side, Chuck Schumer said on the floor that night, calling out people, calling people racist, calling people nationalists, white nationalists. White nationalists is just another word that they want to use other than racism. I'm totally against anything to do with racism. But
so wait. Okay. This is interesting because okay, the clip that I saw doesn't include any of this. This is all new to me.
Oh, really?
So this is additional context. What is he said? He said on 9/11.
No, January 6th. He misspoke.
Sorry, January 6th.
So
they tried to
say the Trump rioters were white nationalists.
Oh,
so he's objecting to that framing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Look, we saw an out of context clip. It looks like.
Yeah. Okay. So now I'm sort of starting to understand what's happening a little bit more.
He's saying that those people were white patriots on January 6th, that they weren't racists.
Yeah, okay. Interesting. Very interesting. Okay.
the thing about being a white nationalist is just a cover word for the Democrats now, where they can use it to try to make people mad across the country. Identity politics. I'm totally against that. But I'm for the American people. I'm for military. I'm for Christian conservatives, Democrats, whoever wants to be in the military to fight for this country, to protect this country. That's what it's all about.
But just to...
So before we get into the follow-up here, this is like a terrible answer, okay? because you can make the argument where you say, okay, the Democrats are trying to label everyone that disagrees with them as racist or white nationalists. You can make that argument, but that's a very different argument than trying to attack the validity of the term's existence at all. Because when you attack the validity of the term's existence, it kind of goes into the realm of like, you know, when you try to bring up cultural Marxism and people say that's just a Nazi dog whistle, right?
Right.
You're like, well, why are you trying to make it so that we can't have a term to describe a specific
Oh,
thing?
you're saying that applies here as well.
Yeah, like if you're going to say that we can't even use the term white nationalist, that's the same as saying you can't even use the term cultural Marxist. Like you can use the term and the term means something very specifically. White nationalist means very specifically and always has. People are trying to like argue that this isn't the case, but it's not true. White nationalist means and always has meant, and at least in America, a person who's advocating for a white ethno-state. Now, you can say that I don't think the people on January 6th were racist. You can say you don't think they're white nationalists. You can say that the Democrats are wrongly labeling people with these things. But when you call into question that the label shouldn't exist, that's when you kind of get the sus eyebrow raised, because it's like, what's happening here? Why are you trying to prevent people from being able to describe a concept?
Yeah, I agree.
Now, I don't think Tommy's smart enough to
I don't know
have all these
look,
thoughts, but
I agree. I'm not sure that's what's going on here.
Right. I'm just saying this is your media training here. So
That's what it's all about.
But just to be clear, you agree that white nationalists should not be serving in the U.S. military. Is that what you're saying?
If people think that a white nationalist is a racist, I agree with that. I agree they should.
A white nationalist is someone who believes that the white race is superior to other races.
Well,
not a white nationalist. That's a white supremacist. I mean, it's
well, this is where she's being kind
Right.
of stupid in the conversation.
Right. Because the white nationalists will say, well, we don't think white people are superior. Right.
Yeah, I know they do the whole, we think Jews and Asians are like superior. That's why we need our own country.
I know.
It's
So,
like, okay.
well, that's some people's opinion. And I don't think,
What's
I mean,
an
a lot.
opinion?
Pardon?
What's your opinion?
My opinion of a white nationalist, if somebody wants to call him white nationalist, to me is an American. It's an American. Now, if that white nationalist is a racist, I'm totally against anything that they want to do. Because
see, this is where I think he
Yes.
is making the white patriot thing. He's saying it's a white patriot. If that white patriot is racist, then fuck that guy.
Yeah, no, I think you're right, but it's like, how is he this fucking stupid?
It's Sitch. What do
Like-
you look?
This is
the world we live in.
Yeah, but like, okay, if he just said this on the show for the first time,
Why is
right?
she so stupid that she didn't ask him the follow-up question? What do you mean, white patriot?
No, listen. I agree with you 100%. She didn't. Well, you can have. I think either one or two things happening with the interviewer. Either one, she's just angry and emotional, and she thinks he's racist, so she's not even thinking that there's some miscommunication, or she thinks there is possible miscommunication, but she doesn't care
Because she wants
the
to paint
viral
him as a
clip.
racist. Yeah,
Right,
exactly.
So
Look,
one of those two things
he's
happened.
got an R by his name, and he's from Alabama. This is
Right.
like her dream
Perfect. Yeah.
interview.
Right. But no, but going back to Tommy for a second, if this was just like the first time he made the statement, I could be like, okay, maybe he's just like an idiot, right? But he made this statement in
Multiple
May.
times, I know.
Okay. He made this statement in May and people attacked him for it. How have you gone through all these months? You know that this is going to get asked of you again. You never like Google the term white fucking nationalist and look up the dictionary definition or have an aide do it for you just so you could have like a response to this question. Like,
This is his response. Sitch, what's wrong
this
with
is
it?
the worst response ever. Here's the response. Here's the response, everyone. Okay, you're Tommy Tuberville. You put your foot in your mouth with the white nationalist question earlier.
Uh-huh.
Okay, about the January 6th stuff. Now you say, how do you respond to this? You say, listen, I didn't know what this term meant. I didn't know what the term meant. I was confusing it for something else. I do not support any sort of white nationalism. I don't support any sort of white supremacy. But I do think that the Democrats throw these labels out too easily at people that are not actually racist.
Right.
Boom! There's your fucking answer.
No, that
Simple.
would be great. Yeah, that would be
Okay.
great.
Boom. And then you don't
The
get stuck in any of
racist
these.
Democrats target white people
There you go.
who are patriots and
There you
wrongly
go.
call them racist white nationalists.
Right.
And
Right.
though,
There you go.
and though technically, as a senator from Alabama, I believe white people who are patriots are fine,
Right.
as long as they're not racist. Yeah, no, that
You're
would
already
be much
confusing
better.
it. Okay. You're already making it more complicated. I'm just saying. You just say, boom. You know, I made a mistake. You know, I didn't. This isn't the term
No,
I
but
meant.
look-
This is what I meant. Boom, 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 boom. boom.
Even
Just
if
lay
we
it all out.
look,
Okay.
even if we made it as
Simple.
clear as we made it here, people would still mischaracterize it just to say this guy's a racist.
No,
Like that's the
obvious-
whole
listen,
game that's
right.
going on here.
Obviously, well, here's the thing. There'll always be people that will intentionally try to mischaracterize you.
Of
okay?
course.
But there's a spectrum. There's a spectrum of bad actorness, right?
Of course.
So like if you want to have just the 20% of the worst actors mischaracterize you, okay, you say what I said in terms of trying to fix the situation.
Mhm.
But if you want like 80% of everyone to mischaracterize
You-
you give this answer.
You gi-
Okay.
You give the answer I gave. Yeah. No, I
no, I'm saying
agree.
you give the answer that Tommy's giving right now.
Oh yeah, well
Which
that's
is
the-
like,
th-
what
I
does
would
this
say
even mean?
look, I would say Tommy's answer is like 100%. You're going to be mischaracterized.
Well, I'm
Like,
not.
it's not
I think
even
you're right.
close.
I think you're right. I don't think he is secretly dog whistling for racist or anything because it doesn't like he wouldn't denounce racism and then dog whistle for racism.
Of
It
course.
doesn't make sense to me.
Of course. All right, let's continue.
But anyway, yeah.
White nationalist, if somebody wants to call them white nationalists, to me is an American. It's an American. Now, if that white nationalist is a racist, I'm totally against anything that they want to do because I am 110% against racism. But I want somebody that's in our military, that's strong, that believes in this country, that's an American, that will fight along anybody, whether it's a man or woman, black or white, red, it doesn't make any difference. And so I'm totally against identity politics. I think it's ruining this country, and I think that Democrats ought to be ashamed for how they're doing this because it's dividing this country and it's making this country weaker every day.
But that's not identity politics. You said a white nationalist is an American.
It is identity politics.
You said a white nationalist is an American, but a white nationalist is someone who believes horrific things. Do you really think that's someone who should be serving in the military?
Well, that's just a name that it's been given. I mean,
It's not.
listen,
It's a real definition. There's real concerns
so if
about
you're going to do away
extremism.
with most white people in this country out of the military, we got huge problems.
It's not.
We
It's
got
not.
huge-
Look, he thinks all white people in the military are white patriots.
I know. God, it's
Why is she not responsible for this? Because she should be. Look, we understand the miscommunication, no problem. How come
Well, okay.
she's doing this? How come she
No,
wants
no,
to get
she-
into the
first-
definition
right.
games here?
She's listen. This is a bad. These are bad follow-ups because even she doesn't have a clear understanding of white nationalism because she's like white nationalist is someone who
Believes horrific things.
believes horrific
Yeah.
things. Like she didn't say well, wait a minute, I don't understand what you're saying, Senator. Definitionally, like if I'm asking a question, I'd say, I don't understand what you're saying, Senator. Definitionally, if you look up in the dictionary the term white nationalist, it means someone who believes in a white ethno-state. Like
Right.
that's what the word means. So I'm not really sure I understand the delineation you're trying to make here.
You could ask a
Right.
lot of follow-ups. Do you believe
Right.
in that we should have a multicultural society or multi-ethnic society?
Right.
Yeah.
But the thing is, it's like here's the thing. Like she's asking bad follow-ups and she's doing a bad job in the conversation.
Mhm.
But she's not like Kathy Newmaning him, right? She's not like trying. I don't think she's trying to catch him. I think she just honestly. I don't think either of them understands what the fuck the problem is.
Look, I think she is 100% Kathy Newmaning him. And
I know.
the Kathy Newmaning problem was that
Right.
she was a dipshit and didn't know what the hell Jordan Peterson was saying.
I completely disagree with you. I think she honestly doesn't understand what he is talking about.
That's what I just said.
Nope, Kathy Newman was trying to catch Jordan Peterson.
Okay.
Like Kathy Newman, because what Kathy Newman would do was she would listen to what Jordan Peterson said, and then she would reframe it in the most negative way possible.
Right.
And that's why he
she's-
would say, because he's like, "So you're saying?" And he's
Right.
like, "No, I didn't say that at all." You know,
Right.
like,
Okay. She's a little more good faith than that, but still stupid.
well, I just think they just don't. I think there's just Sitch's law. I think they're just talking past each other.
Let's move on.
problems.
It's not people who are white, it's white nationalists.
That have a few
You
probably
see the
different
distinction,
beliefs.
right?
that have different beliefs. Now, if racism is one of those beliefs, I'm totally against it. I am totally against racism.
But that
there's
is
a lot
that
of
is
people
a white,
that believe in different
nationalist
things.
is racist, Senator.
Well, that's your opinion. That's your opinion. But if
not
it's
an opinion.
racism, I'm totally against it. I'm totally against any type of race, or any
Oh
type of racism. I don't care what it's in.
So do you buy
so
do you
funny.
buy my explanation now? So when he hears white nationalist, he's
No,
hearing
I-
white
yeah.
patriot. And he's thinking, well, all the white guys in the military, they're all patriots and they all have all kinds of different beliefs.
Mhm.
They're all
sorry.
over the place. But if they believe in racism,
Yeah, no,
that's bad.
I
we
do.
we
When I first-
discourage that.
When I first saw the clip, I thought that there was just confusion. I don't think that he was dog whistling for a white nationalist or something. Even though I humorously tweeted out this clip and I said I'm getting flashbacks just for like the handful of people that would know what I was referencing. Someone very funny said, they said, it's good. They said, I'm so proud to see Brooks finally become a senator.
Oh, you meanie.
I know. But anyway, no. So yeah, no, I don't think he is dog whistling for white nationalism. I just,
Look, he
This
was
is
a
like the-
coach.
this is like the dumbest. How are people this stupid in Congress? Like, this is the dumbest fucking answer to this question. It's just such an easy thing to answer. And he just
America
made it so much worse.
America is a giant nation where, there's like a lot of different cultures in America.
We need to listen. I've been convinced for Vanguardism now. We need.
No, don't go crazy now.
I'm just kidding. But no, it's just no. So okay. But there is something that is actually malicious that's arisen from this interaction that I didn't expect necessarily.
Uh-oh.
Which is that, so I saw that Jack Posobiec tweeted this out, and I was
Right.
looking through the replies. And first of all, I don't really follow Jack Posobiec. I don't know anything about him.
And
really
it's
that much.
all really white nationalists.
There was a lot of racist ass people replying, like top comments,
Oh,
either
that
number
sucks.
one, that were replying, or number two, doing this fucking insane. And here's the problem: there was a lot of people replying that were like, white nationalism isn't real, or saying white nationalism is a boogeyman, or saying there's nothing wrong with white nationalism. And they
That's
were,
a
and then they're-
scary one.
and it's-
Unless
well-
they mean white patriot.
well, but that's the problem, because there are a lot of people saying, "Oh, there's nothing wrong with white nationalism." Like, that's just a nationalist who's white. And you're sitting there. I'm like, okay, are these people fucking stupid?
Or are
or-
they malicious?
Is it malicious? And I'm
Yeah.
like, I have no fucking clue. I have no clue. And
Or
I'm looking
are
through these
they
replies.
Chinese operatives?
Are they Chinese operatives? Yeah, right. And that's kind of like the scary maliciousness that kind of came out of this, is that there's a bunch of people, like, because I could believe there's a bunch of people on the right who are just automatically like, I have to defend this guy because he's on the right, so I'm going to adapt whatever stupid argument he adapts. Like, that's
course.
something that we see all the time, right? So I don't know if that's what's happening with a lot of those people in the replies, or if they are legitimate alt-righters, white nationalists, who are trying to use this as an opportunity.
Let's hope they're not.
To mainstream the idea that, like, oh no, listen, white nationalism just means you're a nationalist that white, it's totally fine, totally acceptable. Those dirty liberal media trying to demonize white nationalists, like, I
Wow.
don't know. It's just, it's like, I don't know what you do in that situation, because it's hard to tell who is who in that mix.
You
right?
get
Who's the
another
useful idiot.
You get another CNN commentator that's not a total moron, and you interview the
Right.
guy again. Look, this could be straightened out by dinner time.
Listen, I'm going to reach out to Tommy. Okay, we can straighten this out.
Let's do it.
We'll give charity
Look,
and
we're
good faith to Tommy.
we're YouTubers. He's Tommy Tuberville. Come on, come on
That's
our
right.
channel.
It's in his name. There you go. Yeah. So I don't know. It's just, this clip was wild to me. It's so insane.
This is a pretty wild clip. I mean, this is a good clip, definitely. So,
Okay.
all right,
see.
moving on.
Okay. Well, let me read. There's some super chats here about this.
About Tommy Tuberville.
Yes. Zero Fucks for 10 months says, when it comes to being dumb, Tuberville is not the exception. He's the rule. Update your Bayesian prior for trusting government institutions accordingly. Well, there it goes. There's
Look
your
at that.
advice.
You
Thank
just changed Sitch. He's no longer an establishment shill. This video convinced him government is evil.
So WT1A1A, I don't know. See, here's the problem too. I don't know where people are from. And I think there might be some confusion for non-Americans. I don't know if WTF1A1A is American, because WT1A for $7 says, "Why is Sitch a child now?" So ex-race nationalist means someone wants their ethnostate. For example, black nationalists, Muslim nationalists, etc. Also house the squirrel, Adam.
The squirrel is kind of timid now.
Nice.
But still comes. I fed the squirrel this morning.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. But to answer your question, WTF1A1A, yes. Anyone that says they're a black nationalist, that's what it means. To be a black nationalist literally means they want a black ethnostate. That's what it means. If someone says, I mean, I've never really heard the term Muslim nationalist, but I would assume that's what it means too. But yeah, if you hear the people, I mean, that was a big part of the civil rights movement between, the Black Power movement, the Black Panther Party, and Martin Luther King Jr. There were black nationalists. This is kind of, I mean, and this is where I guess I'm confused at. I mean, this is part of what I always bring up in CRT is that they literally say in CRT,
They're for
and I've read this quote a million
segregation.
times.
Yeah.
They say we should not have thrown black nationalists under the bus the way we've thrown white nationalists. Like in CRT, they say maybe we should reconsider black nationalism. But that's what it means. It literally means to have a separate
Segregated state.
separate community, separate country for people that are black. That's
not
what it
a,
means.
It's not a black guy who's in the military and goes, "Raw, love America."
Right.
Yeah.
And so, like, I don't know, maybe I'm in a little bubble in that I understand the term, and there's just a lot of people out there that have just never heard the term, white or black nationalist. I thought these were very common terms. Maybe they're not. But that's how they're, like, if you, Google it, you look in dictionary.com, that's what they mean. There's never been any other interpretation for these terms.
I actually love this clip now. Just the miscommunication of it all. Oh, it's just comedy gold.
Well, it's not. I mean, I think it's hilarious. I don't think it's going to be doing Tommy's career any favors.
It's comedy gold. Look,
it is pretty funny.
He probably just gained like 5 points for a Senate seat. Everyone in Alabama knows what Tommy's saying. That's all that matters.
That's pretty bad if that's the case.
Look, you've got some New York liberal.
Yeah.
Who doesn't know jack shit. You think that's going to hurt Tommy's reelection campaign? This New York liberal on CNN who doesn't even know what white nationalist means.
That's the thing. It's like either you interpret it, because again, there's only two interpretations. He's an idiot or he's secret dog whistling for racist. Now, I think he's an idiot. Either one of those things is not a good reason to reelect the guy.
I'm telling you, his poll numbers just went up 15 points.
You could be correct. I don't know.
Look,
but of course, you know how everyone on the left can interpret that if that happens.
Of course.
That just proves Alabama's a racist.
They're going to go, look, this is a rise of white nationalism.
Yeah, exactly.
They're going to say half of our military is white nationalists.
Right. All just because Tommy Tuberville didn't look up a word on dictionary.com.
All based on a miscommunication. Yeah. Interesting. World War III was caused by a miscommunication.
Lad Gadfly, thank you so much for the $20. Says, this is Sitch's good faith tip for trying to charitably interpret the senator. This is why S-Class is the best class.
S-Class got it wrong. A-Team got it right. What
did I get wrong? What are you talking about?
Look, I nailed it before we even watched the clip.
That was my exact... Okay, you can't... Listen, we can't be in a situation where I have the same thought as you, but you say it first, and then you get to say, oh, well, I got it right.
Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's reasonable.
Okay. Anyways.
Superchats.
Oh, wait, there was some other $20 ones I was going to read first before I started at the beginning again. Kaiba Corp for $20 says, wasn't there a controversy over private conversations between doctors and families about their child and ADHD diagnosis? It's funny because when he said that, when they brought up the doctor thing, I immediately thought of that. And I was like, ugh, I don't want to get bogged down in the trans conversation because I really wanted to ask him about the OLAY race thing. So yeah, I didn't want to bring that up because I didn't want to bring that up. I didn't want to go on the whole desistance thing. I was like, we got on this track a million times. But yeah, no, I think when someone says, I think this should be a conversation between a doctor and the patient or a doctor and the family, like, I think that that's a fine general principle that you start from, but I don't think that can be the only idea. And maybe I think this is a problem with human thinking in general. You can have a good base point, right? Where you say, okay, we're going to start for the assumption of X, but that's not going to be the only reason. And people don't seem to hold that in their mind.
Well, I think the thing to ask is, would you be cool with that if we were talking about gay conversion therapy? Should gay conversion therapy be between
right
the parents and their doctor?
Right. Or female genital mutilation.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Or any number of medical procedures that we don't do anymore. Right. Because that's the thing. You could say, again, the principle that, like, okay, you're going to start with a general principle of let the doctor and the patient decide, but that can't be the only reason. Right?
Of course.
There has to be more specifics there. Because as you said, yeah, what if the doctor and the patient and the family all say, well, we want to engage in, gay conversion? Right?
Well, sooner or later, it goes into the realm of public safety, where we want the general public to all be safe from medical treatments that are not, deemed safe by society. So,
yeah, right. Like, what if there is what if there's some religious sect that still believes in
bloodletting or something? Yeah.
Or what was it, coring? What was the thing where they tried to, like, get the spirits out of your head or whatever?
Oh my
God. They put, like, the hole in your head to get the spirits out. Yeah.
Jeez.
Yeah,
bro.
I think it was, like, called coring or something. Yeah, but they have, like, if there's some religious group that, they have some medical doctor who's going to core you or bloodlet you or whatever.
It's just between you and your doctor, Sitch. You want to drill a hole in your head, you feel free.
Yeah, or it's like with the oh my God. With the Heaven's Gate people. Oh, that was the hardest part to watch.
Self-castration?
Yes, the self-castration with the Heaven's Gate people. Like, that was so horrific to, like, watch that part of the documentary. They talked about that. Like, just, that's why I'm saying, like, there are other considerations that you can have besides, like, well, just let them decide amongst themselves, right? Because as you said, there has to be some kind of, like, public's, or not, doesn't have to be, but I believe ideologically there has to be some level of public safety for everyone.
Of course.
So,
yeah.
So I agree. I agree.
Well, this is why they always pivot to all the institutions. But all the institutions agree with us, just like they did with smoking. 4 out of 5 doctors think Salem lights are the healthiest cigarettes.
Yeah, or like like foot binding or something. I mean, there's like a million of these, like, weird,
of course,
things you can talk about.
What were the lobotomies?
Lobotomies, yeah.
Thalidomide.
Well,
safe and effective for morning sickness.
Right.
Then you have a flipper baby. Oh,
that was a different issue. Yeah. Ostracy for $20 says, this whole doctor-patient thing is such an odd take. Medicine has always been one of the most regulated industries ever. Saying just between you and your doctor or goodbye FDA, get out of the room. Yeah. Or no, okay, goodbye FDA, get out of the room. Yeah, no, it's a bad principle to end on. I think it's an okay principle to start with. It's a bad principle to end on. Yeah.
Yep.
JMac for $20 says, punching someone non-provoked is not as bad as shooting someone non-provoked. Don't do either. It's not hard, guys. Yeah, I don't know if this was in reference to that. I don't think it was because of the time. Oh, no, it was, yeah. And I think this is actually a great analogy when we talk about, when we bring up, like, racism against white people and people pivot to, racism against black people is worse, which isn't what we're discussing. That's a really good analogy to talk about, Jay. It's like, shooting someone's worse than punching them, but you still shouldn't punch them. And it would be weird if I punched Adam in the face and he said, "What the fuck, Sitch? Why'd you punch me in the face?" And I said, "Why are you complaining? I didn't shoot you."
Yeah.
It's like, well, wait a minute, what are we doing? So,
look, can't you do both? Not shoot me and not punch me?
Yeah, exactly. So. Stug for $20. Thank you, Stug. For $22. Says, question, do you care so much about giving people universal health care? Why not give all the CEOs and such of the industry government? Why not give all the CEOs and such of the industries government-sponsored free everything in exchange for the abolition of their livelihood or career, if you prefer that than livelihood.
Why not give all the CEOs and such of the industries of, I'm assuming the healthcare industry,
The healthcare industry is, yeah.
government sponsored free everything? So you're basically buying them off. I mean, I think there would have to be some sort of eminent domain thing that takes place, but I don't know how it would take place with a business.
Right.
I don't know how, like, England started there. I only know one thing, that it was after World War II, and I think it was Winston Churchill or whoever said, we paid our citizens to make bombs that we could drop on Nazis. We can pay our citizens to provide health care.
Right.
And they just started the healthcare service. So I don't know that they had any kind of healthcare service that they were putting out of business. Like, one of the problems now is that our healthcare industry in America is like big business. Big business.
Not just that it's big business, but like it's like private medical care is so entrenched already.
Yeah, in
How
politics.
do we?
Yeah.
Well, just because it says that the National Health Service started in 1948 or 1946. So I don't
Yeah.
know what the heck was going on before 1946 in the UK. But
Yeah, so our situation is a bit more difficult, obviously.
right.
The book, I reread some of that book, and I can't even really remember why, but the price we pay book for healthcare, and it's just but you'd get, like, Solidoge will obviously come in here and comment on this, because the procedures that they're kind of tricking people into doing, they're tricking poor people and old people who have Medicare. So they're basically tricking the government into paying for procedures.
Right.
So they're completely, I mean, it's a completely nefarious thing. These people are getting these procedures that are probably not going to increase their quality of life, but they are increasing the quality of life of the doctors who are doing them, because they're getting paid by Medicare
Right.
to do these
Well,
procedures. So
it's interesting because
that would be something against universal health care, right?
it would be against the public option, because like you presumably wouldn't have that issue in England because the government's paying itself, right?
Right.
Like in England, or if the government was running the healthcare, they would be incentivized to spend as little money as possible,
Right.
like from a financial perspective. And that is a problem. And I think I don't know what the solution to this is, because I don't think we could nationalize health care in America at all. And it's funny because, like, even, Bernie Sanders, when they talk about Medicare for all, they're not even talking about nationalizing healthcare. They're just talking about nationalizing the
Health insurance. Yeah.
Right. And the thing is, if you do that, and even if you have a maybe a public option would be better, because there's still going to be competition, maybe, to like try to prevent that. Because if you just nationalize health insurance, then I think you could get a lot of situations you're talking about, Adam, where, they know that the government has deep pockets. And so it's easy for them to just kind of like try to charge up as much money as possible, essentially, from the government, to provide whatever medical services.
What they're doing
can.
is totally sick. I mean, he went to a bunch of these things. The healthcare companies basically seek out churches, and they go to the congregation, a lot of old people in church trying to get into heaven, right? So they do these tests on them, and they're like, oh, you need this procedure, something for your vein. Do you have leg pain? So they do this procedure. They make a bunch of money because they're all on Medicare.
Right.
They're completely...
Who's doing this? The hospitals are doing this?
Hospitals, doctors, different healthcare companies. Yeah.
Right. Well, how's the healthcare company? If they have Medicare, how's the healthcare? It's not healthcare insurance, it's healthcare company. I got you.
Yeah, they're the people that are, and
the ones providing the test, or the.
I believe a lot of doctors and healthcare providers, they rent space in a hospital, like a stylist rents a chair in some salon or something. So as long as they're signing people up, the doctors are getting rich doing these procedures. And I mean, it's kind of horrific. So, but the guy goes to a bunch of these places, and the doctor who wrote the book and tells them, this is they're basically taking advantage of you and taking advantage of the people in the congregation, and the people feel horrible about it. But I mean, if CNN wanted to actually do some good in the world, they would promote this and let people know so they don't get tricked into doing these things.
Someone in chat said the military industrial complex companies compete with each other constantly to earn those government contracts for the next generation. Jet competition doesn't go away when you're on government payroll. Well, I mean, that's true-ish for certain things. I think it's a little bit more difficult when you're talking about like healthcare, because it's not like I don't think people just like the way that people think about healthcare. I don't think people like go shopping around like, oh, I have some illness, and they go to like one doctor. The doctor says, oh, you know, you need this procedure, right? You might go to another doctor for a second opinion, but you don't usually go for another doctor to like, well, how much are you going to charge me for this procedure? And then how much are you going to charge me for this procedure, right?
Right.
And then that would be doubly true if you didn't have to pay for it. Like if you were on some insurance plan, the government pays for it.
People do shop around though.
Yeah,
Especially
if they really like.
If it's an elective surgery.
If it's elective surgery, right? Sure.
The thing that we've talked about before with Trump saying that the executive order that Trump signed saying hospitals have to list their prices on their website or something. I looked into that because I had read something that Biden wasn't enforcing it, but they are enforcing it, and they even have an agency that you can complain to if you go to the hospital's website and you can't find some procedure.
Wow, that's good.
Yeah, so we are moving in that direction, which is great.
That's good. But just going back to this for a second, because there's going to be a difference just in like the interaction of the market where, you know, the government's like, oh, we need someone to build us a jet, right?
Okay.
And then a bunch of different military contracts or military companies are going to like fight over like who can build the best jet, who can build the best jet at the lowest cost, or who's really greasing whose palms, you know, et cetera, et cetera. Right?
Yeah, who's paying the most for lobbyists?
Right. Like that's going to be a completely different interaction than like a private citizen who thinks I don't have to pay for this, the government's going to pay for it. Like that'd be less incentive for them to kind of shop around necessarily for the competition.
That is a problem. Third-party payers, yeah.
Right. Now you would have a situation where possibly if everyone's on the government's dollar, that would give the government a lot of power to control the cost of these procedures.
Yeah, they become like Walmart. They're like, no, I don't like it at this price. Do it for
less. Right. So, and then that would be a whole nother fight, because then it's gonna be like, who the hell is gonna figure out what is the correct cost for these procedures? You know, the doctors and hospitals are gonna like be losing their minds over this stuff. So
he lays out in the book some of these procedures that are anywhere from $250,000 to like $8,000. So, I do think there's some shenanigans going on.
Oh no,
here.
There's lots of shenanigans. And listen, maybe if the government had complete reins of everything in terms of paying for it, they could weed out some of the shenanigans. Sure. But I still am not in favor of that. I still, you know, I think that could happen with with an optional public option. I haven't really heard strong arguments, in my opinion, why we can't have a public option, why we have to just go to this full, you know, private insurance is a legal thing.
You know, there's a difference between buying a car and buying a hamburger, right? The hamburger is listed on the menu. It's the same price for everyone.
Yeah, no, the car you haggle. Yeah.
You go in to buy the car and it's like, okay, is this guy a sucker? Is this guy a pushover?
But that's the thing. People don't usually haggle when they go to a hospital or a doctor. People rarely like try to haggle over the price.
Because they assume it's like the hamburger when really it's like the car.
Right.
And that's the problem. That's a giant problem.
But the problem is the reason it's like the car is because of the way insurance is run.
Yeah, no.
And we talked about this on a previous stream.
It's a giant problem.
Where insurance, like the insurance agencies, like both the medical providers and your insurance company are both incentivized to have these like exorbitantly high priced procedures, which then they can then chop down to some number, because then when you get the bill, it says this procedure costs $40,000, but because you have us as your health care insurance, we dropped it down to like 500, baby. Look how awesome we are, right?
That's actually, he talks about that in the book. It's a trade secret what each of the insurance companies' discount is.
Right. Right.
discount rate is.
No, but that's the problem. So both the medical community is insurance to jack up the price, but then also the people that pay for it are incentivized for you to see that jacked up price. So it looks like they're doing a better job than they really are.
Yeah.
So, let's see. Andrew Clark for $20 says, "What do you think of Zom 100?" You asked us this. We haven't watched it yet. We just talked about this on Sunday. We didn't read it in 2 days, Andrew. But thank you. I love the main character. It makes me think of Adam as he describes his youth. So my headcanon is that in an alternate universe where young Adam is surviving in a zombie apocalypse.
Well,
there
it
you go.
sounds
That's-
great if it's a zombie apocalypse with somebody running around trying to get laid.
There you go. See that'll incentivize Adam to read Zom 100.
What does he
it's
do
about
when
him.
he sees like an attractive zombie? Can a zombie consent? Like I'm already curious.
Well, first of all, you don't have to worry about consent for the zombies because you're gonna kill them, right? It's like fucking the chicken that you're gonna kill.
Look, they don't need to consent to me killing them. If I'm gonna have sex, I need
Oh,
consent.
they do need the consent. Okay, I'd be more concerned that you become a zombie. Like, how does a zombie transmit? I think if you had sex with a zombie, you'd probably become a zombie.
Really? I thought it was only I thought it was like saliva.
There's liquid down there, Adam. Do you know how STDs?
It's
are,
not
like,
saliva
transferred?
though. Look,
I don't think it's just saliva. I'm pretty
Look,
sure it's
lads,
any
lads.
fluids. Okay,
stay away from the blowjob. Okay.
I'm pretty sure it's any fluid. All right.
They might be a bit bitey anyway, so you want to avoid that.
There you go. Okay. Eric the Great for 20 Canadian says, "Another contradiction. Someone please explain to me the quote love science crowd denies the science on biological differences between sexes, yet takes these differences to advocate for biological transition." Yeah, no, like I 100% agree. I made a video about that like a million years ago about there's just this inherent contradiction in this idea that people are born thinking they're in the wrong body. Like if you think people are born with gender dysphoria, or you think people can be born thinking they're in the wrong body, then you have to accept that there must be some sort of biological blueprint of what it means to be born male or female in the first place.
Yes. And that blueprint is stored somewhere in the brain.
Yeah, otherwise it wouldn't make sense. There's no way you could be born thinking you're the wrong sex unless in your body somewhere is some kind of blueprint for what it means to be born that sex.
I always look, there's all these biological sex differences that people are unaware of. The eyes, there's a difference in the number of P cells and M cells. The hearing is different in men and women. The pain reception is different in men and women. The pain response is different in men and women. So I wonder when people say I was born in the wrong body, I keep thinking, well, why can't we test to see if their eyes are more female or male, or their hearing is more female? Because then you could make the argument, look, they are literally born in the wrong body, right?
Well, first of all, that'd be incredibly fascinating if you did test that and you found out that there was some correlation there. That'd be super interesting. I would assume on my gut intuition that none of that's happening. That if you looked at someone who had gender dysphoria, they wouldn't have any of these other factors.
Well, I've never had gender dysphoria, but I think I do have more of the female pattern eyes. I think that's one of the reasons why I have the dyslexia.
Because women can't read?
No, when I was tested for dyslexia, they did say that I had a more of the cells that detect texture and color.
Oh, interesting.
Than average.
Right.
And that's the discrepancy between men and women. Women have more of the texture color. There's a ratio between the texture color and the motion detecting cells. And men have more of the motion detecting cells than women by a substantial amount. Like it's not even close. This is why obviously men would be better at sports and whatnot. They literally have more motion detecting cells in their eyes.
Someone in the chat said gaylexia.
Yeah. So, but I've never been super great at sports anyway. So
Look at you. You're such a girl.
Look, I've
never been good at
always
sports.
Look, I've admitted, like I'm just 20% soy.
Okay.
It's nothing to be ashamed of. Okay.
Well, maybe that's why you're so horny for women all the time. You're like, you have to make it up to yourself. You have to like, listen, I got these girly eyes, so I gotta like really, excel in other areas to like prove my masculinity.
one of my good friends, and I've told this story before. I always thought he was gay. Like for the longest time, I was friends with him for like a year, and I was like, I just assumed he was gay, but he's not gay. So, and he's a super horn dog too. So, I think you can be effeminate and still be massively heterosexual. I don't.
It's funny. I knew someone in college who I was really good friends with, and I never perceived him as gay. And everyone else would be like, "Oh, is he gay?" And I'm like, "I don't know. Is he gay?" And I was like, I never perceived him as gay. And then once they'd say that, I'm like, yeah, I can understand where they're coming from because he has, there's kind of like that affect, like
it's
that specific affect.
Effeminate, yeah. They run, how the gay guy runs.
Well, yeah, it wasn't like that, but then he was like dating some chick, and I was like, oh, well,
he's not gay.
Yeah,
Look
not
at
gay,
that.
I guess.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I haven't talked to him in a long time. I don't know if like now he'd be like, no, I found out the truth now, Sitch.
Come on, a lot of chicks in California and Los Angeles are into that. Who's like that?
A lot of women are into dating gay guys.
They're into dating effeminate guys.
Oh.
Like you always see effeminate guys that are actors or whatever, and they're always with like a super hot model that's like hitting it out of the park, and you're going,
Jordan Peterson
wait a
talked
second.
About that. Yeah,
I always thought that guy was gay.
Right. Eric the Great for 20 Canadian says modern feminism regarding prohibition, civil rights, and abolitionism are from evangelical Christianity. Today's ID poll emerged when it became Marxist and abandoned its Christian origins. It was called social gospel. True, that was the word I'm looking for. Yeah, social gospel. Yeah, I think that's kind of, if I'm correct, I'm not 100%. I think MLK kind of was from the social gospel doctrine too, and then it lost its Christian roots and it got kind of absorbed into Marxism, and here we are. So yeah, no, it's a great point.
Wow.
Very good point.
Wow.
Smoke Diver for $20. Thank you, Smoke Diver. Says the issue with Medicare/Medicaid, you are going against the government. They don't cover all the expenses. So no matter what you bill, they won't pay enough to cover it. An ambulance ride base cost is $400 with no profit. They pay $250. Well, I guess, I mean, when I'm thinking of like a public option, I mean, it would pay for like,
yeah, you got to cover your cost. I don't know if it could
pay for everything, but it would pay for a massive amount, right? You get some like menial amount that you end up having to pay. Maybe some things could be entirely paid, some things would not be, depending on what specific thing it is. So, but yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, because I know like my parents are on, they're old enough to be on Medicare. I mean, they still have to pay. They just pay reduced rates for everything. So.
The hearts aren't appearing in the video anymore. I wonder why that's not working.
Oh, so sad.
It is sad. I like it when the hearts were. Let's see if I can fix that.
Let me read the Streamlabs that I missed from Sunday.
Do this. Okay, yeah, sure.
Let's see. I read. Did I not read? Did we not read any? No, I read some. Magor for $2 says, "Why identify as center left, center right, enlightened centrist, when you instead could identify as enlightened lunatic?" There you go.
Enlightened fence sitter. It just doesn't have the same ring.
Stog for $6 says, "Imitation crab meat is crab meat. It has, quote, crab meat in the name, thus implying it is a type of crab meat."
That's pretty good. That's hilarious.
It's hilarious. Though, to be fair, whenever you order sushi and it says crab, it's got that K on it. Don't they usually put the K on it? It's the K crab.
Is it? I don't know.
Here in Florida, when you order the sushi with the quote crab in it, it's got the K on it. So.
Yeah, that stuff is a little odd. It's
just a type of fish, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's like white fish with some crab flavoring, but crab legs, I mean, it's not even close. They're like 100 times better than that.
Well, obviously.
Yeah.
Of course, right. I've never had imitation crab except in sushi, where you're tasting like a whole
A
bunch
bunch
of
of other
things.
stuff, yeah.
So it's not like I can really like pick it out. Yeah, I've never like just sat down and eaten like a chunk of fake crab to see what it tastes like.
I have, yeah.
So
I wouldn't do it again, but
okay. I mean, I love crab. There's something so deliciously primal. You feel like a caveman. You're like cracking open these
Oh,
legs,
yeah,
and
yeah.
sucking out the meat. You're like, oh,
we always get the crab buffet when we go to Vegas because,
oh
I mean,
wow, look
yeah,
at
all you
this.
can eat. You just stack them up. Yeah.
Damn.
You bring your metal nut crackers with you so you can get in there and really go to
It's-
town on those crabs.
It took me like when I was growing up, I hated crab, and then I don't know, something changed. Like I got a little older, and just there was some magical change, and all of a sudden I'm like, oh, this is good.
It's so much work. It's like-
But see, to me, the work is part of the enjoyment. So I said I feel like a caveman. I'm like, ooh, ooga, ooga,
Of
ooga,
course,
ooga.
yeah.
Cracking open like
You're there cracking. You've cracked open like 35 crab legs, and you've got like a pile of meat that's like
this
this tiny little cube
slip.
on your plate. You're like, oh, I can't wait to eat this.
It's funny. You know, you're right. It's a very little amount of meat for the amount of work.
Yeah,
So,
but it is delicious.
but it does taste
so
good.
good.
It's true. I haven't crabbed in forever. I gotta get some. Dr. Diller for $2 says, happy you guys are getting more attention just long as you remember where you came from. And never forget, I do not have a parasocial relationship with you. You have a parasocial relationship with me. That is true. That is true.
Of course.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, Olay is so stupid that she honestly thinks being polite is a courtesy that is administered by her infinite grace. True. I don't know. I didn't see, in that original conversation that she had with Shank, I just didn't see. She keeps saying that they disrespected her. I don't see it. I just don't see it.
Olay?
Yeah, I just
Look.
don't see that disrespect that she was talking about.
Anytime you disagree with someone, Sitch,
Yeah.
you're disrespecting them. Okay?
I think there's like a good chunk of people that's how they feel.
Of course.
So, Dr. Liver No $2 says these people leaving TYT and speaking on behalf of the gays are doing great jobs at making their community look weak, stupid, and unbelievably fragile. Great work, Dults. Yeah, no, that's a great point. That's a great point. It is making the community look. This is why, like, it really, like, it makes the whole thing seem contradictory because it's like, oh, why are they talking about these fringe issues? But these fringe issues are so important, I'm going to quit my job over them. It's like, wait a minute.
Yeah, that is obviously some cognitive dissonance there. That's not what's going on.
Right. And then it's also like, I don't know, you think unless someone says something like really like horribly offensive, you'd want to stick around in the company to like try to push back, to try to, keep your perspective there and known. Because if everyone who just is like feels that way, like Benni or whatever, leaves, then then that's just going to make them go more in the direction you don't like, right? Not less.
Yeah, deplatforming yourself is just, I mean, it's not. I get it. It's funny that she mischaracterized
Mhm.
the response from Anna as, because Anna came out and said, I understand they're getting a bunch of pressure from their friends and that's uncomfortable. But in the video, that's exactly how Benni characterized it. I'm getting a bunch of pushback from my friends, and I can no longer endorse TYT. But then they said, and plus Anna completely mischaracterized it. I'm thinking, what? No, she kind of nailed it.
Yeah, totally.
So just I think we covered it on Sunday. That's the problem with your friends. Tell your friends fuck off. Look, I do what I want to do.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I think there's some of it like, oh, by me leaving, I'm trying to get like, me leaving is supposed to be some kind of virtue signal to tell LGBT people, LGBTQ plus A, whatever people, to not watch the show. I think that's what's happening there. So.
Well, that's not going to happen.
I don't think.
Yeah.
It is funny, when we're talking to the Vanguard boys, because going into that conversation, I assume they were Marxist-Leninists, and I'm like, That's a dangerous name to have. I mean, he was saying that he's sort of in favor of Vanguardism, but I'm like, that's a dangerous name to have if that's not what you're in favor of. So,
I mean, they're so young, so
I guess. I'm just saying, like, it's kind of like with the Young Turks having the Young Turks name.
well, I think Jank picked that name before he knew. I'm sure he would have picked a different name if he had known he was going to get shit about the genocide forever and ever.
Well, it's funny when I was explaining to my parents some days ago about the whole Anna situation that happened with us, because they don't know anything about all this shit, right?
Of course not.
But
did you show him? Hey, look, Mom, I'm in Fox News.
I didn't, but I should. Oh my God, you're so right. I should send them
the article and see if they notice. Send them the article. Don't tell them that you're in it. Just send them the article and say, "What do you think of this article?"
Oh my God, this is genius. Okay, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna email them.
They probably won't even notice. They'll probably like,
no,
why did you send me that article again?
My dad will like highlight it and send it back to me. They'll notice.
He'll be like, "What?"
But no. But so I told them, and I said that the name of the show was the Young Turks, and I didn't notice they said that, my dad was saying that like he'd heard that term before growing up. And that term just meant people that were like on the forefront of like pushing a movement.
Yeah, me too. That's what it always meant.
Okay, yeah. So, but that's the thing. So,
I didn't know anything about the genocide.
Right. So I'm assuming that's why they named it that. But they didn't realize that, like, because my dad didn't even know. Like, he said, like, well, now you say that Young Turk. Obviously, that is reference to something. He just never thought about what it was in reference to, and so.
Yeah.
Yeah, be careful. Simon McGrath I read that one. Dr. Diller for $20 says, the stupid fucking leftists will tell you that your guns are worthless because the government has tanks and drones, and also they can institute change through riots. You'd have libertarians linking arms with cops and LMAO. True.
That's a pretty good.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a great point. How can you say simultaneously that, having guns is stupid because the government can just drone strike you or hit you with tanks, and at the same end you're going to say, oh, having some kind of riot is going to change white supremacy?
Yeah, makes no sense.
Why wouldn't the government just start taking people out left and right? It is weird. There's an inherent contradiction in this whole white supremacist kind of ideology, because like if we do live in this inherently white supremacist racist society, why does the government even have to pretend, or why does white society even have to pretend to put up this show of like being equal instead of just being open? Like, why can't all the white people and all white society just be openly racist again like they used to be?
But Sitch, they don't. Look, we just saw the Alabama congressman. He's loud and proud about it. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but he's talking to some white lady on CNN who's giving him like the "what the hell are you talking about" face. Like, why is she?
Yeah, why is she that way?
Right.
I totally agree with you.
Dr. Live for $2 says there's literally no aspect of yourself that if you magnify it to be your entire personality, people won't find it annoying. Stoners, skateboarders, weebs, etc. But when it comes to being gay or trans, it's bigotry, I guess. That's a great point. That is a great point, yeah. I mean, generally when you call someone like autistic, that's what you're kind of talking about nowadays, is like someone who just has one aspect of their character or their personality, and that's all they focus on. So,
yeah.
Dr. Diller for $2 says, it occurs to me that they never explain the underlying philosophy for their positions. An example, all men are created equal. All men have equal protection under law. Yeah, they don't. And I think that's because if they do, the underlying philosophy is some kind of leftist socialism, which they generally don't want to like put on blast unless they're on their bread tube, echo chamber.
Yeah.
Oh, look at this. Guess who sent us a super chat?
Who?
Mike Figueroa?
Impossible.
It's the Mike. It's the Mike. The Rational National, right? Is that his name?
That's David Dole.
David Dole. What is Mike's channel? The Humanist Report.
The Humanist Report.
Yes, it's Mike, the Humanist Report. The real one. Definitely not an imposter. Definitely not satire. For $2. Says, no, Sitch. If I hear somebody say something, I automatically believe it. Unless, of course, I shout incoherently afterwards. That's why I understand politics so well. True.
Of course.
Dr. Diddler for $2 says, think about this from another perspective. We used brute force to dismantle the Confederacy, and it produced an embittered population that dug in its heels for 100 fucking years.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Jim
Yeah,
Crow came out of that.
Was that in the clip that I played? Or was that in something I read? Because there's literally Martin Luther King Jr. literally used it as an example.
He makes okay, interesting.
Yeah, it might have been something I read. I don't remember.
I got
one of
it
the clips I played.
from Danimal.
Yeah, he literally MLK literally, and I was reading something. He literally brings up as an example about how, the violence of the Civil War, led to, in his mind, kind of the embitterment of Jim Crow and segregation and everything afterwards.
Danimal had some study, and I obviously I didn't look at the study. That's that's not how I roll, but but evidently there were some riots that took place that ended up getting some legislation passed. But if you dig in, they passed the legislation, but the legislation was never effectively implemented because there was such a backlash in the population over the violence that they're like, fuck you, we're not doing this.
Right.
So even though they got, whatever equal protection that they were after, they kind of Jim Crowed them because of the violence.
Well, there's a really good tell for cognitive dissonance when you're talking about riots, because you can say you can approach it from a completely pragmatic view. You say, I have evidence, or I believe that rioting will only produce the opposite results, and that's why it's wrong. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And then someone responds to you by saying, yes, but these people have suffered, and that's why they're so angry.
That's a total non sequitur.
But yes, but how many times have you heard that in response?
Like 1,000,000 times, and every time it's a non sequitur. It drives me fucking batty. It drives me batshit crazy.
Yes, that's
I'm
the
like,
cognitive
what the
dissonance
fuck?
right there. Yeah. You're like, well, what does it have to do with anything that I said?
But they were really mad.
Right.
I don't care.
That's not the point. It's so funny. Like once you like when you put out a position, and this is for everyone, especially if you're gonna argue with people on the internet. When you put out a position, you want to try to make very clear in your own mind what your specific position is.
Yeah, what you're arguing for.
Because the amount of times people like I'll say something and then people just reply with something that's a complete non sequitur or not what I said, and it's like, and I just say that's not what I meant. I meant this. And they're like, their brain just shuts off 95% of the time their brain shuts off. They just won't accept that they misinterpreted what I said, or they just had some, like, they think that whatever their interpretation is must be the correct interpretation. Right.
This is why the Dave Distributus crowd drives me crazy, because they're so fucking condescending. They're like,
I saw you had some conflict on Twitter. I was like, I'm not even gonna bother interacting with this.
They just love to fucking suck off the elite theory. It's all the elite theory, Adam. You got to get the elite theory. They always look. If you only read this book from 200 years ago, you'd understand. Okay, I shouldn't. They hate it when I do that. When I'm like,
I know. That's why you do it. I thought
the
they hate it when you
the
do it.
200-year-old book. Yeah.
Right.
So, but I'm Dave was basically saying, it's so frustrating because every time I explain to you elite theory, it's just, you act like what I'm saying is gibberish. And he's framing it as if it's fucking complicated. It's not complicated at all. I understand elite theory. And I go in, I say, listen, the problem I have with elite theory is it's in conflict with selectorate theory. I subscribe to selectorate theory where democracy actually has some effect on public policy. I understand that you don't believe that based on this one fucking study that you have found that you think gives you complete permission to believe all of this stuff. So, but I start, it's like, it's not complicated. I start arguing back and forth with them, and I keep asking them, does democracy have any effect on public policy?
Right.
and they either dodge the question or somebody will come in and say, no, of course
Right.
not, and give me some example that obviously doesn't prove that claim, because that's a giant claim. Like that claim means all the public policy polling that they do, all of these elections that we're having, all these elections that we're following are completely meaningless, right?
Right.
There's no point in doing any of that. So it's just, it's crazy to me.
You know how I say that very often people will present evidence that actually disproves their point and they don't realize it?
Oh yeah, all the time.
So that study that gets brought up.
It does disprove their point.
Yeah, the distributors brought up that people bring up. It's funny because
It's the Princeton study.
it's the Princeton study.
yeah.
That when I first heard about this study, it was never in reference to any of the right-wing stuff. It was always in reference to the left. The left would always bring it up to say, this is how you know money controls government.
Yeah,
right?
because all the special interest groups are like money special interest groups
Right. And
in
so
the study.
Right. So this study, if you don't know what we're talking about, there's this famous Princeton study where it says like, here's the average opinions of individuals or something, and it has like no effect on public policy.
I don't
Right,
even
yeah.
think they ask if they're voters though, because they do a survey of like 1,700 people, and I don't
Right,
even
right,
think
right.
they ask the people if they're
Right.
voters.
There's three charts, but everyone only focuses on two charts, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I shouldn't be saying this from memory because I'm sure I'll get part of this wrong. But there's three charts. There's like one chart where it's like the public polling, and they show like, oh, public polling has very little effect seemingly on policy that's passed, right?
Yeah.
What's the name of this study? Let's see, Princeton. I
Oh,
want to bring up the picture.
Yeah, I'll bring it up.
I'm just going to look at the chart. I have it before me. Princeton study.
Yeah, now I'm
Public
looking for it.
opinion policy.
You
Here
look for
is.
it. I'll read a super chat. How about that?
Remember that study saying America is an oligarchy? 3 rebuttals say it's wrong.
Oh yeah, everyone uses this study. This is always a study. I
Right.
guess Quackademic Agent cited this study in his book. I have a feeling
Everyone
it's
cites this study.
I have a feeling it's the only citation of a study in his book.
Well, anyway, let me just. We don't have to get deep into it, but let me just say, it's like there's like one group of people that's like, oh, this is like public opinion, and it shows that it doesn't really have an effect on policy. And that's like here's like here's the corporations and the people paying off the politicians, and that has like some effect on public policy, right? Wherever
Yeah.
the super PAC money is going. But then there's a third group of people.
Yep.
And the third group of people is voter blocks,
Yep.
and that actually has the largest effect on public policy. And everyone ignores that. They only focus on general polling and super PAC money, and they ignore the voter block has the largest effect. And the reason this actually disproves elite theory is because when people say politicians get money, it's like it's one of those things that people say wrongly so often that they forget what it means. Okay. When a super PAC or a lobbyist gives a politician money, the politician doesn't take that money and put it in their pocket and then buy a jet ski.
Mhm.
That's illegal. Some people do that, and if you get caught doing that, you go to jail, right? What does the politician do with the money they get from the super PAC and the lobbyists?
There's two things that they can do with it. They can use it for their own campaign,
Yes.
and they do trickery. They're like, well, my
They do
campaign's
try
going
to
to
do
buy
trickery, yes.
my
right.
campaign's going to buy 1,000,000 copies of my book. and
Right.
Send
Of
it
course.
to send it
course.
to everyone. Or they can donate it to another political action group or candidate,
Right.
and that's it.
Right. And so, yeah, obviously there is corruption. There always going to be corruption, right? But the majority of that money is used. The overwhelming majority of that money, the millions of dollars, is not going into their pocket, and then they go and say, okay, I'm going to do this policy. The majority of that money is used for them to help them get reelected.
Mm-hmm.
It's going into buying ads. It's going into hiring staff to do ground games. It's going into hiring people to do polling, blah, 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 blah. Okay, you say, well, wait a minute. Why the fuck do politicians need all this money to run campaigns in the first place, Adam?
Well, it's not because democracy has any effect on the outcome of the
Oh, it's
election.
because they need fucking votes. That's the whole reason they have to spend all this money on the campaigns, because they need people to vote for them. That's the entire point.
Well,
Otherwise, they wouldn't need all that money.
Well, this is the thing, okay? The elite theory people, they will retreat back to a place where they say like a organized elite will always have power over the disorganized masses. And they'll try to cast the interest groups as the organized elite. But ultimately, what are they organizing? The unorganized
organizing
masses. Yeah,
Yes,
exactly.
Yes, exactly. Right.
Yes, yes.
And we've talked about this before. It's like, it's very annoying because, you know, the left says this about gun control. They say, oh my God, the majority of Americans are in favor of gun control. Why can't we get gun control passed? And they say, like if you're gonna have like a very like low resolution take, you're gonna say, well, it's because, you know, the evil gun manufacturing companies are buying off all the politicians, right? That's the very low resolution take. But in reality,
it's because the voters are like, fuck you, I want my guns.
Right. It's because there's a minority of people, but a sizable minority of people in the Republican Party who will single issue primary you if you're not like good on guns.
Yep.
Okay.
Get your
And
ass
that's
voted
why
out of
that
office.
happens, right?
Yeah.
It's not some like magical elite thing. So it's annoying because I feel like everyone ignores that element of it. But
They also say in the study that oftentimes the interest of the elites align with the disinterested voters, and the disinterested voters get what they want anyway.
yeah,
They literally say this in the study.
I know.
So that's why people don't vote. They're like, oh shit, I'm getting a pretty good deal anyway. So why do I want to waste my time going and waiting in line at the polls?
Right.
Right?
Right. Yeah.
As soon as things get so bad that the voter rolls are up to 100%, then you know shit's bad, right?
Mhm.
People, what do you have to lose? You just give it a shot, right?
You're right.
Anyway.
So I saw you arguing about that on Twitter. I was like, I'm not gonna get.
It's a waste of time, and so much of it is just the smug pomposity of it all.
Right.
That bugs the shit out of me. Like, I don't understand your argument. I do understand your argument. Just making things needlessly complicated
Mhm.
for no good
Anyways.
reason.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the money argument's like, okay, if it's just money, right? Why don't all the right-wing people buy off all the left-wing politicians? Or why don't all the left-wing politicians buy off all the right-wing politicians? Like, if it's just that simple, why doesn't that happen?
Yeah, exactly. Why doesn't that happen?
You know, why doesn't George Soros just buy out, you know, Joe Manchin? Just say, here's a bunch of money. You vote the way, you know, be ultra progressive, right?
Here's a good one for you. Another person that I was arguing with that never answered. I said, look, if democracy has zero effect, why do people pay so much money? Why do policy places pay so much money for public polling? Why are they asking these people their opinion on stuff? No, you know the response? You're going to love this.
What's the response?
They said, first they didn't answer. They said, it's stupid to look at how much they're spending on polling. You got to look at how much they're spending on lobbying.
Wait, politicians aren't the ones paying for lobbying? I don't understand. What?
You got to look at how much money the elites are spending on lobbying.
Okay.
So wait, what they spent, look, I'm a lobbyist. I'm going to spend some money on lobbying. I'm going to give it to the politician so he can use it in his campaign to do what? Public fucking polling! You fucking moron!
I know.
You fucking moron!
Anyway, I know. It's whatever. I don't know. To me, I don't know. I find it a incredibly boring topic to fixate on anyway. But
it doesn't get you past the interesting part. Like, as soon as you accept that elections have consequences, then you can go into the real game and start, trying to persuade people to vote however you want them to vote, right? Like, how do you these people can't even get in the game.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think a lot of it is, there's a lot of people with a lot of very extreme views on the left and the right, and it doesn't really shouldn't surprise you that people with these very extreme, unpopular views on the left and the right are both essentially advocating for a quote Vanguard party or some kind of like elite group of people to basically seize control and enact whatever their very unpopular positions are.
Of course, that's why. Yeah, that's why they want authoritarianism. They're like, look, we can't get this through voting.
I know. It is kind of funny because I feel like a lot of those people they use both. They try to like hearken to populist energy on one hand when the populace is on their side, and the second the populace isn't on their side, they're like, oh, the elites have to come in, right? It's just like you use whatever is the tool available to you at the time. There's not like an ideological consistency there.
Of course, yeah.
But anyway, Dr. Diller for $4 says, weird how all of human history tells us that using force on a massive scale to compel a population like an invasion does not ideologically convert the people, no matter how long or short acts of political violence are.
True.
See the Chinese conquest of Korea, Muslim conquest of Spain, both overthrown at the first opportunity, 9/11, but for some reason riots are different to leftists.
Yeah, we didn't have any luck in Iraq, did we?
No. It's funny, someone on Twitter, I don't know why, some random person tagged me for no reason, and they were like, Sitch and Destiny are in favor of domestic terrorists. And I was like, what? I was like, what are you talking about? And then they quote tweeted, or they replied with that clip, of Destiny talking about the rioting has to stop.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care if they mow down the protesters burning down buildings or whatever.
Oh, okay.
And I said, isn't it a dumb? And I said, wait a minute. If you are burning down a private citizen's property who is innocent to you, and you're doing this for a political message, is that not the textbook definition of a terrorist?
Oh, of course.
And I was like, wait a minute, it is. And that's so funny because I just posted the definition. The definition of terrorist: a person who uses unlawful violence and intimidation against civilians in the pursuit of political aims.
Wow. Wow.
And I was like, there's your reframing. People shouldn't talk about rioting as rioting anymore. They should talk about it as domestic terrorism. Because that's what it is. If you burn down a building because you have some political aim and you advocate for it, that's literal terrorism by definition.
Sitch, they're mad.
But Sitch, can't you understand their anger?
They're angry.
All right.
Yeah, come on.
Yes. Dr. Diller for $2 says, Anna right now is the centrist meme where the left is literally trying to claw out her throat and the right is laughing, while the enlightened centrists are doing nothing special in particular. Yeah, you should bring up the.
I know we did. We did some.
You should bring up that great meme that you did a great one, and then someone did like a version of it that was pretty good too.
I didn't know if that other version was going to get us in trouble because it's
the punching one.
It's technically.
Bring it up.
Well, I guess it's self-defense, right?
It's self-defense. Yeah.
He was pushed.
That's right. That's right.
Let's see if I can find him.
There is some art we got to bring up too. So.
Oh yeah, Sammy G. Sammy G's had some fun while we were gone.
Sammy G had some fun. Yes.
We love our Sammy G. We love us some Sammy G art.
Academic agent for $2. Hey, look.
What?
It's definitely the real academic agent for $2.
Impossible.
It has been approximately 27 days, 6 hours, 23 minutes, and 5 seconds since you last mentioned me. You have forgotten me, haven't you? I think of you all the time, in an entirely platonic way, Jew. There you go. Thank you.
Did he just call you a Jew?
Yeah, to distract from his love for me.
Oh, okay. So we've. Go ahead.
Vosh, definitely the real Vosh. Definitely not an imposter. The real Vosh. Set for $4 says, it's just like the story of the grasshopper and the octopus. All year long, the grasshopper kept bearing acorns for winter while the octopus mooched off his girlfriend and watched TV. And then the winter came and the grasshopper died, and the octopus ate all of his acorns and also got a race car. Is any of this getting through to you?
No.
Well, there you go.
More non
Did it.
sequiturs.
You don't remember the classic story of the grasshopper and the octopus?
No.
Oh, okay.
So I brought
Well, you
the meme up. This is the classic meme. I don't know what the meme is called, but it's the centrist gets pushed over to one side and the one
Right.
side picks them up. But obviously, as enlightened centrists, we find that totally offensive. So I edited the meme here. So the person is standing on the line, and you can't see PSA Sitch standing uncomfortably close to them.
No. I just appear. Like, I'm like magic. When the enlightened centrist energy is summoned, I just appear from the ether. Okay.
PSA Sitch is there. Is that it?
PSA Sitch is-
Right behind the guy. So he
Right.
says both sides make some good points, and then the leftist comes and pushes, and PSA Sitch catches the person before they fall, and says, "Have you considered enlightened centrism?"
Based.
Yep.
Based.
Somebody else modified this meme to add a third panel.
What's the third panel?
The third, you haven't seen this one?
I have seen it, yeah.
Okay, the third panel is the person steps up and punches the leftist in the face. Of course, this is self-defense, right? They just got
Right.
pushed. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. You might have this might be a tough case of self-defense, but they punch him and say, "Screw you, I ain't moving." Taking over the centrist position there.
I like it.
Yeah, it's
like it.
great. Excellent work.
Okay, I gotta use the bathroom real quick. If you can read super chat.
Sure, I'll read a super chat. Let me get some super chats here, so I can look at where are my super chats? Right here. Look, plenty of super chats to read. Let me go down. Should I start at the top? Did we read Wooster super chat? Oh no, Wooster super chat is perfect. Wooster says for $10, congratulations on being featured on Aaron McIntyre's stream with Geo, which I think someone sent me the link, but I didn't have time to watch it. So continuing with the super chat. Also, Adam, congrats on blocking Dave Distributus after he unironically suggested the populist delusion. That was hilarious. So for those of you who don't know, the populist delusion is Quackademic Agent's book where he cites this one study. They were giving me a hard time on Twitter because obviously Quackademic Agent's book is completely science-based because they have this study that they cited. So, but I oh, you're back already. Wow.
I'm back.
But I was saying earlier in the chat.
I just went in the corner.
Oh, nice. I blocked I didn't block Dave for posting Quackademic's book, but I think that would be a good reason to block him. I blocked him for quote tweeting me after one fucking tweet. I was like, dude, if you have to do this performative thing with your audience and we can't just have a friendly chat on Twitter, then fuck it. Like, I just don't want to do this. So, don't you think it's a little weird when someone quote tweets you after one response?
Yeah, there are some people who they do the thing where every reply they quote tweet, and it's really annoying because then you can't track the conversation, and then also it's very clear that they're doing it because they want their audience to like
it's virtue
dogpile
signal
on you and the virtue signal and all that other stuff. Yep.
I mean, I'm not above quote tweeting somebody. I try to be,
but not every time. Like, Jesus, you gotta be selective with your quote tweets. Okay.
Well, I generally don't quote tweet for people to dogpile on. Like, I don't do that. I quote tweet because someone has said something interesting that I want to add to and get feedback from my audience. I usually don't quote tweet to go, look at this dumbass. I guess I do sometimes, but
Mm-hmm.
but
Yeah, I mean, listen, there's nothing wrong with doing that. I'm just saying it shouldn't be like your every fucking reply. It's like,
Yeah.
Jesus, give me a break.
but anyway, so
I sent you pictures. Zero Fox drew a picture.
oh yeah, it's amazing. I love
He
that
actually
one.
drew 3 versions of it, but
But the first one's the best one, the taxes one. The other one, I was like,
he
he didn't even get our positions right. I was like, dude, you got to at least get our positions right.
oh no, he got the one I just sent you. He got positions right.
Which one is it?
It's not the moon. Is you talking about the moon one? That was the draft one versus the 12-year-olds voting one.
Yeah,
That one's right.
okay. I thought I saved that one. Here,
Oh, okay.
I'll bring it
I
up.
send it to you. Girl Sarah, thanks so much for joining the Free Will Seekers. Oh, I should read it now before I forget. Supposedly we missed Christian Baller's a membership chat.
Oh no.
I don't know how we missed it. For 15 months. Thank you so much, Christian Baller, super fan. 15 months outside the simulation. How could we miss it?
That's amazing.
How awful. Oh my God. The super chat was, or the membership
Did he send a
was,
screenshot?
No, but he remembered vaguely.
Okay, nice.
Because I don't know how to find them. I don't even know if you can find them.
I don't
in
think you
our-
can. They disappear forever.
And he says, I argued with a Twitter leftist that basically proved the cult mindset of Anna was never truly a believer since she left the cult.
Wow.
Also, Anna said on my face.
Anna's married. Come on. Be nice.
Anna is married. Okay, listen. When that guy assaulted her, he was looking to beat the crap out of him. Okay, so be careful.
Yeah, watch out.
Right.
So here it is. Adam and Sitch show. And we have Sitch saying, wanna do a draft? I bet it'll be fun. And we have Adam saying, me in a group of 12-year-old veto no. A vote no.
If you're just listening, it's spelled like really stupidly. So.
Me and a group of 12-year-olds vote no on
There
your
you go.
stupid draft.
There you go.
It'll be
Look.
fun.
Look, there's like explosion. There's like a mushroom cloud in my eyes.
Oh yeah.
So thank you, Zero Fox. Zero Fox did like 3 of these fucking travesties.
This is hilarious.
Oh, it's terrible.
He made us look like tards. It's awesome.
I think that was the point.
I know. And he made us talk like tards too.
Yes, yes. So no thank you. Thank you, no thank you. Emperor Carl France for 6 months. Hey Carl. Carl says, Sitch, you lousy motherfucker. Get your dork ass on stream or I'll shove this wrench up your ass. And stop fucking with the microwave. First of all, Carl, I don't know why are you so hostile today? Oh my God. Who pissed in your cereal this morning? Also, I don't even know what the microwave thing is supposed to reference. Oh, and I do. He's referencing Half-Life. I was watching some people play Half-Life Black Mesa. There you go. There you go. But thank you, Carl, as always.
Yeah, thanks.
Micro Omega for 15 months says, behold my awesome milestone. Behold! Very good. Micro, I think, has beholded every milestone for 50 months, keeping the streak alive.
Behold!
Yes, the classic Sitch reference. Dilligaff for 1 month Dilligaff for 1 month of the Order of the Enlightenment. Thank you. Says late is okay as long as we get philosophical rage Sitch and Super Saiyan Adam. If not, commence with the flogging. You got a little bit of rage, not towards our guest, but just a couple minutes ago. So.
Oh yeah. Rage is always good.
So
when's you would like to debate OLAY, right? I mean, that's the thing you want to do.
I would have no problem having a conversation with OLAY. Yeah.
Nice.
I'd be down. I want to ask her why she thinks it's okay to be racist against white people, and also how can she say what she's saying about MLK, which is objectively wrong.
Yeah, that would be the most interesting debate.
Right.
Because
Those
Sitch
are the
would
two
come
things
out
I
with a
wanna talk
bunch of
about.
his quotes. He'd be like, well, what happened when he said this and this and this and this? Well,
Yes.
what do you have any quotes to substantiate what you're saying?
Isn't it interesting? There's no all the people that are pushing back on it saying you're whitewashing MLK. None of them they'll provide quotes that just don't say what they don't.
They're completely
actually-
meaningless.
Yeah, they're like, well, here's MLK saying riots for language in the herd. Well, okay, that doesn't have anything to do
Yeah,
with what I
we've
said.
heard that a million times.
Here's MLK saying that, he was fine having a gun for protection in his house. Oh, okay. I never said he was a pacifist. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. like, what is this? Like, none of this has to do with anything. It's so stupid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
French is the language of the French. I mean, well, so what?
So Sammy G tweeted this out. She said, so basically Hayden Dill said, the context of this is someone tweeted out, say something nice about the show She-Hulk.
Okay.
And Electro on Twitter retweeted and said it brought back PSA Sitch to making videos. That was the nice thing that She-Hulk did. So then Hayden Dill responded by saying, how are we going to get, he tagged Sammy and said, how are we going to get Sitch back into the video making business for his own channel? Okay.
Mhm.
So then Sammy drew this picture and said, I think there's only 4 options when it comes to motivating Sitch to make videos again. So
Mhm.
these are the options that Sammy gave. Option 1, Sitch loves money, and not because he's Jewish, but rather because he's a filthy American capitalist. Thus, he can be bribed. Everyone has a price.
I love the Sitch in here. Sitch is like in a big pile of money, and he's like,
Yes.
woohoo!
Yes. And Sammy's stolen your sunglasses.
She has, yeah.
Yes. There you go. Option 2.
Ooh. Option 2. Sitch, you're going to tell us which of these options would be most effective, right?
I think we all know which option Sitch is going to pull for
We'll
here.
see. I don't know. Option 2 looks pretty tantalizing.
Option 2, Tifa. Sitch loves Tifa and 3D women. Thus, we can create a narrative that the more YouTube videos he makes, the more these types of women will appear in S-Class. I calculate that for every 100,000 subs equals 1 Tifa cosplayer. And there's, of course, Sammy with
Mhm.
her in her Tifa cosplay with a
Mhm.
Sitch plushie. And then next to that is
Mhm.
me, PSA Sitch, surrounded by a bunch of Tifos.
Yeah.
There you go.
Nice.
There you go. I'll admit that is my favorite option.
Oh, it is? Oh.
That's the option. I choose option 2. Okay.
Okay. Sweet. I like it.
Option 3, threat. Oh, look at this one.
This looks
Oh.
bad. That's
This is
like
gonna be the worst one because I have to speak Spanish here. Unless you want to try to give that a shot.
Conozco.
I've never heard you speak Spanish.
Alaguinas?
That was
Personas?
amazing. That was amazing. Oh my god. Wow.
Look, it's been a long time since I had Spanish class, and I think I
Okay.
got like a D- in there.
Wow. I think conozco a algunas personas. I think that translates to I know some people, right?
Oh, okay.
Just don't worry about it. And it shows me tied to a chair with some very menacing people with bats and guns in the foreground,
Yeah.
threatening me. Okay.
Great ropes.
Wow.
Sammy, you did
Terrible.
an excellent
Terrible.
job with those ropes.
I don't know. Those ropes look a little kinky, if you ask me.
Yeah, no, I like
Something's
it.
going on. Or option 4, acceptance.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a smiling Sitch with a rejected logo on it saying, we accept that Sitch is happier when he has free time to do what he wants instead of constantly slaving over YouTube videos, editing, and worrying about view numbers. But that has been rejected. Acceptance has been rejected.
Mm-hmm.
And then the second part of the comic, I don't know if you have it up,
I do.
is Sammy talking to Hayden saying, strategy-wise, I've been focusing more on putting time into option 2. JMac takes the bit of the power out of option 1 because of all his amazing and generous super chats. I think we can wait on on attempting option 3 till after we approve option 2 and 1 doesn't work. Naturally, option 4 is off the table. Sitch's happiness is irrelevant to our demand for new YouTube videos.
Of course.
To which Hayden Dill, as the Emperor, says, "Good, good. Ah, you have really thought this out, I see." To which Sammy says, "Well, I'm a villain by nature, so I tend to think and plan things."
Nice.
So there you go. There you go.
Yes, we don't care about Sitch's happiness. Sitch's happiness is always irrelevant.
True. True.
I think Sitch might make a video on puberty blockers.
Well, there's 2 videos I want to make, but I've said that for a lot of things and they never get made, so be cautious. I should make a video on puberty blockers, and I do want to make a nerd as fuck video on the Into the Spider-Verse topic that I talked about a few streams ago.
I have an idea. Sitch, I have an idea.
I don't know if I can mix the 2 topics.
I have an idea.
Yeah, what's the idea?
You take all of your puberty blocker data and you put it into Chat GPT and you say, hey, turn this data into a script about puberty blockers.
Right.
And you hit enter.
You know what's hilarious? I could literally probably do this. I could probably train Chat GPT. I don't know how to do all those training things, but I know you can do it. Where I could like put in a bunch of scripts from my video.
Yes.
Like there are text files for the scripts, and train Chat
do it
GPT on them.
This style.
And then say yes, and say in the style of PSA Sitch, write me a script where PSA Sitch talks about puberty blockers.
Look, that would be amazing. That would be so worth the investment, because then it'd be so easy.
It would be funny just to see what it would come up with.
Look,
it would have all these like random like references and shit in it too.
The first draft is generally shitty anyway, so it's just a matter of editing that first shitty draft. Yeah,
and if you get funny,
yeah, totally. Who knows what comes out, right?
Right.
But what if it's amazing? What if it's not actually not shitty?
Oh God. And just be like, oh, perfect. I don't have to do any work.
You sent me that video where Chat GPT is like, you put data in and it will do various analysis of the data. What's different about writing a script?
There's no difference. Writing a script is easier.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Oh, apparently Sammy has done a bunch of cosplay.
I see this.
With our little figures.
Should I bring them up or?
Yeah, bring them up. Bring up the choose your fighter. It's pretty funny.
Which one is that?
I'll send you the tweet.
Well, no, I can see it.
What's the context for the? Anyway. Let's see. Calvin Paffer for $5 says Blaine said this on Sunday, but Kiddith does a show call-in on Tuesdays. Does a show called on? I'm sorry, can't read. But Kiddith does a show called On Thursdays with such guests such as Andrew C, Blaine, EC, and yours truly. Watch it, you shits. CP24.
Yeah, we can drop Kiddith's channel into the. Well, Kiddith can drop Kiddith's channel if she's watching, or one of you guys can.
I should check that out.
Andrew Clark, give a wrench if you want to share Kiddith's channel.
Right.
Do it up.
Andrew Clark, Blaine's Escape Corner,
Kiddith is
Calvin Pafford, and that darn Kiddith.
Kiddith is a friend of the channel. It's not Kiddith, it's Kid. I don't know why we keep.
I know.
Such a
Calvin Pafford for Joe says, "Oh, the last chat. The show is called Thinkers, not Thursdays. It's called Thinkers on Thursdays." Okay, I'm assuming that's what you meant.
Nice.
Lucy Lemonbug, thanks so much for the $2 and the adorable little fox/dog emoji with the hearts. Thank you. Oh, Rag's got to be back. We got to have him on. We got a chance. He's back from vacation. Blanket Sign for 2 months says leftists would be great if they didn't feel entitled to others' money. There we go.
Look, it's all our money. It's just a shared pot of happiness.
Right.
Poverty causes crime, which means give us your money or we're going to steal it from you.
Right. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, no cussing. Is gentrifying, question mark? What does that even mean? Like, it's probably meaning the civility politics thing is what they're trying to get at. But I don't agree with that. Guru Ralph for 12 months says Gavin has no regrets on his stance. There you go. Diablo Nirda for $10 says those two have done zero homework on the trans question beyond Gavin experimenting with makeup. Be nice. I still like them, but man, please help them learn something. Well, maybe we'll talk about it in the future.
Yeah, we will definitely. Next time we'll do topics. Obviously, we want to talk about the Anna stuff. So
right
here you go.
Christian,
I got your pictures up.
So here you go. So Sammy said, choose your fighter: the S simp class tomboy abs Tiffabot, or the Chad A team smug Makima elite. So there you go, boys.
Well, I'm going with A team, obviously. So,
I mean, I'm going with Tomboy Apps. Call me simple all you want. Okay, I'm going with Tifa Bot all the way.
And then there's another.
There's a third team.
Well, there's an illustration.
Oh, I didn't see that illustration.
I brought up the illustration. The cow is A team or S class. Are they? Where's the? I hope this poor cow isn't being led to the slaughter here. What's
no, it
going
says
on?
Okay. So Solar made this meme. There's A team or S class, but then they both lead to giving Sammy G money.
Okay, I get it.
So yeah, there you
go. This is hilarious.
There you go.
Well,
but there's
good.
There's a third team.
Is there? Did
Yeah,
I miss it? Where's that?
Missed it. Oh, okay, you missed it. I'll send it to you.
Maybe I wasn't tagged.
Well, it's the tweet right under.
Oh, wow. That's amazing.
There you go.
Okay, I got to bring up some pictures.
Now we know
here.
what team Adam's on.
Oh, hell yeah.
There you go.
Why can't I have a sword like that? Jesus. Sword's fucking amazing.
Christian Baller for $5 says, leftists using the sports term dunking when these people are usually extremely unathletic will never cease to make me cringe. True.
What?
Mark Twain's Revenge for 5 months says, please confirm if these guys are socialists. If they are, I want to craft my next super chat accordingly. Yeah, I don't
they
think
seem to be socialist.
I think they are, yeah. They're not Marxist-Leninists, but I think they're still socialist.
Seemed
We're
like
very
they
far to
wanted
the left
to,
progressives. So.
They wanted to nationalize healthcare. They were in with both feet with that.
Right. Nilo for $5 says, Anna reporting factual news isn't opinion. Vanguard doesn't know what an opinion is. Please make them confront the difference. I don't remember what specific topic was that we were talking about that moment.
Well, we didn't really talk about this because we didn't get a chance, time constraints and whatnot. But I kept thinking there is this weird thing where TYT is in a situation where are they a news outlet or are they a progressive activist outlet?
They're both, yeah.
Well, this Height has talked about this. You run into a situation where you can't serve two masters. And the trans issue is the perfect example of that because Anna is saying, we're a news organization. I want to report on both sides of the controversy because we don't really know what the truth is yet. And I feel obligated as a news outlet and a journalist to report both sides. And the trans activists are saying, look, you're a progressive activist. You need to bury that shit. Anything that's going to hurt the progressive cause, you need to bury.
That's a great point.
Yeah. So there is a conflict of interest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's exactly how they're reacting. And they're saying, you shouldn't be reporting this. You should be giving people arguments to argue against this.
Yeah, they are. They're acting like their defense attorney came out and was like, oh, he's guilty. So what do you want to do? It's like, you're supposed to defend me. Everyone knows I'm guilty.
Okay, so this was the third option.
Mm-hmm.
So we had the S-Class Tomboy Abs Tifabot. We had the Chad A-Team Smug Makima Elite. And now we have the latent gay femboy soldier.
Wow.
And look at that. There's Sammy G as the one, the only Cloud Strife.
Look, I'm not necessarily interested in like the femboy thing, but I do want that sword. That sword is fucking badass.
That looks great. How long did it take you to make that outfit and then put it on? Sammy. That's what I'm curious about. But yeah, that looks fantastic. Look at that.
Pretty cool. Pretty cool. Yeah.
Based.
That wig is pretty badass too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a wig. That's not just your hair. You can just dye your hair.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe it is. Yeah.
No, it's a wig. I'm assuming it's a wig. It's probably like insane to get your hair like that.
There's a panel in the comic of Sitch wearing that. Wearing a wig like that.
You gave me a cloud hair?
Yeah.
Or is it Goku hair?
Oh no, don't tell me the hair's wrong.
I mean, it could be either or.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember. It's not like it's like it matters.
Well, I mean, it looks kind of like that hair, but it's whoever you wanted.
Okay.
You sent me reference to do it.
I did. I don't remember what the references I sent you were.
I think it's Goku.
Okay,
Goku's
maybe
the blonde,
Goku.
right?
There's a Super Saiyan Goku who's blonde.
I have the
JoJo hair, don't you?
the JoJo hair, yeah.
Right. Sammy G says, "How long?" Dot. Ah ha ha.
Oh yes,
Long time. Yes.
that's what it. Yeah.
There you go. Virtuosa Maximosa. Oh, what?
Knives in the chat says Adam has to redo it now. No, it's not getting redone.
Oh. Sammy says the wig took 2 to 3 hours to style. Makeup like an hour. I'm a lot faster than I used to be. Wow.
Wow.
Oh, is that just like a normal wig and then you style it like that? Or do you buy or get like a cloud specific wig?
I don't know.
I don't know.
Maybe it's just a regular wig that's styled like that.
The armor and such took like a week because it has to dry in steps. Wow. Yeah, Sammy made all that armor? That's crazy.
Have you stabbed anyone with that sword?
I mean, I think more like you'd bludgeon someone with that sword.
Why? It's got a
It's
got a pointy.
gigantic.
It's got a pointy tip.
It's probably not that
Look,
pointy.
you get him right under the rib cage here.
Okay. You just beat them to death with it. It's like so big. I don't know. Should we show let me know in the chat, Jay. J Mac, our surrogate father for $20 says someone else might be working on a super sweet Final Fantasy VII cosplay too. Should we show that? I don't know if we should show that. You let me know, Jay. Jay might have given us a hint of his Final Fantasy VII cosplay.
Yeah, I think I saw that.
I think, yeah. It's 2 wigs, Sammy says. You can't get Final Fantasy VII Kingdom Hearts spikes with 1 wig. Wow. It looks great. It looks really on point. Since I'm 5 foot, I couldn't get an actual Buster Sword replica because it's bigger than me. It's 5'3". It's bigger than me. So I got the child-sized foam one and painted it really realistic. That's hilarious. That's very funny. That looks great, though. You did a great job.
Yeah, it looks awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool. Very, very cool.
Virtuosa Maximosa won for $10 says the Vanguard holds the opinions of BlackRock and they think they're revolutionary. Wow.
I don't think
Hurtful.
so. I mean, I think they would
Hurtful.
probably dissolve BlackRock if they had their way,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
right?
Listen. What's their ESG? What's their ESG score gonna say? Okay, that's the real question.
The ESG score for the Vanguard channel is probably very bad. They have 2 white straight males.
Oh, it's true.
Like they have no diversity. They're gonna have to bring OLAY in just to bring their ESG score up.
Okay, JMax. This is JMax permission, everyone. JMac wants you all to get a little taste of
Nice.
his cosplay. Okay, let me see if I can. Oh, here it is. I found it.
Send it over. We'll bring it right up.
Also, bring up JMac did the Sitch orb, which is pretty based.
Look.
So, JMac is doing his own cosplay.
Look, J-Mac's been hitting the gym. I'm jealous.
JMac is a bigums, okay? JMac is ripped. Big
Yeah.
boy. Me and Adam are like out of shape old men over here.
Yeah, totally. I definitely need to do some lifting.
Do you even lift?
I mean, sometimes I grab like 3 or 4 spoons out of the silverware tray. You know, I pump those for 3 or 4 reps.
So I don't know
Does
how you
that
feel about
count?
this. There's our father, our surrogate father, JMac.
Uh-huh. What's up with that pink undershirt there?
Preparing to have cosplay as Eris or Aerith, depending on how you approach the situation. So
Oh no.
there's a Daddy JMac in drag. Wow, look at this. JMac trying to confuse the children, trying to trans the children.
J-Mac
Look at
is
this.
officially coming out as gender fluid on our show.
There you go. There you go.
Sweet.
Thank you, Jay. Blank's Escape Corner for $2 says you're only allowed 1 cry when your dad dies. Now you can cry more than once.
Look, if your dad dies, cry all fucking week. I'm just like,
Right.
if your dad doesn't die 3 times a month. Like, what was the thing? What was the
Right.
thing that they said?
Right.
As a guy, you should be able to cry, a couple times a month. What the fuck is happening in your life that you need to cry a couple times a month? Like,
I
if
mean,
you're,
you get pretty rough. Pretty
Yeah.
rough life if that's happening, yeah.
look, if your dad is in the hospital dying of cancer or something, sure, yeah,
Sure.
cry a couple times. Cry
Cry as much as
every
you
day.
want. Right.
Yeah, no shit.
Right.
But the whole idea that you're just
Like,
like,
consistently crying
Yeah,
3 times
exactly.
a month. I mean,
oh my god, I didn't get the movie tickets.
I mean, I don't think a woman. Why is a woman crying 3 times a month? God, their life must suck. What the fuck's going on there?
Oh my
Who's
god,
crying so much? Jeez.
they were out of extra crispy at the KFC.
Well, listen, that's worth of crying for. Okay.
Look,
Original recipe's just not that good.
you're right, but I mean, you're gonna cry over it. Just wait the 5 minutes, okay? You'll be fine.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
MF Sorcerer for 1 month says, using my JMac given membership to comment. Woke! Woke!
Uh-oh.
There you go. There you go.
Is this woke? Hold on. I'll send Vito the link. We got to get to the bottom of this.
Vito, is this woke? True.
Yeah. He'll know.
EF for $5 says, these two have zero ability to see the actual point in the argument Anna made. They're completely surface level. Well, I think I give them more charity. I think they just, as they said, as they acknowledged, they have like a deep-seated, long-standing distaste for the Young Turks. So
That was complete. I was like, so? just because you have a long distaste for somebody, I don't think you should mischaracterize their position. So
no, right, obviously, but I'm saying like, so they have their view is colored by this
right, but
kind of
who makes
long-standing situation that they have with them.
who makes an argument though Like if you're saying, look, you're misunderstanding this person, and somebody says, well, I hate that person.
No, that wasn't the argument they made. I'm just like, they didn't like, we didn't say like, oh, why do you not like this? And they said, well, I don't like them for all these other reasons. It was just, I think the question was like, well, you know, I think I asked specifically like, what is this? Where did this all come from? Like this not liking the TYT. So
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Mitchell Line for $10 says, Anna, quote, I got sexually assaulted and leftists still gaslit me on crime. PV, quote, she just needs to get over it. People disagree.
Oh, I found that completely distasteful.
Yeah, there were a lot of people that said that. I think Vosh said something essentially to that effect. I think Vosh even accused her of being racist because I think he was responding to the clip before she said that they were two white guys. So.
Oh, really? Wow.
If I recall the clip that I saw, because I think she told that story, I think, but without some of the details, like a few months ago, and people were responding to it.
I saw some clip of Vosh whining like a little bitch about how Anna won't talk to him anymore.
Oh, really?
I was like, yeah, you're a dick to everyone. What do you expect?
Well, I don't know if we covered it. I feel like we did cover it, or at least I saw it, because there was some. I don't remember why. It's probably one of the birthing person or the crime tweets. Like he went super hard on her. I was like, oh, she's a retard, idiot.
Oh, I know.
Karen, white lady. Like he went totally like burn all down. So I was like, okay, well, you're gonna be totally fucking insulting to someone, and then they don't talk to you. You're gonna act like Pikachu shock face. Like, all right.
Well, calling her racist and transphobe, I think he threw those in there too. Which that's that's when you're crossing the line. You're like, look, if my progressive bona fides of 17 years aren't enough for you, then just please fuck off already.
There's the Sitch orb. Look at that. You like that?
Yeah, they need to do that with the actual orb. That'd be awesome. Can you imagine? I wonder what it costs for advertising on that. Everybody is.
I don't like anyone. I haven't seen any ads on it.
Not yet, but everyone keeps talking about, oh, this thing costs $2.8 billion. And I thought, I mean, they'll probably make that back in advertising.
No, that would be so fucking lame if they put advertisements on that. Oh my God. Please don't do that. What hotel did that? Was it the MGM?
Sitch. Get ready.
They're gonna do it. I know, but I don't want them to.
There should be some, like the art, if the ads are somewhat artistic, are you?
Well, I mean, I guess if they look cool, sure.
Look, if they have a Spider-Verse ad on there and that they show
if it looks cool. Yeah, if he's doing like cool Spider-Man shit, all right, you got me, right? Like but I don't want to see like Blue Chew on like the giant orb, okay?
Oh, of course.
Like a big erection like popping up on the
that I mean, if they did it artfully.
They artfully have an artful erection.
Like it starts very small at the bottom and it gets bigger and bigger.
You know what? I take it back. I kind of want to see a Blue Chew ad on the big
The boner goes all the way over the crest and back down the other side.
That would be pretty funny. This is at the Venetian. Oh, okay. It's at the Venetian. So, no. Okay, how do you feel about this orb? I saw this orb and I was like, that looks like super badass. I thought it looked really cool. Of course.
With the eye opening and all that shit.
Yeah, I was seeing eye opening. I was seeing aliens. I was seeing like the moon. I was seeing the Earth. They had like a rotating Earth that looked really beautiful and cool.
Yeah.
And yet there are like people that were like, "This is so ugly." I'm like, I don't. What? Like I just didn't even understand. It's like it's just an orb that can look like a million different things. What do you mean it looks ugly?
The first one I saw it looked like the building was on fire, and I thought it was the French riots, and they had lit some dome on fire. I was like, oh shit, wow. They burned down some museum or something. Yeah, then I saw it again a couple days later, and I was like, oh, wait a second here. It isn't the building on fire.
Yeah, the moon one looks super cool because there's like a video. There's like some kind of monorail or something. In Las Vegas, and it's like driving by, and it's like a giant fucking moon that's like on Earth. It just looks really cool. So I don't know why people are hating on it. I think it's based.
You know what I really can't stand?
What?
The people who come in, something cool like this happens, and they come in and they're like, all this money could have been spent on the poor.
Yeah, well, that was some of the right.
That bugs the shit out of me because we need things that inspire people, that make people want to go on and live and thrive. Can't just devote all our money.
Well,
Didn't even Jesus say the poor will always be with you? But like, I'm me, the Son of God. I'm only going to be here for a little while. You should enjoy that.
I guess he did say that.
Look, you didn't look.
No,
I
but
know.
it's like it's just
I
annoying.
know
People like,
you're
oh,
like citation needed. Son
no,
of
no, no,
God,
no, no.
but-
That's not what I'm. That's not what I'm laughing about. I'm like, that's a funny. It's funny for you to connect Jesus saying that to the orb. Like that's $2 billion orb. But no, like the reason I think that argument is dumb is it's okay. It wasn't the government that built the orb. It was a private company that built the orb with money that they accrued via offering goods and services.
Via
Right.
capitalism.
Yeah, via capitalism. So you're like, oh, well, so they should just, acquire all this money
And give it to the poor.
and just give it all away, I guess? Question mark. Like, they're doing the orb because they think the orb's going to make them money, right? They didn't just do it because they thought it was cool.
What is this
mean-
place? I'm dying to go. This is fucking amazing.
It's the Venetian.
This is gonna spur so much tourism. Is it
Yeah.
in Vegas? It's in Vegas.
It's
right?
in Vegas. The
Yeah.
Venetian in Vegas.
Vegas almost died because of the pandemic.
Yeah, I've never been into the Venetian before, so I don't know what it looks like inside.
This is great. Jumpstart
What?
Vegas. Get people going to Vegas.
But yeah. J Mac for $20 says, Sitch, Blue Chew almost made me kill myself. What? I started laughing mid bench press. Maybe listening to you guys at the gym is a bad idea. Oh no. Listen, this is a comedy show. You have to be careful, okay? You have to be careful. All right.
I thought you did a bunch of Blue Chew. I was like, oh, don't wait.
Yeah, I was like, wait a minute. You got to be, use the
TMI,
recommended amount.
little
Right.
discretion here.
That's pretty funny though. Okay. Tom Spaghetti for $10 says, is someone really, quote, a leftist if they only traffic in identity and culture war politics rather than labor? Shouldn't Anna be keeping the left label and casting her detractors as the wreckers? Yeah, she could. I mean, you could do that. That'd be interesting. That'd be a maneuver you could try. Say, listen, I'm going to lean hard into class reductionism.
Yeah. I listened to part of a not so erudite stream where she made that argument that Anna should just say I'm on the left and
I'm the true left.
yeah, I'm the true left.
Right.
But I do think Anna is coming at this a little bit from a psychology perspective where she's saying if I'm not on a team, I can be more objective in my journalism, which is completely true from a psychology perspective. What often clouds our judgment is our team alliances.
Right.
So
True.
that's part of the equation here.
Right. And I think that's part of why what Anna's doing is so based.
Of course. Yeah, it's super based.
Nilo for $5 says, if Anna was fawning over Shapiro, these two are basically head over heels in love with Sitch and Anna. There you go. Yeah, I don't remember I know we covered it, but I honestly really don't remember anything at all about the conversation except that it was cordial between Anna and Ben. Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says, using terms like bonus hole excludes more people than it includes. That's Anna's point.
Yes, true.
Can you hear that?
Nope.
Hold on.
What
Let me
happened?
turn off noise suppression. I want to see if you can hear this. Okay, ready?
Is it a thunderstorm?
You hear that?
Yeah. That's the
You hear that
fan,
sound?
right?
You hear that whine?
It's a fan? Sounds
No.
like a fan.
How loud is that coming on stream, everybody? Is it like really loud or just quiet? Oh, it stopped.
Yeah, no, I heard it.
Yeah, that's not a fan.
Cicada?
That's the fucking cicada
Ah,
right outside my
nailed
window. Oh my god.
It totally wipes it
awful.
out.
Yeah, it's so loud. Holy shit.
I lived in Vegas for a while. And we
Jesus
had
Christ.
those things in Vegas, and oh man,
Oh my
so
god.
annoying.
It's just one. It's like the normal cicadas are like blick, 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 blick. That one's like
Just
like the. God.
Just buzzing
Terrible.
away.
I did find a trick. I think it works. I take a what's it called? You know the little like it's like a little hand hoe, but it's got the 3 prongs.
Hand hoe.
You know, a little hand hoe, right?
Yeah,
I grabbed an ethot.
I know.
No, I grabbed the little, little hand rake
the
that's got the little 3
the
prongs.
3-prong hand hoe. I know exactly what you're
Yeah,
talking
you know what
about.
I'm talking about. I don't know what it's called. The little trident thing. And I've got to go because I try to like wash them out, but I couldn't find them because it's like nighttime. And I just start like slamming. I just like start like hitting the ground
Mhm.
where they are, and that usually either kills them or gets them to shut the fuck up. So,
Are they underground?
well, because if I try to, because I can usually like localize if I go outside with flashlight, try to like I don't see them, but I can kind of like figure out where they are.
Mm-hmm.
And if I try to step on the area, it doesn't do anything. And I don't know if it's because they're underground or because the grass is like spongy enough that it doesn't actually harm them. But the little hand hoe seemed to work. So
Sweet.
Genie Angry Penguin for 8 months says the bonus hole is how you get twins. There you go. True.
Is that what you tell your wife?
Wow. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says only women can give birth though. ... There you go.
Yeah, the birthing hole. That's what they should call it, right?
Dog for $10 says trans activists. There you go.
He doesn't answer.
Trans activists say that trans men are men. What then describes all people who can birth, formerly women? It's birthing person. Yes, you are trying to place woman with birthing person. Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. Like, there is this like that's what I said in the conversation. There's like this weird sort of trying to have his cake and eat it too, where you're like, oh, birthing person, it's some like tiny niche thing, but you still have to say it's acceptable if someone wants to be called that, right? It's like, well, what is it? What is it?
I just think it's weird. Trans women are women, and women are birthing persons.
Right.
It's like, what?
I know. Nilo for $2 says dismissiveness and minimizing is not an argument. True.
Yes.
I don't know if I said in the conversation. I think I did. I don't remember. I wrote in my notes where I was saying hyperfixating can like send people to the other side, but ignoring something and minimalizing it also can send people to the other side.
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
So just from like a pragmatic perspective, you shouldn't ignore and minimalize things. Dirk Berger for $5 for 5 months. Thank you. Says, are they populist or just anti-authoritarian? There's a big difference in intention and outcome. Like, I mean, they're saying they're like lefts, they're like socialist libertarians, I thought is what they said, right? V. Marie for $5 says, I work in healthcare, and when I fill out official forms from the state of Illinois Health Department, it has Latinx on it.
Wow. Wow.
Wow, that's hilarious. Oh my God.
Illinois.
Ow.
Wow. Yeah, that's depressing.
Merlin for 10 months says Corn Adams Supreme.
Where's my corn at?
Terrible. No one likes Corn Adam.
Everyone loves Corn Adam. What are you talking about?
God, I knew as soon as I said it was going to happen.
What are you talking about?
Adam is like Biggie Smalls. Corn Adam is like Biggie Smalls. You say his name in the mirror and it appears.
Yes, I do.
Okay. All right. Kevin Maxwell Smith for $3 says, I like these guys, Gavin and Zach. They make sense. There you go. Thanks for $3, Kevin.
Good.
Girl Sarah for $2 says, change their names to Horace and John. I'm not sure I get that reference.
Horace. I don't know. I don't know the reference, but Horace and John, probably some Gorosero, so it's probably some anime.
Okay. Joe the Meg for 15 months says, imagine calling yourself the Vanguard Boys, the violent wing of socialist revolution. This should carry a similar stigma as the SS. Yeah, well, as I said, they didn't even realize what they were naming themselves. Got to be careful there. Got to be careful there, buddies. So, because I assumed when I saw their channel, I automatically assumed they were talking about Marxist-Leninist vanguardism or something.
They're just bros. They're just like drinking
Just
buddies.
bros, yeah. Yeah, they're in the same room, aren't they? When they're streaming.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, so there you go.
They're in the same room and they're like high school buddies.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Kevin Maxwell Smith for $2 says Benny quit because Anna literally won't respect her.
Well, that's a bit
kind
harsh.
of funny. Well, no, it's funny. Benny quit because Anna won't agree with Benny.
Right.
That's my take on it.
Yeah, totally.
Because Benny was like, I had a conversation with Cenk, and Cenk didn't agree with me. It's like, okay. And I feel like there's too many of the people on the left that are like, yeah, we're willing to give you a chance, but once this is my interpretation of it. It's like if I'm a trans person and you're not, and you have a take on trans issues, and I disagree with you, you have to give up your argument and cede to me automatically because I'm the trans person. Like that's kind of the attitude I get from a lot of this stuff.
I hate that attitude. Like I said, like the COVID example. Just because I've had COVID doesn't make me an expert on COVID. Like you have to make your argument with evidence in the real world. So none of this standpoint epistemology bullshit. And if I think that Benny is actually completely wrong on a lot of these issues, these trans issues. So
sure,
it's a perfect example. Not an expert by any means.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like, now we don't know for 100%, but like I would be willing to I wouldn't be that surprised if Benny took the philosophy tube approach of gender dysphoria not being real.
Yeah, me too.
That's kind of the vibe I'm getting there. So yeah, just because you're trans doesn't mean you know like the science.
Look, if I came out and said I'm a COVID expert because I've had COVID, you'd be right to say you're being fucking dishonest. That's right. That's not how things work. So
right.
But all the respect in the world for she wants to be trans. Knock yourself out.
Right. Nate the Farmer for $2 says, not a fan of Corn Adam. It's cultural appropriation. Wow. True. True.
I disagree.
You're being very insensitive right now.
I disagree.
Libertarian Sasquatch for $5 says, so if people are against your ideology, then they are somehow against quote progress. You're essentially saying you're right and they're wrong.
Yeah, I tried to point that out.
Yes.
This is the thing that really bugs me about progressives. They live in the delusional world where they're always on the right side of history when they were the ones pushing for eugenics. So it's just like, please.
Well, I think that the problem it's the classic survivor's bias. Like people
totally
only remember the ones that continue forward. They forget. Same thing like when people that make like the 1,000 predictions, and people only remember the ones that came true, even though they made 1,000 that didn't come true.
Of course,
there's lots of like left-wing things people push for that just died.
Yeah, and should die because they were bad ideas. And this is what's going to happen with this trans stuff.
Probably. Well, yeah, to an extent. Yeah, definitely.
I do think when I conceptualize the trolley problem, there's very few people on one track and a whole bunch of people on the other track.
Right.
And I realize they don't see it that way, but that's going to come into clearer and clearer focus.
They even brought up an example. One of the examples of the left tried to push it, or some people on the left tried to push it and died, was the spelling woman with a Y.
Oh, yeah.
The men. Another example is there was a time period, it was in the 90s, where some people were advocating that Ebonics should be considered its own language and should be taught in America.
Okay.
They had some name for it. I don't remember what it was. Some like acronym that was like Urban American Language or something. It was like the stupidest thing ever.
Yeah.
PC for $5 says, it's mostly not, quote, debate. It's one group calling the other side bigots for not agreeing to their, quote, progress.
Yes.
True.
Yeah.
True.
That's what James Lindsay always says.
Christian Baller for $10 says trans is a new phenomenon in the Western sense. When people point to those other cultures having a third gender, they never claim they were literally the opposite sex, like trans today. Some of them, yeah, a lot of them didn't do that. Some of them had like, some of them did think that they like embodied a different spirit or something magical, obviously. But yes, your point is well taken. AAVE, oh, that's right. It was African American Vernacular or something. Yeah.
Vernacular English.
Vernacular English. There you go. Dr. Diddler for $5 says, I would contend a lot of this is driven by Marxist cultural thought via intersectionalism, as opposed to past progress being driven by liberalism. Yeah, yeah, 100%. That's what it is. Marxist cultural thought in the lens of intersectionalism. Very true.
Truth.
Truth. The Chad Father, thanks so much for $10. Says $10 for Escasa. For the excellent quote, if the birthing person is a fringe issue, then why did she quit? True.
Yep. We know why.
The Chad Father for another $10 says $10 for A-Team for the excellent quote, Christian queries by the doctor comparison. That's pretty funny.
He did go, well, but Christianity, there's no evidence for. Exactly. Exactly.
Right. I mean,
You're
even if there
figuring
was,
it out.
right, even if there was, I don't think it should be based on evidence anyway. So,
Well, you wouldn't,
you know,
I just, look.
right.
It bothers me that so few people in the medical industry seem to have a basic understanding of psychology.
Yes. Val Van Gogh for $5 says money, or me and all my wacky cohorts and the children we've targeted, deleted ourselves. There you go. True. Diablo Neruda for $5. Thank you. Says gender is a metaphysical claim. It is a religious claim. You can't measure gender. It's exactly the same as being saved. Interesting. That'd be an interesting argument to broach. I still need to watch that debate that that lady had with Vosh about gender.
I mean, it depends upon how you define gender. I think the only utility in even separating sex and gender is to separate behavior, gendered behavior, masculine behavior and feminine behavior. But I don't necessarily know that that's good.
I think it's true that even though they talk about gender as like this social construct, it's weird because it's like they talk about it as a social construct, but then they act as if it is a metaphysical claim. It's like there's like this weird thing that happens a lot of in like a lot of these critical studies. Same thing with like in CRT, where they're like, we're not biological essentialists, but they kind of are. Like they're cultural essentialists. It's like, I don't know. A lot of these, James Lindsay has like a whole thing about like I forget what it's called, the like kind of there's some term for this, like the dialectical opposites or whatever. I'm sure someone in chat remembers. But how like a lot of this leftist thought has like these two contradicting, opposing ideas that are just kind of like smushed together and accepted in your brain.
Wow. It's like a neutron.
There you go.
Do you know what a neutron
Covalent
is?
bond.
Do you know what a neutron is? You
I
know
know
how
what a neutron
neutrons
is.
are made?
I know how neutrons are made.
You know neutrons are in atoms, right? There's
I know
like
how neutrons are
protons,
made.
electrons, and neutrons.
Yeah.
Where did the neutron come from?
The bonus hole.
I mean,
Eat it, boy!
I don't know.
Caleb,
It doesn't come from a bonus hole. I
Yes,
guess
it
maybe it
does.
does. Yeah.
Yes. How is the neutron formed? From the bonus hole, okay? Hegelian dialectic. Thank you. Hegelian dialectics form the neutrons.
Makes
Caleb
me think you
B.
don't know, but you're just memeing.
No, I'm serious. Neutrons form from the bonus hole. What's the problem?
Well, do you mean black hole? Like a bonus hole is a black hole? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying they come from the bonus hole.
They come from neutron stars, but I don't know that neutron stars form black holes. I don't think they do.
No, neutron stars are neutron stars.
Yeah.
Right. Wait, every
They call them
neutron-
neutron stars because that's where neutrons come from, but
Right. So they're saying every neutron and every piece of matter was forged in a neutron star. Is that what you're saying?
correct. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, I've heard Neil deGrasse Tyson say this.
Okay.
Yes. Or say things like that.
So
Caleb,
where's the neutron come from?
the bonus hole.
No, it doesn't. Look, people are going to get this information incorrect.
It comes from a neutron star. We just said.
Yeah, but how is it created in a neutron star?
I don't know. The neutron isn't the gravity neutron star squeezes the shit together, the quarks or whatever together, so
The
strongly
pressure-
they become neutrons or whatever.
The pressure is so great on the
Yeah.
atom that it pushes the electron into the proton,
Ah,
and the
okay.
charge cancels each other out.
Wow.
So it's like a married electron and a neutron. That's what a
Interesting.
neutron is.
There you go.
A married
There's your-
a married electron and proton.
There's your physics lesson for the day.
Yeah. I can't. How do we get on this?
You just brought it up because you wanted to brag about knowing random physics
No.
things.
Something. It came out
Metaphysical
of.
claim. I don't
Yeah.
know.
Okay.
Caleb B for $5 says it's widely spread psyop that Brianna Wu is a trans woman. She's not. She was born a woman and says as much. Just had to bring that up for Adam. Oh, really?
Is that
Okay.
what?
I never heard that one before.
It's a widely spread psyop. Often.
They're saying that Brianna Wu is not trans. That Brianna Wu was born a woman. So there you go.
And is a woman that's just claiming to be trans.
Yes. I've never heard that one before. That's interesting.
Wow. I wonder if that, I mean, that would kind of be a good move in this social environment. Not saying that Brianna's doing that, but I mean, I could just say I'm a trans man and immediately my oppression points go through the roof. Right?
True.
And I don't really have to do anything different.
Dr. Diller says, Adam, what the fuck are you talking about? Neutron stars are made of matter. Neutrons are components of atoms, which comprise matter. Nothing you're saying makes sense.
Who said that?
Dr. Diller, as class general, Dr. Diller.
I mean, you can look it up. There's the internet right in front of you. But
Okay. I'm going to take Dr. Diller's word for it. He seems pretty smart.
Neutron stars are, I mean, stars, it's a star that goes supernova and collapses on itself. And during the supernova process, the pressure is so great that it smooshes the electrons and the protons together.
What are neutron stars? Neutron stars are one of the most extreme exotic objects known in the universe. They're the remains of the cores of massive stars that have reached the end of their lives. There's two possible evolutionary endpoints. The other
Black
being
hole.
black holes.
Yep.
Nailed
Nailed it. A-team reigns supreme.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, blah, blah, blah. Look, Adam, no, just don't question, never question A-team. How can atoms be made of something that is made of atoms? Just look. That's the way it is, okay? There's protons and electrons in the world, and there's neutrons, and they work their way into atoms. You know what a hydrogen atom is? What's the constituencies of a hydrogen
agua.
atom?
Vosh told me it's agua.
That's a molecule, okay? That's not an atom.
He told me it was agua.
There
It's
is
a
a
social construct.
There is a hydrogen. There's actually two hydrogen atoms and an oxygen atom in agua. All of this is a social construct, by the way.
Neutrons form.
Ask ChatGPT, it'll tell you.
Neutrons are produced copiously in nuclear fission and fusion.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really?
That's what Google says.
Okay.
What does NASA say?
So it happens in normal. So neutrons are formed in normal star production?
I guess.
Huh. Interesting.
The familiar matter in the early universe, the familiar matter we know today didn't exist, because atoms, protons, neutrons, electrons would have been crushed by the incredibly dense temperature. Blah blah blah, blah blah.
Sitch
blah.
is so eager to prove Adam wrong that he's
I'm
like,
just curious.
I will look at the whole
You made a
internet.
claim. I don't know science. I'm stupid.
Look here, I'll go read some super chats. I'll go to Chat GPT and
Dr. Diddler is calling you out as Rongo. Rongo Bongo. Okay.
he can read all he wants.
You're confusing the theory of how elements are made with the creation of matter in the universe.
No, I'm not. What are you talking about?
Stark for $5 says, neutrons can be produced from beta decay, which includes protons merged with electrons, and I think electron neutrinos are released. There you go. I don't know what that means about who's right or wrong, but I read those words. Matthew Newman for $5 New Zealand dollars says, that's bollocks. Neutrons, quarks, positive, and negative quarks are 3 different things. Protons are neutral and positive quarks. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Adam. You did a science wrong-os. You did a science wrong-o-bongos.
What? Impossible.
Someone says on physics.com, how are neutrons made? The answer, most upvoted answer. Neutrons are still being made. Most of visible matter was created during the Big Bang nucleosynthesis, was in the form of hydrogen, helium, and lithium. Hydrogen sometimes contains a neutron. Blah, blah, blah. Oh my God, this is too long for me to read.
Are neutrons made in stars? Yes, neutrons are indeed produced in stars. Stars are massive celestial bodies that generate energy through nuclear fission, which involves the conversion of hydrogen into helium in the core of the star. High temperatures and pressures create conditions suitable for nuclear reaction to occur. During stellar fusion, hydrogen nuclei protons undergo a series of fusion reactions, eventually leading to the formation of helium. The primary fusion process in stars like our sun is the proton-proton chain reaction. In this process, 4 protons combine to form a helium nuclei, 2 protons and 2 nuclei. Come on, get to work. Where's the neutron come in?
Okay, I lost interest. Joshua Sorry for $10 says, the classic progressives combine moral conservatism and leftist social planning. The idea was ministers and technocrats provided similar functions in different spheres of society and should manage it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Well, it's interesting because I think that progressivism and vanguardism probably goes hand in hand. Probably, generally. So it does make sense. Diablo Neruda for another $2 says, religion has always existed in history as well. That is true.
Mm-hmm.
Battle Master Mac for 12 months. Thanks so much for the 1 year, Battle Master Mac. Says, thank you both, Gavin and Zach, coming on and having a good faith conversation. And as always, A-Team
reigns supreme. That's right.
Andrew Clark for $2 says, quote, they can't help but be racist.
That's bad. Andrew, what are you doing?
Funny. PC for $5 says, but ... Anna was attacked? ? You both were attacking her now. Her white privilege doesn't seem to offer much protection. Ooh, true.
Yeah.
John Bender, it's a banner year at the Bender House for $10 says, did you guys change your audio or volume recently? I've been listening at work for years but can't hear it anymore. But others sound fine, even your old shows. Turn it up, and A-Team reigns supreme.
Okay.
I don't know. Are we quieter, but everyone else? Like from my end, because I don't know what it's like on the show. On my end, everyone's volume sounded about the same. So
I have turned it down a bit because I thought that there was some peaking. So
okay, I don't know. Was everyone else in the chat? Are we too quiet compared to everyone else? Has the volume changed at all?
I've turned it down on the last couple shows I have. So I'll turn.
Okay.
I'll turn it up a little bit.
So John was correct. You did change. You did monkey with it.
Yeah. No. He detected it.
Dr. Diddler for $5 says, philosophically, how can permitting racism to your, quote, oppressors ever make things better? Why would it not form an endless cycle of senseless hate? True! That's kind of the whole point of the classic video game BioShock Infinite. The cycle of violence. Libertarian Sasquatch for $2 says, but you're condoning her racist behavior. Ahab for $5 says, social contagion isn't real, but if Disney doesn't put DEI stuff, then it will have a negative social impact. True.
Yes.
True. Jonathan Smith for $10 says the Supreme Court deciding that corporations are private is erroneous. Is erroneous. I can't speak anymore. Is wrong. If a company's ownership is publicly traded, it's no longer private. Interesting. Interesting. Blatantly Satan for $5 says, wish you guys were as aggressive with your guest as you were with their videos. Well, it depends on the guest, right? I mean, we're trying to set up future conversations. They're very nice to us and they like us. And so we're going to try to be nice and understand to them. And I don't know. I thought that I felt that we were making our points well known and pushing back without being hyper aggressive.
Yeah, it's interesting. It's weird. Like, you guys want to have us, and I get it. You guys want us to have drop down, knockout arguments with people, but you can't do that the first time out. Once they become,
well, you can if you never want to talk to them again.
Yeah, well, that's the point. You can't do that the first time out, because then you burn the bridge and they'll never come back on again. Once you establish a relationship with someone and a bit of trust, then you can have those arguments, and I feel like they're more interesting and more effective at actually changing people's minds, because you
Right.
build a rapport first. So
Right.
that is our goal, and I feel like we're making headway. I mean, we had, look, Brown follows me on Twitter now, and I follow her, and we exchange barbs on Twitter quite often. I tweeted something out about CRT, and she clapped back with the normal, what you would see in the New York Times or on CNN. See, critical race series just teaching history. It's like an academic level class in law, the standard talking points. And I said, we should do a stream on this because we completely disagree, and Sitch has looked up a bunch of these sources. That could probably happen. And maybe we can change her mind on it, but that's not going to happen if we invite her on for the first time and just destroy her.
Right.
Yeah. And hold on, if Brianna Wu changes her position, not that she's going to do that, but if she did on critical race theory, don't you think that would be more effective than us going out and telling people critical race theory is wrong? She's literally on the left.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think, Sitch?
I agree.
Yeah, she'd be like a 10 times more effective advocate. No one's going to listen to us. Everyone thinks we're right wingers.
It depends how much I don't like the person I'm talking to.
Oh,
So
if I think they're bad faith, yeah.
Right. If I like the person that we're talking to, or I'm neutral towards them, and I think there's some contradiction, I'll point it out like once, twice, maybe 3 times, but I'm not going to just keep like smacking their face unless I don't like the person, because they're not going to address it. And usually there's other things I want to talk about. Though I know that some people want that, and they want you to just like really just be like, you're not answering the fucking question. So I usually only get in that mode if I don't like the person or I feel like they're being bad faith towards me. So
look, if they're bad faith and evasive, we never want to fucking talk to them again. So yeah, like
right.
We have
it depends how much money we get. Maybe we'll talk to them. So
look, I'm not sure.
There's people we've talked to recently that I thought are bad evasive.
Look, if somebody said, look, if someone had a crystal ball and they said, you'll make $1,000 if you write off, if you bring on Dave the Distributist, I think I'm at the point where, I'll pass.
Yeah, but what if they said you'll make $10,000?
Dave, where do you want me to send the link?
There you go. Capitalism, baby.
That's just impossible, though.
I know.
That's never going to happen.
Stoic for $2 says, or career if you prefer, rather than. Oh, I read that one. Kevin Maxwell Smith for $2 says, ask Gab about libertarian socialism. I guess we'll have to say that for next time. He kind of brought it up a little bit at the end.
That is Vosh's thing, right?
Supposedly.
I think
But I feel like
they listen to Vosh.
Yeah, but I don't. I mean, I could believe that they're operating under some kind of libertarian socialism thing, which to me is an inherent contradiction. I kind of get what I think they're saying. That they're like, oh, like it would be nice if like we should have these like socialist intuitions that everyone operates under, but from a libertarian framework, which to me just seems like a fantasy.
Yeah.
But I don't buy for a second that Vosh is actual libertarian socialism. So he seems very authoritarian.
I've been reading a bunch of Fukuyama.
Mhm.
God, that's such a great name.
It is.
Fukuyama. And he had another single fact. Well, is it a single factor? Another spectrum that he laid out that I thought was super interesting. It's equality on one side and liberty on the other, because he says the more freedom that you have, the further you're going, the more inequality you're going to have. And those are the two things that you're trying to balance in Western democracies. And I was like, wow, that is really, imagine the political spectrum that we have, because they have authoritarianism on the top and libertarianism on the bottom. Imagine if it was a liberty on the bottom and equality on the top.
I don't like that spectrum, that framework. And here's why.
Because it's painful.
No. Because on one hand, it's true. But on the other hand, it's false.
Okay.
Right?
How's it false?
So it's true in terms of like, if you're like, we live in a Western liberal democracy, you're going to have to choose. There's going to be some sliding scale of liberty and equality, right?
Yeah.
But if you move outside that realm and you're including every other possible type of government, oftentimes liberty and equality go hand in hand, because it's like, you know, if you're living under a monarchy, right, or a fascist dictatorship, you're going to have very low equality and very low liberty.
Yeah,
right?
You're right. That's a great point. That is a great point.
So, so I take his point in terms like, and I think that's why he said it probably the way that you said it.
Of course, yeah.
In a liberal democracy, that is the choice. But people won't take that level of nuance, and they'll just extrapolate it like beyond that, and they'll try to interpret it into everything, which doesn't make sense.
Well, the book that I'm reading is contrasting actually democracy versus authoritarian governments. Liberal democratic governments versus authoritarian governments. So a lot of it is comparing and contrasting those two. So you really honed in on a big difference there, and why that's obviously that spectrum in an authoritarian regime is just, I mean, you don't have
sides.
Yeah, you don't have equality or freedom.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
but
now
you
could construct
you can't really get high equality and high freedom. That's the point. Like as soon as one gets to a certain point, it starts to become the spectrum.
Right. Now, yeah, I do agree that at least in our modern society, if you were to force a slider high on one end, high in liberty, high in equality, it would have some level of inverse proportionality to the other one.
Right.
I think the only way to get high on liberty and high on equality is in our magical Gattaca future.
Of course. Yeah.
So,
that's the problem.
Until then. Okay. Fistfight Caleb for $2 says, we pay to have our voices heard. That's right. Like good capitalists.
Yeah. We love it. Thanks for contributing.
Michael for 9 months. Thank you, Michael. Says, I've got nothing to contribute to the conversation here. I'm just proud to support two of my favorite YouTubers, S-Class and A-Team. Well, thank you, Michael.
Yeah, thanks, Mike.
Spencer for $5 says, catching up. Denims was the, quote, what does pride in your work mean? Chick from EFAP in the Jay versus Hassan arc. Oh, that's right. That's right.
She has a cat named Wormy.
Wasn't she defending Hassan in the in the Jay Exley debate? That's why we were covering her.
I don't remember.
I just remember she had a bed in the background and that people were talking about it. That's the only thing I remember.
Some old lore.
Silence You Idiot for $5 says, I just know Denham's betting Destiny if he could prove her wrong. She'd give him a blowy. I don't remember that part. Outside that, she was anti-Yang and Eric Adams for some lefty. Interesting. Let's see. Read that one. Zero fucks for 10 months. Thank you so much, Zero fucks. Says when it comes... Oh, I read that one. When it comes to being dumb, Tuberville is not the exception. He is the rule. Update your Bayesian prior for trusting government and institutions accordingly. There you go. Fat Brown Buffalo, our former but no longer favorite Young Turk for $10, says, if my future son identifies as a buffalo, should I let him go live on the plains with the herds?
With the hers?
With the herds, yeah.
Not the
Yes.
hers? Oh, okay.
The herds, if they identify as a buffalo, should they get to live on the plains with the herds? Yes. Yes, definitely. True.
Yes.
Stug for... Did I read this one? Stug for $2. Thank you for the $9. Says, talking about healthcare, sorry, and insurance agencies and such. Oh, is this a previous super chat that I read already? Oh, yeah, about the universal healthcare, yeah. Universal healthcare advocates often ignore what to do with those who are present in the current industry. Zach didn't, I guess, though Gavin just said, oh, they can adapt. I understood the question that you were saying. Yeah. What do you do with the people already in the industry? Do you just force them out of business, or do you have to compensate them to some extent? I mean, obviously, well, in America, you'd have to compensate them to some extent, right?
Well, he had the concept. He had the example of TikTok, throwing a bunch of TikTokers out of work, which, I mean, that's actually a public service in my estimation.
Yeah, it's a little different though. I mean, I don't think TikTokers should be compensated. So fuck them.
Yeah.
Smoke. Was I read this one? Yeah, I did. Ace, thank you so much for the $10. Says, guys, look up Common Sense by Thomas Paine. Does a good job refuting monarchy as a type of government. I read Common Sense like a million years ago. Well, is that the one where he talks about eating children, or is that a different one?
Oh, that sounds like a great book.
What's the one that Thomas Paine talks about eating kids?
I don't know.
You never read that? It's satirical, obviously, but anyway.
I asked ChatGPT, what do you think of Common Sense by Thomas Paine?
Yeah.
And it says, as an AI language model, I don't have personal opinions or beliefs. However, I can provide some information about Common Sense by Thomas Paine
Mm-hmm.
and its historical significance.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Thomas Paine. No, the eating kids is a modest proposal. And it's not Thomas Paine. It's the Thomas Swift. Too many Toms. All right.
What book is
It's Jonathan
about
Swift. I'm like just totally fucking wrong. Jonathan
eating-
Swift did the modest proposal that was satirical about eating children. Thomas Paine Common Sense is something completely different. There you go. I'll
How do you
check out
spell
Common
Swift?
Sense. Like Swift. Getting
just like the
swifty.
word?
Getting swifty in here.
Yes, the
Oh.
book you are referencing is the book you are referring to is A Modest Proposal by Jonathan Swift. Although
Right.
not explicit about eating children, it satirically suggests a solution to poverty and overpopulation issue
Eat
in
children, yeah.
Ireland during the 18th century by proposing that the Irish should sell their children as food for the wealthy.
There you go.
Ouch.
But yeah, I'll check out. I know I had to read Common Sense at some point, but that's probably some. Obviously, I was a middle school Andy who didn't remember it at all, so I'll check it out again. Solid for $5 says, a leftist recently told me no one is denying biological sex. It's just gender that's a social construct. Yeah, I mean, it's annoying because it's like there were so many people once Lance quote tweeted my tweet where I said like, "Oh, all institutions are sexist, racist, blah 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 blah," but we still should trust the trans stuff blindly. There were so many like brain dead people that replied saying, "Sitch, nobody has that position." And I'm like, Lance has that position. What are you talking about? That was his reply. Like, so many people have that position. There's a lot of people that are saying that are denying biological sex. They either deny biological sex or they deny or they say, oh, sex only is like your genitalia, right? And nothing else is equated to it. There's so many people who are doing this, and you get this constant like multi-personed Mott and Bailey, where you're basically responding to some group of people saying something specific, and then a bunch of people that don't agree with you will insert themselves in the conversation and say, no one is saying that, thus shielding the people that are saying that. So that actually happened with the OLAY tweet. A lot of people were like, no one is saying this stuff about MLK, Sitch. Why are you doing this? And I'm like, here's a tweet of them literally fucking saying this. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah. Sometimes people don't track the actual conversation.
Yeah, but then very often they get into this weird mind rot. There's literally the perfect example. When I talked about this on Sunday, someone said, no one is saying that, Sitch, ... But we're not allowed to criticize trans people and how they advocate for rights. It's like, oh, okay, so you are saying it. You know?
Yeah, no.
They just don't realize they're saying it. Matthew Newman for 2 New Zealand says, Adam, have you done the de-transer homework I sent you? Look at Matthew sent you homework. Oh my God.
I don't know what that is all about. I don't know what that is about, Matthew.
He sent you homework. Look at that.
The answer is they are advocating for violence and we're supposed to pretend that they're not. That's what they're saying.
Right. Right. Blaze the Skateboarder for $5 says, if you guys are ever in Washington, I'll teach you guys how to crack crab with no effort to get all the meat. Gonna look at what people like about Sam Cedar tonight on stream. Oh, nice. Check it out, guys. Blind Escape Quarter.
Yeah. Are you covering I heard Sam Cedar responded to our interview with Anna.
I couldn't find it.
Yeah, I don't know if he clipped it out because he's trying to be, well, you know, if he's trying to be nice to Anna and the Young Turks, that would be, I mean, I'm sure the Young Turks would appreciate that.
Oh, you know why I couldn't find it? Because I went to the live tab, and I think they do this thing where they have like clips, they have the live stream, and then they have another part of the live stream that's not even on the live tab. That's like unlisted, which is bizarre.
No,
unless they just say like crazy shit all the time.
Look, a lot of people do that. We should do.
No one does that. What do you mean?
What do you mean? No, they do.
No, usually people will do. Usually people will have they'll stream and then they'll just remove the stream and they'll put up clips like Destiny, or they'll put up clips and then they'll leave the full stream up in the live section. It's weird for you to like leave half of the stream up in the live section and then hide the other half of the live stream.
They do it all the time. The other half is the members only. This is what Young Turks does.
Yeah, but yeah, but that's different. That's someone doing it for monetary reasons. I don't.
Look, that's what we're going to start doing.
Monetary reasons.
Look, we're going to start doing an hour live stream a week. That's like a members only stream.
Oh, are we? I didn't know.
Yeah, sure.
Oh. Okay,
that's where we talk about the really, right. The real behind the scenes stuff.
You need to go to their live stream. In the description, there's a link to the Fun Hub. Yeah, you're right. I forgot because I know I found it once. Thank you for reminding me. That's how I found it. There must be a link in the stream, in the description. So
I'll be right back.
Okay. Red473 for $50. Thank you so much, Red. Says, gentlemen, I enjoy listening to discussion in the sauna. Nothing gets me sweating like civil discourse. That said, I don't blame them for thinking Chank would shut down discussion at TYT. He's pretty unreasonable when he disagrees. Well, listen, I don't necessarily disagree with that. So that's probably true. But nice. That's right, guys. Guys got to get in your saunas. Get in your infrared saunas, everybody. ADL 1992 for $2. Thank you. Says, autistic here. I don't understand distributing. There you go. Thank you. Seller for $5 says, would your public option be paid by taxes or premiums? That's a good question. Actually, I don't have an answer to. Ha ha! Sucker! Sammy
back.
G for $2 says, check Twitter again. Option 2 is in motion. Oh, wait a minute. Option 2.
Would
Let's
your
see.
public option be paid by taxes or premiums?
Yes.
That must be, you don't have an answer.
I said I don't have an answer.
Look, the healthcare thing, this is what's annoying is a lot of people just, they make it too simple. Like, obviously, abolish all insurance, all
Right.
private insurance. It's like, once you learn a little bit about the world, you start thinking, boy, that's going to fuck something up.
Mm-hmm. I don't see it, Sammy. Where is it? I don't see it. You're gonna have to send it to me or something. John Benor for 9 months says trans bogus hole. Wow, that's offensive.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's very transphobic.
MF Sorcerer for 1 month says using my JMac. Oh, I read that one. What's your first thoughts for 5 Canadian says. Oh, that was referring to the picture already shared. Oh, okay, no problem. Super chat lag because we're so slow. Says, what's your first thought for 5 Canadian? Says, hey guys, off subject. What's your views on the mainstream media treating the Sound of Freedom as a right-wing QAnon conspiracy?
Sounds horrible.
I don't even know what that is. What's Sound of Freedom?
It is a movie about.
Oh, is that the movie about like
child
child trafficking or something? Yeah, I did see
Yeah.
something about that. Yeah, right.
I mean, why would they do that?
I mean, I don't know anything about the movie. The only thing I know about the movie is I saw a picture of a video of some woman complaining that they were like lying about the AC being broken, so they couldn't see the movie or something. And I was like, I don't know what the fuck she's talking about, and like swiped away.
Oh, good.
So I don't have an opinion on it. Sorry.
Always swipe away. Matthew, I don't know that. Are you using a different name on Twitter or Discord? I don't know where you sent me this thing. So Matthew Newman for $2 New Zealand dollars says the Lotus Eaters gay D-trans interview. A-Team reigns supreme.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't watch. I feel like I clicked on a Lotus Eaters thing, but I didn't watch it.
Like this Brown and Wook said, in regards to the comic, this is really good art. You have a lot of talent.
Yeah,
That's
she
nice of her.
bought the comic.
Wow.
She got
How
the
nice.
all nude cover.
Did she really?
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I mean, I wouldn't be that surprised, but it's a good cover. Right.
Yeah.
Okay, where was I? Duke Norton for $20. Thank you, Duke, for the $20. Says, every time I hear birthing person, my mind hears bird person from Rick and Morty. I think the woke ideology is finally eating away at my brain. S-Class is once again the best class.
Factually
Yeah, it's funny.
incorrect, but still cool.
True. It is true. It's funny. I also very often when I hear birthing person, there's always like a quarter second where I
Birding
think
person?
they're gonna say bird person.
Birding person.
So I have the exact same experience. Let's see. Stug for $5 says neutrons did not only originally come from the neutron stars, but neutron stars are made of neutrons. Neutrons first formed within the first few minutes of the Big Bang.
Yes,
Well, there you go,
I'm discovering that. Chat GPT taught me that as well. I cut to the chase and I just asked, well, hell, are neutrons made in stars? And it's like, well, yes, some are made in stars, but not all of them.
Matthew Newman for 5 New Zealand says, that's bullocks. Neutrons, quarks, positive neutrons. quarks positive, negative quarks are three different things. Protons are neutral and positive quarks. Get stuffed. Then Stug for another $5 says neutrons can be produced from beta decay, which includes protons merging with electrons, and I think electron neutrinos are released. Stug for another $5 says an electron neutrino is just a tiny neutral particle. It allows certain decays through fermion number conversion. Fermions are half spin particles.
What I'm starting to realize here, Sitch, is how much money we could have made if I just got the covalent bonds wrong.
Yes.
We left money on the table. From now on, when you ask me any question
about science,
only wrong answers.
Yes. We will only give wrong answers for like basic science and physics questions. Yes,
you guys have been warned, okay? Now you know our grift. And this is a grift, and every definition of grift applies to this. I'm literally going to answer incorrectly, even when I know the right answer.
Right. Stuck for $2 says there are 3 different kinds of neutrinos plus antis. Well, there you go. Listen.
What's your favorite kind of quark?
You guys are all wrong. No, this is all bullshit. I don't know if you know this. This is all bullshit. Okay. This positive, negative particles, neutrinos, neutrons, electrons, all things are social constructs. Okay. These are all just social constructs. If Adam wants to say neutrons are made in whatever socially constructed way he wants, then that's his prerogative to do it. And you're a bigot if you say otherwise.
Okay, Vosh.
I'm just saying.
Not true. Ask me for 6 Miris. Says, hey, can I get your comic even if I live in Asia? Theoretically, you can. So we have international shipping on the thing.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah.
Yeah, you can.
Give it a shot.
But yeah, you definitely can. I assume.
I don't know how to mail stuff to Asia, but I'm gonna figure it out.
You'll find out.
If you don't get it, we'll just refund your money.
Fission product for $20. Look at that. Look at that. All this talk of neutrons. You've produced fission, Adam. Fission product. Thank you. Says, do you think Tuberville and the Republicans supporting are just trying to deploy far left tactics of redefining words and playing stupid when confronted? They just skipped the university think tank garbage scholarship step. I don't think so. I think
this
would be my guess. I think Tommy said something stupid because he originally didn't know what the term meant. And instead of just kind of saying like, oh, I used the wrong term. Here's what I meant. I think he's just trying to do this like weird waffle, like I'm not technically wrong thing because he just doesn't want to admit faults. That'd be my guess as to what's happening here. So I don't think there's some like intentional we're going to redefine the word. I mean, there's literally no reason for anyone to try or want to redefine white nationalist unless they're racist. So I don't even know why they'd want to do that in the first place.
And obviously he's not racist because he coached football.
Because he coached football. That's true.
Waffles are delicious.
Oh, I was like, waffles. Okay. Can I get you one a nice Belgian waffle?
I do. Oh,
why do waffle cones
taste so much better than regular cones? That's a mystery.
No, than just normal Can I get a waffle made out of like whatever they make waffle cones out of?
Oh yeah, that would be delish.
Like the waffle cones are so good. It's just like, don't even give me ice cream. I just want the waffle cone.
Oh yeah.
The sugar cones are pretty good too, though. Sugar cones are pretty tasty. And the smell, oh my God. It's kind of funny. You walk into an ice cream shop, the smell of the waffle cone is like so much better than the ice cream smell.
Uh-oh, Matthew was wrong, and now he's got to correct it.
Uh-oh. About what?
Matthew Newman for $2 New Zealand dollars. I was wrong. Neutron is composed of 2 down quarks and 1 up quark, and the proton of 2 up quarks and 1 down quark. No, you're a nerd. A-Team reigns supreme. Watch Ellie. What is Ellie?
Lotus Eaters.
Lotus Eaters. I'll check it out. I mean, yeah.
Ice cream has a smell. The flavors of ice cream have smell.
Oh,
but also probably because like all the different ice cream flavors are not as powerfully smelling, and they're different smells, so they all kind of probably merge together. Where the waffle cone smell is very powerful because you're cooking it, I assume, or something. So
Yeah.
but we all know what the worst cone is.
What is that?
The cake cone.
The cone of shame?
The cake cone.
The cake cone.
Those are the little tiny styrofoam cones.
Oh, those are good. I like those.
Yep. You like the ones that taste like styrofoam.
So?
You like the little styrofoam cone.
Yeah, those are good.
Those are the worst ones.
You pack the ice cream into the bottom of them, and then you bite the end of it.
Well, okay,
it's like a crunchy ice cream treat.
That's the only good part of it, is when you do that at the very end.
It's so good.
That's the only good part. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but do you agree that out of the 3 cones, that's the worst one?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't eat one out of the box if that's what you're asking.
That's not. I'm saying, like, okay, if
I
you have
might eat a
choice,
waffle cone out of the box.
Someone's like, here. Someone's like, listen, you can get a waffle cone, a sugar cone, or a cake cone, right?
Waffle cone.
Right. Who's choosing the cake cone? Come on.
Yeah,
I agree. I agree. The ice cream at the bottom of the cake cone is good, but that's the only good part of the cake cone. The rest of it's just styrofoam.
I do think there's a disagreement here. I would go. My hierarchy is waffle cone, cake cone, sugar cone.
Terrible.
It is what it is. Okay.
Terrible. God.
The sugar cone is almost like in your face about how it could have been a waffle cone. Like it's right on the edge there.
Right, it is. But yeah, it tastes good.
But it's not near as good. It just reminds me of how I should have got a waffle cone. Like at least if you're in the cake cone realm, you're like, okay, well they didn't have waffle cones.
Mm-hmm.
You're like, this is all they had.
I don't even know what the fuck the difference is between a sugar cone and waffle in terms of like how it's made. I don't know what the difference is. I know sugar cones obviously they taste sweeter, but I don't know like what the
sugar cone is like the discount waffle cone.
Okay, you could be right, but it's still better than cake cone.
It's not.
Sometimes,
no.
yeah, sometimes I'm sitting around. Well, I don't do this anymore because I don't eat ice cream like out anymore. But when I did, sometimes I'd be like, I kind of want a sugar cone, like the taste of the sugar cone.
The cake cone is great because it just adds crunch, and it's not like obnoxiously sweet or anything. It's just like it adds crunch. It's the crunch.
It just tastes like styrofoam.
No, you get to taste the ice cream. It makes the ice cream crunchy.
You've heard of sugar cone, Lucy. You probably just don't. You've never heard of it by name. Sugar cone is like the standard classic cone that you see like animated in is a sugar cone. That like little. It's like a small waffle cone. That's a sugar cone. Cake cone is the this is one of the most important topics that we've ever covered. Yes. So wait, if you didn't know that it was called a cake cone, what did you call it? Because other people didn't know it was called a cake cone. That's like, what do you call those little things if you don't call them cake cones?
Ice cream cone?
Yeah, but how do you differentiate?
Between an ice cream cone and
a cake cone and the other cones, if you've never called it a cake cone.
Oh, look. There's like all of them right there. All of them in one tasty JPEG.
Oh, did you bring up a picture?
I was going to. Okay, here we go. We have waffle cone, cake cone, sugar cone. I mean, some of these... Yeah. Some of these sugar cones seem waffle cone-ish.
Well, sugar cones are like, that's what they look. They look like little waffle cones.
Yeah, but the sugar cone, it's like some cheap batter that's not as good as a waffle cone. Oh, here's.
Well, it's a different type of batter.
Yeah.
Skinny cones that taste like cake sugar. It's called a sugar cone. Interesting. You called cake cone sugar cones? That's weird.
Here is the sugar cone. Brought it up. That nasty looking waffle cone wannabe.
It's like the drumstick cone. Yes. It's called a wafer cone?
Yeah.
I've never heard of that. Wafer cone. Wow. Normal cone. Yeah, sugar cone is like the normal cone that you like. People think of like the most standard That's a ugly looking sugar cone. Whatever that looks sus. That doesn't even look like a real one. That looks like, you know, when someone's like, "You want some ice cream?" and you're like, "Sure," and then they hit you in the face with that like ball that like pops out of the cone. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, totally.
You know those stupid fucking toys. I bet you they don't even have those anymore. I bet you that's how boomers we are. These stupid toys when we were kids that were probably from like 1950, just like a fake ice cream cone. They had a little switch. And you'd be like, "Hey, you want some ice cream?" And then you push it, and it would shoot the little ice cream ball into your face, or whoever the face is that you're holding it to.
What is
And
this
no one
abomination?
would ever fall for it because they obviously looked like the fakest ice cream. You just run around smacking each other with these stupid things.
Look at this
That is-
abomination.
That is the cake. That is the big cake cone because it's the same texture, but it's like the size of a sugar cone. So
They're trying to fake you out here. They're like,
yeah, that's terrible.
it's a cake cone, but really, look, it's shaped like a waffle cone. Don't
Well,
you
see, I
want
think-
one?
I think that brown sugar cone is actually a cake cone that's just dyed brown, so it's like an ultra fake.
Oh,
So
waffle cone is the premium.
I mean, I agree, obviously. Waffle cone supremacy, true.
I'm gonna go to the ice cream shop after this, and I'm just gonna order like 5 waffle cones. Just gonna say,
I don't
just
want any ice cream. Can I just have the cones? You should actually see what happens. Can you do that? See what happens if you do that.
I want them to make them fresh in front of me on the griddle. I want to see it.
Wait. I don't think they make them on a griddle. I think they have some kind of machine or something.
No, they make them on the waffle griddle,
Well, I mean, maybe wherever you go, that's some high quality waffle cone.
and they spin them around.
Yeah. Anyway, you know we must be hungry. We're talking about food.
A little bit.
Okay. It's just Abby for 5. Aussie Bucks says, "Was sex and gender always different? People say there's a difference, yet those same people flip flop and mix up those words all the time." No, it was only very recently that sex and gender became separated out. I mean, people credit John Money for the distinction. I think there was technically someone before John Money, though John Money definitely made it popular. I don't remember if that was the 50s or the 60s, but no, before then, gender was. It's annoying because, like, before that, I think gender was only related to, like, language and words and was, like, a grammatical thing. And then after that, like, when I grew up, gender and sex meant literally the same thing, and gender was just a way of saying sex because people didn't want to say sex because it has the sex connotation.
Mm-hmm.
And that was like, so most of my life growing up, that's what gender meant. And I'm assuming that's what it meant for most people. And it's only been even more recently that there's been this like huge push to separate them out, that mean different things.
Mm-hmm.
Plains Escape Quarter for $2 says, "Computer broken, fixing a blue screen, need a JMac." Oh, that's awful. No, that is shitty. I'm sorry to hear that. Matthew Newman for 2 New Zealand says, "The Lotus Eaters gay detranser interview. A-Team reigns supreme." That's what Matthew wanted you to watch. The
Someone
Lotus
named-
Eaters gay detrans interview.
Yeah, I got it. Thanks, Matt, for sending it to me on Twitter. Thanks, Matthew. Sometimes people don't like it when you just shorten their name. It's mostly an LA thing, I think. Melanie on Twitter says, FYI, HR is not on the side of the little guy at TYT or any corporation in North America. If someone files an HR complaint, HR will look into it, see if it has merit, and likely the complainant will be fired weeks to come.
Based.
Don't get I'm not sure that's the response she wants.
That's
So don't get it twisted. Well, thanks for chiming in, because that is kind of what I would intuitively think if I was thinking of filing a complaint on somebody with HR. I would think, oh, they're going to think I'm a problem person and start looking at me. Which,
so
you know,
someone sent that to us specifically, or is that a different, just a tweet you were talking about?
someone said it popped up in my notifications on Twitter, so they added me on Twitter.
There you go.
I don't know if they're listening to the show or what.
Listen, fire all the complainers. That's what I say.
Look, I'm normally when I'm at my work, I'm taking naps under my desk and stuff. So I really don't want to get HR involved in my life. I don't know about you, Sitch.
Yeah,
I try to keep. You want to hear a fun story from that Clarence Thomas book?
Sure.
So Clarence Thomas came from a humble working class background, and obviously he went to good schools, so he ended up working in government. But he never made much money in government because government jobs pay like shit.
That isn't until he became a Supreme Court justice, baby.
Well, no, it's interesting. Look, I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if he's on the take or what. There's all kinds of ways you can justify this to yourself, but so he was like, "Fuck this! I'm gonna get a job working for corporate America. I'm getting out of government. Start making some money." So he gets a job, and I can't remember if it was for the Rand Corporation or Monsanto or something like that. But it's one of those corporations that, leftists hear and go, "Ah!"
Right.
So he gets a job as an attorney working for one of those corporations, but there's no work for him to do. He's literally like reading history all the time because no one's giving him any cases or anything like that. There's
Why?
Like, I don't know. It's like, keep yourself busy, guys.
They're like, listen, we need a black lawyer.
Isn't this hilarious? Isn't this just like night and day? The government sector, you're completely overworked and make no money. The private sector, you got no work and you're getting rich.
That's hilarious.
So, but he hates it because he's like, there's nothing for me to do. Like, I'm bored. I want to work on cases. I want to do something. Like, working in government was better because at least I was influencing people. Like, you told the story about how he couldn't get a job, how he got I think he went to Yale. He got a Yale degree and he started looking for work and no one would hire him. That's how he ended up in government. Right. Because he went to some Republican and the Republican was like, I'd love to have you working in the Attorney General's office, right? Of course, the pay is like $5 a day.
Right.
So he gets this job. He's making good money, and he's like, this sucks. I want to do something. And this is when the offer comes to be the head of what is it? The EEOC. Employment, I don't know the name of it, but it's some government organization that oversees
the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission.
Okay, there you go. So they're supposed to look into complaints that people have where they think,
racisms.
Exactly.
That's like his nightmare job.
Exactly. So at first he doesn't want to take the job, but he ends up taking it because he really wants to help the black community. They basically talk him into it. They're like, look, this is the way you help the black community.
They're like, listen, you're black, they're black.
Look, he wants to help the He wants to help the black community, but he doesn't want to do it through this affirmative action stuff. Mostly because his background is from a family that is just like, I don't take handouts.
Right.
So I don't want to take a handout from the government, and I don't want to encourage black people to take handouts from the government because it makes them into second-class citizens. That's an argument that I think has some merit, definitely. So, but that's neither here nor there. The funny thing about the story is, so he's working back in government, and he's not making any money. He's the head of a government agency. He's still paying off his student loans. He can't get a mortgage, and they're literally cutting up credit cards in front of him when he's traveling. Isn't this hilarious? That's pretty funny. He's broke. He has bad credit, no money. It's completely hilarious. So all of these stories that are coming out now about Clarence Thomas being on the take and people buying him stuff.
Yeah.
I think
he's like, finally.
Well, I don't know if he's on the take now, but I think, there's so many stories in the book where he can't like buy something because he has like no money.
Mm-hmm.
It's kind of funny.
Yeah, he's finally getting his big old check. Now he's a Supreme Court justice.
Yes, totally. Well, I How do this? It makes me wonder how much the Supreme Court justices even make. How much do they make?
I don't know, probably like 100 grand ish, I would imagine. Well, actually, that was a long time ago. Maybe it's confirmed. How much
Yeah.
do
Like if you live in
make?
Washington D.C., is 100 grand even really a lot of money? 100 grand. 100 grand a year in Los Angeles is not a lot of money. I'm assuming in Washington D.C. it's not a lot of money.
They make 285,000.
Okay, so that's the money.
Yeah, they make a good old big chunk of change. Not millions.
You're
but
not buying a
it's lot of
yacht or
money.
anything.
Yeah, okay, most people aren't buying a yacht. Most people would be very happy to have almost 300 grand a year. That's a lot of money.
Look, maybe he's finally paid off his student loan.
You know what's funny? The Chief Justice gets slightly more than everyone else.
Oh, really?
That's silly. Yeah, everyone else gets 285, and the Chief Justice gets 298. That's kind of silly. That's kind of silly to me.
But you get all that power, you get to lord over everybody.
Right. The president gets 400K a year.
Yeah.
VP gets 235. Speaker of the House gets 235. House and Senate major minority leaders get 193, and then normal House Senate members get 174. So there you go.
I don't know how you're the head of a government agency.
Yeah.
And you still have bad credit and no money in the bank. That's just like the stereotype is usually these government fat cats are just getting rich.
As Zero Fuck says, you can rent that big room on the cruise ship for 2 whole weeks. There you go. True. The Chief Justice should get the same cash payment plus a Denny's coupon. True. Stuck for $2 says Ferminoid number conversion. Oops. Conservation. Oops. Yeah, listen, you gotta watch out for those feminoids, okay? They'll sneak up on you and they'll convert you. Be careful.
To what?
To being a femboy cloud. Okay.
Oh.
That's their goal. That's the feminoid's goal, all right? To get all men to become femboys. Don't trust them. BZ for $2 says, Sitch and Adam have discovered that misinformation gets money. Oh, we've known. We've just never utilized it.
Get ready, guys.
Yes. Stug for $2 says, bring me on so I can school you on local realism. Maybe later. One of these days, Stug. One of these days.
We should do like state capitals. Ask me some state capitals.
Why?
Just ask me.
I want this stream to end, Adam, at some point in my life. Okay.
Just ask me a couple state capitals.
All right, what's the state capital of Missouri?
Montgomery.
Dude, that's not Alabama.
Look, it's Montgomery.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I don't know if I believe you. Capital.
No, don't look it up. Come on, wait for the super chat to correct me. What are you doing?
What is the state capital? Oh, you're right, Adam. Montgomery. Look at this.
Is it really?
Yeah, you were totally right.
Was I really?
What's the state capital of Tennessee?
Tennessee.
Don't look it up. Stop looking it up.
Boise.
Yeah, you get. I don't know if that one's right. That one feels wrong.
It's
that
Boise.
Seems a little wrong to me. I don't know if I believe that one.
Wait for the super chat.
What's the state capital of Ohio?
Ohio. Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City. Now I know that's not true because I watched Book of Mormon. All right.
Come
I know
on.
it can't be.
Come
Ohio.
on.
That is not true.
Wait for the
No
super
way.
chat.
No way. Okay.
You guys gonna let me get away with that?
Can't be accurate. No.
You guys gonna let me get away with that one?
No way. Okay. What's the state capital of Oklahoma?
New York City.
Okay, come on. Nah, that's just too. You're making it too obvious. All right.
Okay.
Gotta be like kind of believable.
Okay. I'm gonna go with Sacramento.
Oh, come on.
Come on.
Everyone knows Sacramento is in.
No,
is
they
in,
don't.
Idaho. Okay.
Oh, you're right. Sacramento is in Idaho. Sacramento is
knows-
the capital of Idaho, right?
Yeah, everyone knows Sacramento's in Idaho. Okay.
Right.
That's a great question. What's this? What's the capital of Washington D.C.? That's a great question.
The capital of Washington, D.C. Let's
Yeah.
see. That is the Cayman Islands.
You can't. How is the Cayman Islands the capital of landlocked Washington D.C.? Yeah.
Don't
Okay.
question it, okay? I know what I'm
doesn't
talking
make
about.
any sense.
I know what I'm talking about.
No, stop
I'm
it.
certain of it. Look,
No.
I took geography and I got an A-.
Mm-hmm. Obviously, the capital of Washington D.C. is the North Mariana Islands. Okay.
Okay.
Obviously.
If I got that one wrong,
Yeah.
forgive me.
CT
what's
for
this?
two
Look, a
Canadians
super
says those
chat.
were all correct, Adam. There you go. You baited CT into answer.
Oh, thank you, CT.
Zero Fox says Maine is the square root of Texas. True.
Oh my.
True. PC, thank you for being 10 months of discipline equals freedom. Thanks so much. PC says New York City isn't even the state capital of New York. That's not true. New York City is the state capital of New York. Dummy.
Yeah, of
God.
course.
And you're trying to trick us, PC. You can't trick us.
Yeah.
Okay? Can't trick us.
All right. Are we actually finished here?
No, with some Streamlabs.
Oh.
Dill's Elephant Wrath, also known as Hayden Dill, for $2 says, Sitch, I may be taking part in holding money and Tiffas from you, but you had it coming. Sammy is going to destroy you one sketch at a time. A-Team is next. A-Team plus Asbestos is Asthma Kid Inhalers.
Oh, wow.
S-Class gets option 3. No, option 2. Option 2. All right. Dr. Diller for $2 says, funny you should mention domestic terrorism. Atlanta Pilice? I don't know who that person is. Atlanta Pilice? Oh, maybe Atlanta Police. Oh. Atlanta Police killed some dumb fuck who was violently opposing their new training facility, and Antifa responded by trying to burn down some unrelated farm equipment. Atlanta PD responded by feeding them tear gas and righteous violence and charged them all with domestic terrorism. Booyah! Right side of history, now on the wrong side of the bars, LOL. Bam!
Wow, sweet.
I
That's
didn't know
good.
about any of that. I gotta look into that. That's spaced.
They should charge them with domestic terrorism.
Yes, spaced. That's hilarious. They killed some idiot trying to. We have to stop Cop City. Cop City, no. It's got the word cop and city in it. Adam, it's a whole city of just cops. We have to stop it.
Yeah.
Adam, we have to stop Cop City.
Stop it with your propaganda already.
Stop
Is your voice finally changing?
I'm becoming Sam Cedar. Okay. Where was I? CT for $2. Thank you, CT. Stop giving us money, CT. CT says, finally starting to feel better. Well, that's great. CT's finally starting to get over it. That's
CT
good.
is officially a COVID expert now.
That's true. That's true.
She's working on a
CT's
new vaccine.
That it's question time. Do you sleep with the lights off or on? And do you sleep in silence like a psychopath or have sounds or something playing in the background?
I sometimes go to sleep with a book in my headphones so I can pull it out once I wake up and like I'm fully asleep. I don't want that.
Right.
Yeah. So
But usually do you sleep in silence?
yes.
Okay, me too. I can never fall asleep with like listening to something. I don't have that ability. So I always sleep in silence like a psycho.
Well,
I don't.
Well, I usually fall asleep with something on, but then
Right.
sleep in silence once I fall asleep.
Right. Well, obviously. I do not like to sleep in perfect pitch darkness. So like wake up and I want to go to the bathroom and I'm like, I can't fucking see what's going on. So I have a little tiny bit of light coming in from somewhere.
Sitch has a little night light.
I have a little night light or something. A
But
little bit of
mommy,
night light, a little bit of closet light.
it's too dark in here. I'm scared.
I got the monsters gonna get me. Wooga booga booga.
Can I have a little
Wooga.
night light?
Now listen, when Adam's getting up in the middle of the night to go to the bathroom, he's fucking eating shit because he's tripping over the floor because he doesn't see anything because it's dark.
Look, I sleep with the overhead light on, man. I'm not the monsters.
Oh, what the fuck? Are you serious?
The monsters are not going to get me. Fuck
You're like, oh my god, it's just a little light on somewhere. But I've got it blasting full fucking daylight in here.
Fuck that nightlight shit. The monsters will get past that.
I know, like in college when I was in the dorms, I literally had to sleep with a fucking mask on because like it was always so fucking bright.
Yeah.
Because either you have a roommate who's like a total piece of shit, turn the light on, or I know that my freshman year the room, it didn't have blinds. They had like these little slats, and like that shit did not stop the light from coming in. So I was like, I need like a mask. It's so bright. Like be 6 a.m. The sun's like, hello. You're like, no, please. Stop it. So there you go. CT for $2 says, I was going to ask the question I asked Dragon Coward, which was, what's your biggest fear? I thought he was going to say, I don't know, clowns, but he got existential and deeply personal. I don't want to deal with that again. Well, there you go. Yeah, we probably should answer that question. Yeah.
Ooh, ouch. There
you go. Dotems for $4. Thank you. Says, do people think the 2 billion orb is made of... Do people think the 2 billion orbs are made using incantations over burning $2 billion piles of cash? Of all the things you could do with that money, massive construction projects are pretty good at transferring wealth to the working class. Well, that's a good point, too. Yeah, that's a good point. You had to pay people to make it. That's true. CT for $2 says, by the way, though, he afterwards agreed that clowns were awful and creepy. He could have just said clowns. No one likes clowns, okay? That would have been a fine answer. First of all, we all know that's not true. We all know that thanks to the resurgence of Clussy fever, that people like clowns again. Okay.
Oh, yeah.
How do you feel about Clussy fever, Adam?
Clussy fever?
Yeah.
That's clown pussy, right?
you remember. I thought I was going to have you...
Look,
I thought I was going to have you get to Google something.
Look, if you got a thing for clown pussy, knock yourself out. Look, knock yourself out.
It is funny how like one thing like starts a fetish. Like Ace Attorney had like a hot clown and it starts a fetish for like a generation.
Wow.
Okay. But I don't like clowns, but I've also never ever found clowns
Had sex
scary.
with a clown? Oh.
I've never had sex with a clown either. No. I've never had sex with a clown. I've also never found clowns scary. So I know people that are afraid of clowns, but I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. How do you feel about clowns?
I'm ambivalent about clowns. Like if it's a serial killer clown, obviously, I'm not in favor of that. But
true.
You know, if it's just a clown that's trying to make people smile, and not a pedophile,
wasn't Jeffrey Dahmer a clown?
No, it wasn't Jeffrey Dahmer.
Who was the guy who was
William? It was Gacy.
Gacy, you're right. Gacy. Was
John Wayne Gacy, is that it? I think it is.
That is it.
Yeah.
CT says, not scary, just awful. Okay, fair enough. Right. You guys can sleep outside. People walking by your bed while you sleep is wild. You see them in your dreams. That's weird. That would be a very weird experience, yeah. Asmi for 15 MYRs. Thank you, Asmi says, it was my birthday yesterday and I completely forgot until my mom wished me a happy belated birthday today. Well, happy belated birthday, Asmi. Happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday.
Anyways.
Oh, wow. We made it.
We made it, everybody. Anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you all for your incredibly generous donations. Thank you for your wonderful art and for scheming of ways to force me to make videos, Sammy. And for always shouting out the Sitch merch when you're doing your cosplays. And thanks again to the Vanguard boys for coming on. It was a good conversation, even though we disagree on stuff. They seem like a couple of nice fellows that we could have a beer over. Or beer with, I guess I should say. And thank you. You who have made it to the end of the stream. You are the true Feeble Seekers. And we'll see you all. Oh, Fondue for $20 says, missed the show, unfortunately, but we'll catch up. Thank you for the $20, Fondue. And we'll see you all next Sunday.
Bye-bye.
No! You had a good normal bye-bye last week, and now you've gone back to creep